Preface to the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Green. The Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. Preface. Few words are necessary to introduce to our readers a work, the character and the object of which are so legibly written upon its title page. Chronicles of Crime must comprise details, not only interesting to every person concerned for the welfare of society, but useful to the world in pointing out the consequences of guilt to be equally dreadful and inevitable. It is to be regretted that in most of the works of the present day little attention is paid to the ultimate moral or beneficial effects to be produced by them upon the public mind, and that while every effort is made to afford amusement, no care is taken to produce those general impressions so necessary to the maintenance of virtue and good order. The advantages of precept are everywhere admitted and extolled, but still more effectual are the lessons which are taught through the influence of example, whose results are but too frequently fatal. The representation of guilt, with its painful and degrading consequences, has been universally considered to be the best means of warning youth against the danger of temptation. The benefits to be expected from example are too plainly exhibited by the infliction of punishment to need repetition, and the more generally the effects of crime are shown, and the more the horrors which precede detection and the deplorable fate of the guilty are made known, the greater is the probability that the atrocity of vice may be abated and the security of the public promoted. Having said thus much in recommendation of the object of this work, a few words as to its precise character may be added. Amusement and instruction are alike the results which are hoped to be secured. It is admitted by men whose desire is to make themselves acquainted with human nature that jails and other places of confinement afford them a wide field for contemplation. The study of life in all its varieties is one no less interesting than useful. The ingenuity of thieves, depicted in their crimes, is a theme upon which all have opportunities to remark in their passage through a life of communication with the world, and no less worthy of observation are the offences of men, whose outrages or cruelties have rendered them amenable to the laws framed for the protection of society. All afford matter of contemplation to the mind, most likely to be attended with useful results. It may be observed that no persons of vicious inclination effects the opposite to those which are suggested may be produced, but an answer as conclusive as it is just may be given to any such remark. The consequences of crime are as clearly exhibited as its motives and its supposed advantages, and few are hardy enough to declare or to exhibit a carelessness for punishment, or a contempt for the bitter fruits of their misdeeds. Presenting an example, therefore, of peculiar usefulness, it is trusted that the work will be found no less interesting than instructive. Combining these two most important qualities to secure its success, it is hoped that the patronage afforded it will be at least commensurate with the pains which have been bestowed upon its production. It will be observed that in the preparation of these pages much care has been taken to preserve those features only which are likely to be acceptable to society. The most scrupulous attention has been paid to the rejection of such instances of guilt, the circumstances of which might be deemed unfit for general perusal. In a compass so circumscribed as that to which the work is confined, it would be impossible to give the history of every criminal who has undergone punishment for his offences during the period to which our chronicles extend. Neither is that the object of the work. It is intended to embrace within its limits all those cases which, from their details, present outlines of attraction. The earlier pages are derived from sources of information peculiarly within the reach of the editor, while those of a later period are compiled from known authorities, as accurate as they are complete. The comparison of the offences and of the punishments of the last century with those of more recent date will exhibit a marked distinction between the two periods, both as to the atrocity of the one and the severity of the other. those dreadful and frequent crimes, which would disgrace the more savage tribes, and which characterised the lives of the early objects of our criminal proceedings, are now no longer heard of, and those characters of blood, in which the pages of our statute book were formerly written, have been wiped away by improved civilisation and the milder feelings of the people. It is but just to say that the provisions of a wise Parliament have not been unattended with proper results. Humanity has been permitted to temper the stern demands of justice, and, however atrocious, it must be admitted, some of the crimes may be which have been recently perpetrated, and however numerous the offenders, it cannot be denied that the general aspect of the state of crime in this country is now infinitely less alarming than formerly. The necessity for punishment as the consequence of crime can neither be doubted nor denied. Without it the bonds of society must be broken. Government in no form could be upheld. If then example be the object of punishment, and peace and good order, nay, the binding together of the community, be its effects, how useful must be a work whose intention is to hold out that example which must be presumed to be the foundation of a well-ordered society. The cases will be found to be arranged chronologically, which it is presumed will afford the most satisfactory and the most easy mode of reference. The advantage is, however, increased by the addition of copious indices. London, July 1st, 1840. End of preface. Part 1 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1. The Reverend Thomas Hunter, executed for the murder of his pupils. The case of this criminal, who was executed in the year 1700 for the barbarous murder of his two pupils, the children of a gentleman named Gordon, an eminent merchant and a bailey or alderman of the city of Edinburgh, is the first on our record, and certainly for its atrocity deserves to be placed at the head of the list of offences which follows its melancholy recital. From the title of the offender it will be seen that he was a preacher of the word of God, and that a person in his situation in life should suffer so ignominious an end for such a crime is indeed extraordinary. But how much more horrible is the fact, which is related to us, that, on the scaffold, when all hope of life and of repentance was past, he expressed his disbelief in that God whom it was his profession to uphold, and whose omnipotence it had been his duty to teach. The malefactor, it would appear, was born of most respectable parents, his father being a rich farmer in the county of Fife, and at an early age he was sent to the University of St. Andrews for his education. His success in the pursuit of classical knowledge soon enabled him to take the degree of Master of Arts, and his subsequent study of divinity was attended with as favourable results. Upon his quitting college, in accordance with the practice of the time, he entered the service of Mr. Gordon in the capacity of chaplain, in which situation it became his duty to instruct the sons of his employer, children, respectively, of the ages of 8 and 10 years. The family consisted of Mr. and Mrs. Gordon, the two boys, their sister, a girl younger than themselves, Mr. Hunter, a young woman who attended upon Mrs. Gordon, and the usual menial servants. The attention of Hunter was attracted by the comeliness of the lady's maid, and a connection of a criminal nature was soon commenced between them. The accidental discovery of this intrigue by the three children was the ultimate cause of the deliberate murder of two of them by their tutor. The young woman and Hunter had retired to the apartment of the latter, but having omitted to fasten the door, the children entered and saw enough to excite surprise in their young minds. In their conversation subsequently at mealtime, they said so much as convinced their parents of what had taken place, and the servant girl was instantly dismissed, while the chaplain, who had always been considered to be a person of mild and amiable disposition and of great genius, was permitted to remain, upon his making such amends to the family as were in his power, by apologizing for his indiscretion. From this moment, however, an inveterate hatred for the children arose in his breast, and he determined to satisfy his revenge upon them by murdering them all. Chance for some time marred his plans, but he was at length enabled to put them into execution as regarded the two boys. It appears that he was in the habit of taking them to walk in the fields before dinner, and the girl on such occasions usually accompanied them; but at the time at which the murder of her brothers was perpetrated she was prevented from going with them. They were at the country seat of Mr. Gordon, situated at a short distance only from Edinburgh, and an invitation having been received for the whole family to dine in that city, Mrs. Gordon desired that all the children might accompany her and her husband. The latter, however, opposed the execution of this plan, and the little girl only was permitted to go with her parents. The intention of the murderer to destroy all the children was by this means frustrated, but he still persevered in his bloody purpose with regard to the sons of his benefactor, whom he determined to murder while they were yet in his power. Proceeding with them in their customary walks, they all sat down together to rest, but the boys soon quitted their tutor to catch butterflies and to gather wild flowers which grew in abundance around them. Their murderer was at that moment engaged in preparing the weapon for their slaughter, and presently calling them to him, he reprimanded them for disclosing to their parents the particulars of the scene which they had witnessed, and declared his intention to put them to death. Terrified by this threat, they ran from him, but he pursued and overtook them, and then throwing one of them on the ground, and placing his knee on his chest, he soon dispatched his brother by cutting his throat with a penknife. This first victim disposed of, he speedily completed his fell purpose with regard to the child whose person he had already secured. The deed, it will be observed, was perpetrated in open day, and it would have been remarkable indeed if within half a mile of the chief city of Scotland there had been no human eye to see so horrible an act. A gentleman who was walking on the Castle Hill had a tolerable view of what passed, and immediately ran to the spot where the deceased children were lying, giving the alarm as he went along, in order that the murderer might be secured. The latter, having accomplished his object, proceeded towards the river to drown himself, but was prevented from fulfilling his intention, and having been seized, he was soon placed in safe custody, intelligence of the frightful event being meanwhile conveyed to the parents of the unhappy children. The prisoner was within a few days brought to trial, under the old Scottish law, by which it was provided that a murderer, being found with the blood of his victim on his clothes, should be prosecuted in the sheriff's court, and executed within 3 days. The frightful nature of the case rendered it scarcely uncharitable to pursue a law so vigorous according to its letter, and a jury having been accordingly impanelled, the prisoner was brought to trial, and pleaded guilty, adding the horrible announcement of his regret that Miss Gordon had escaped from his revenge. The sentence of death was passed upon the culprit by the sheriff, but it was directed to be carried into effect with the additional terms that the prisoner should first have his right hand struck off, that he should be then drawn up to the gibbet erected near the locality of the murder by a rope, and after that execution he should be hanged in chains between Edinburgh and Leith, the weapon of destruction being passed through his hand, which should be advanced over his head and fixed to the top of the gibbet. The sentence, barbarous as it may now appear, was carried into full execution on the 22nd of August 1700, and frightful to relate, he who in life had professed to be a teacher of the gospel, on his scaffold declared himself to be an atheist. His words were, "There is no God, or if they be, I hold him in defiance." The body of the executed man, having been at first suspended in chains according to the precise terms of his sentence, was subsequently, at the desire of Mr. Gordon, removed to the outskirts of the village of Broughton, near Edinburgh. Alexander Balfour, convicted of murder. The case of this criminal is worthy of some attention, from the very remarkable circumstances by which it was attended. The subject of this sketch was born in 1687, at the seat of his father, Lord Burleigh, near Kinross, and having studied successively at Orwell, near the place of his birth, and at St. Andrews, so successfully as to obtain considerable credit, he returned home, being intended by his father to join the army of the Duke of Marlborough, then in Flanders. Here he became enamoured of Miss Robertson, the governess of his sisters, however, and in order to break off the connection, he was sent to make the tour through France and Italy, the young lady being dismissed from the house of her patron. Balfour, before his quitting Scotland, declared his intention, if ever the young lady should marry, to murder her husband, but deeming this to be merely an empty threat, she was, during his absence, united to a Mr. Syme, with whom she went to live at Inverkeithing. On his return to his father's house, he learned this fact, and immediately proceeded to put his threat into execution. Mrs. Syme, on seeing him, remembering his expressed determination, screamed with affright, but her husband, unconscious of offence, advanced to her aid, and, in the interim, Balfour, entering the room, shot him through the heart. The offender escaped, but was soon afterwards apprehended near Edinburgh, and being tried, was convicted and sentenced to be beheaded by the Maiden on account of the nobility of his family. The subsequent escape of the criminal from an ignominious end is not the least remarkable part of his case. The scaffold was actually erected for the purpose of his execution, but on the day before it was to take place his sister went to visit him, and being very like him in face and stature, they changed clothes, and he escaped from prison. His friends having provided horses for him, he proceeded to a distant village, where he lay concealed until an opportunity was eventually offered him of quitting the kingdom. His father died in the reign of Queen Anne, but he had first obtained a pardon for his son, who succeeded to the title and honours of the family, and died in the year 1752, sincerely penitent for his crime. Footnote: different countries have different modes of inflicting capital punishments. Beheading was military punishment among the Romans, known by the name of decollatio. Among them the head was laid on a kippus or block, placed in a pit dug for the purpose, in the army, without the vallum, in the city, without the walls, at a place near the Porta Decumana. Preparatory to the stroke, the criminal was tied to a stake and whipped with rods. In the earlier ages the blow was given with an axe, but in after times with a sword, which was thought the more reputable manner of dying. The execution was but clumsily performed in the first times, but afterwards they grew more expert, and took the head off clean with one circular stroke. In England beheading is the punishment of nobles, being reputed not to derogate from nobility as hanging does. In France, during the revolutionary government, the practice of beheading by means of an instrument called a guillotine, so denominated from the name of its inventor, was exceedingly general. It resembles a kind of instrument long since used for the same purpose in Scotland, and called a maiden. It is universally known that, at the execution of King Charles I., a man in a visor performed the office of executioner. This circumstance has given rise to a variety of conjectures and accounts, in some of which one William Walker is said to be the executioner, in others it is supposed to be a Richard Brandon, of whom a long account was published in an Exeter newspaper of 1784. But William Lilly, in his History of his Life and Times, has the following remarkable passage: "Many have curiously inquired who it was that cut off his (the King's) head. I have no permission to speak of such things, only this much I say, he that did it is as valiant and resolute a man as lives, and one of a competent fortune." When examined before the Parliament of Charles II, he states that the next Sunday but one after Charles I was beheaded, Robert Spavin, secretary to the Lieutenant General Cromwell at that time, invited himself to dine with me, and brought Anthony Pearson and several others along with him to dinner. That their principal discourse all dinner time was only who it was that beheaded the King. One said it was the common hangman, another Hugh Peters. Others also were nominated, but none concluded. Robert Spavin, so soon as dinner was done, took me by the hand and carried me to the south window. Saith he, "These are all mistaken. They have not named the man that did the fact. It was Lieutenant Colonel Joyce. I was in the room when he fitted himself for the work, stood behind him when he did it. When done, went in with him again. There is no man knows this but my master," viz. Cromwell, Commissary Ireton, and myself. "Doth not Mr. Rushworth know it?" saith I. "No, he doth not know it," saith Spavin. The same thing Spavin hath often related to me when we were alone. The following description of the Maiden by Mr. Pennant may not prove uninteresting. "This machine of death is now destroyed, but I saw one of the same kind in a room under the Parliament House in Edinburgh, where it was introduced by the Regent Morton, who took a model of it as he passed through Halifax, and at length suffered by it himself. It is in the form of a painter's easel, and about 10 feet high. At 4 feet from the bottom is the crossbar on which the felon lays his head, which is kept down by another placed above. In the inner edges of the frame are grooves. In these is placed a sharp axe, with a vast weight of lead, supported at the very summit with a peg. To that peg is fastened a cord, which the executioner cutting, the axe falls and does the affair effectually, without suffering the unhappy criminal to undergo a repetition of strokes, as has been the case in the common method. I must add, that if the sufferer is condemned for stealing a horse or cow, the string is tied to the beast, which, on being whipped, pulls out the peg, and becomes the executioner. Captain John Kidd, surnamed the Wizard of the Seas, and Darby Mullins, hanged for piracy. The first named subject of this memoir was born in Greenock in Scotland, and was bred to the sea, and quitting his native land at an early age, he resided at New York, where he eventually became possessed of a small vessel, with which he traded among the pirates, and obtained a complete knowledge of their haunts. His ruling passion was avarice, although he was not destitute of that courage which became necessary in the profession in which he eventually embarked. His frequent remarks upon the subject of piracy, and the facility with which it might be checked, having attracted the attention of some considerable planters, who had recently suffered from the depredations of the marauders who invested the seas of the West Indies, obtained for him a name which eventually proved of great service to him. The constant and daring interruptions offered to trading ships, encouraged as they were by the inhabitants of North America, who were not loath to profit by the irregularities of the pirates, having attracted the attention of the government, the Earl of Bellamont, an Irish nobleman of distinguished character and abilities, was sent out to take charge of the government of New England and New York, with special instructions upon the subject of these marine depredators. Colonel Livingstone, a gentleman of property and consideration, was consulted upon the subject by the governor, and Kidd, who was then possessed of a sloop of his own, was recommended as a fit person to be employed against the pirates. The suggestion met the approbation of Lord Bellamont, but the unsettled state of public affairs rendered the further intervention of government impossible, and a private company, consisting of the Duke of Shrewsbury, the Lord Chancellor Somers, the Earls of Romney and Oxford, Colonel Livingstone, and other persons of rank, agreed to raise £6,000 to pay the expenses of a voyage, the purpose of which was to be directed to the removal of the existing evil, and it was agreed that the Colonel and Captain Kidd, who was to have charge of the expedition, should receive 1/5 of the profits. A commission was then prepared for Kidd, directing him to seize and take pirates, and to bring them to justice, but the further proceedings of the captain and of his officers were left unprovided for. A vessel was purchased and manned, and she sailed under the name of the Adventure from London for New York, at the end of the year 1695. A French ship was seized as a prize during the voyage, and the vessel subsequently proceeded to the Madeira Islands, to Buena Vista and St. Jago, and thence to Madagascar in search of further spoil. A second prize was subsequently made at Calicut, of a vessel of 150 tons burden, which was sold at Madagascar, and at the termination of a few weeks the Adventure made prize of the Quedar Merchant, a vessel of 400 tons burden, commanded by an Englishman named Wright, and officered by 2 Dutch mates and a French gunner, whose crew consisted of Moors. The captain, having carried this vessel into Madagascar, he burned the Adventure, and then proceeded to divide the lading of the prize with his crew, taking 40 shares for himself. He seems now to have determined to act entirely apart from his owners, and he accordingly sailed in the Quedar Merchant to the West Indies. At Anguilla and St. Thomas's he was refused refreshments, but he eventually succeeded in obtaining supplies at Mona, between Porto Rico and Hispaniola, through the instrumentality of an Englishman named Button. This man, who thus at first affected to be friendly to the pirate, soon showed the extent to which his friendship was to be relied upon. He sold a sloop to Kidd, in which the latter sailed, leaving the Quedar Merchant in his care, but on proceeding to Boston, New England, he found his friend there before him, having disposed of the Quedar Merchant to the Spaniards, and having besides given information of his piratical expedition. He was now immediately seized by order of the Lord Bellamont, before whom he endeavoured to justify his proceedings, by contending that he had taken none but lawful prizes, but his lordship transmitted an account of the whole transaction to England, requiring that a ship might be sent to convey Kidd home, in order that he might be punished. A great clamour arose upon this, and attempts were made to show that the proceedings of the pirate had been connived at by the projectors of the undertaking, and a motion was made in the House of Commons that the letters patent granted to the Earl of Bellamont and others, respecting the goods taken from pirates, were dishonourable to the king, against the law of nations, contrary to the laws and statutes of this realm, an invasion of property, and destructive to commerce. Though a negative was put on this motion, yet the enemies of Lord Somers and the Earl of Oxford continued to charge those noblemen with giving countenance to pirates, and it was even insinuated that the Earl of Bellamont was not less culpable than the actual offenders. Another motion was in consequence made to address his Majesty that Kidd might not be tried till the next session of Parliament, and that the Earl of Bellamont might be directed to send home all examinations and other papers relative to the affair. This was carried, and the king complied with the request which was made. As soon as Kidd arrived in England, he was sent for and examined at the bar of the House, with a view to show the guilt of the parties who had been concerned in sending him on the expedition, but nothing arose to criminate any of those distinguished persons. Kidd, who was in some degree intoxicated, made a contemptible appearance at the bar of the House, and a member, who had been one of the most earnest to have him examined, violently exclaimed, "I thought the fellow had been only a knave, but unfortunately he happens to be a fool likewise." Kidd was at length tried at the Old Bailey, and was convicted on the clearest evidence, but neither at that time nor afterwards did he charge any of his employers with being privy to his infamous proceedings. He was executed with one of his companions at Execution Dock on the 23rd of May 1701. After he had been tied up to the gallows, the rope broke and he fell to the ground, but being immediately tied up again, the ordinary, who had before exhorted him, desired to speak with him once more, and on this second application entreated him to make the most careful use of the few further moments thus providentially allotted to him for the final preparation of his soul to meet its important change. These exhortations appear to have the wished for effect, and he died, professing his charity to all the world, and his hopes of salvation through the merits of his Redeemer. The companion in crime of this malefactor, and his companion also at the gallows, was named Darby Mullins. He was born in a village in the north of Ireland, about 16 miles from Londonderry, and having resided with his father, and followed the business of husbandry till he was about 18, the old man then died, and the young one went to Dublin, but he had not been long there before he was enticed to go to the West Indies, where he was sold to a planter, with whom he resided 4 years. At the expiration of that term he became his own master, and followed the business of a waterman, in which he saved money enough to purchase a small vessel, in which he traded from one island to another till the time of the earthquake at Jamaica in the year 1691, from the effects of which he was preserved in a miraculous manner. He afterwards went to Kingston, where he kept a punch house, and then proceeding to New York, he married, but at the end of 2 years, his wife dying, he unfortunately fell into company with Kidd, and joined him in his piratical practices. He was apprehended with his commander, and, as we have already stated, suffered the extreme penalty of the law with him. End of Part 1. Part 2 of the Chronicles of Crime by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2. George Cadell, executed for the murder of Miss Price, whom he had seduced. This delinquent was a native of Bromsgrove in Worcestershire, where he was articled to an apothecary. Having served his time, he proceeded to London to complete his studies in surgery, and he then entered the service of Mr. Randall, a surgeon at Worcester, as an assistant. Here he was admired for his extremely amiable character, as well as for the abilities which he possessed, and he married the daughter of his employer, who, however, died in giving birth to her first child. He subsequently resided with Mr. Dean, a surgeon in Lichfield, and during his employment by that gentleman he became enamoured of his daughter, and would have been married to her but for the commission of the crime which cost him his life. It would appear that he had become acquainted with a young woman named Elizabeth Price, who had been seduced by an officer in the army, and who supported herself by her skill in needlework, residing near Mr. Cadell's abode. An intimacy subsisted between them, the result of which was the pregnancy of Miss Price, and she repeatedly urged her paramour to marry her. Mr. Caddell resisted her importunities for a considerable time, until at last Miss Price, hearing of his paying his addresses to Miss Dean, became more importunate than ever, and threatened, in case of his non compliance with her wishes, to put an end to all his prospects with that young lady by discovering everything that had passed between them. Hereupon Caddell formed the horrid resolution of murdering Miss Price. He accordingly called on her on a Saturday evening, and requested that she would walk in the fields with him on the afternoon of the following day, in order to adjust the plan of their intended marriage. Thus deluded, she met him at the time appointed, on the road leading towards Burton upon Trent, at the Nag's Head public house, and accompanied her supposed lover into the fields. They walked about till towards evening, when they sat down under the hedge, and after a little conversation, Caddell suddenly pulled out a knife, cut the wretched woman's throat, and made his escape. In the distraction of his mind, he left behind him the knife with which he had perpetrated the deed, together with his case of instruments. On his returning home it was observed that he appeared exceedingly confused, though the reason of the perturbation of his mind could not be guessed at; but on the following morning, Miss Price being found murdered in the field, great numbers of people went to see the body. Among them was the woman of the house where she lodged, who recollected that she had said she was going to walk with Mr. Caddell, and then the instruments were examined, and were known to have belonged to him. He was in consequence taken into custody, and committed to the jail of Stafford, and being soon afterwards tried, was found guilty, condemned, and executed at Stafford, on the 21st of July, 1701. Thomas Cook, executed for murder. The death of this person exhibits the singular fatality which attends some men who have been guilty of crime. Cook was the son of a butcher, who was considered a person of respectability, residing at Gloucester. He was apprenticed to a barber surgeon in London, but running away before his time had expired, he entered the service of one of the pages of honour to William III, but he soon after quitted this situation to set up at Gloucester as a butcher, upon the recommendation of his mother. Restless, however, in every station of life, he repaired to London, where he commenced prize fighter at May Fair, which at this time was a place greatly frequented by prize fighters, thieves, and women of bad character. Here puppet shows were exhibited, and it was the favourite resort of all the profligate and abandoned, until at length the nuisance increased to such a degree that Queen Anne issued her proclamation for the suppression of vice and immorality, with a particular view to this fair, in consequence of which the justices of peace issued their warrant to the High Constable, who summoned all the inferior constables to his assistance. When they came to suppress the fair, Cook, with a mob of about 30 soldiers and other persons, stood in defiance of the peace officers, and threw brickbats at them, by which some of them were wounded. Cooper, a constable, being the most active, Cook drew his sword and stabbed him in the belly, and he died of the wound at the expiration of 4 days. Hereupon Cook fled to Ireland, and as it was deposed upon his trial, while he was in a public house, he swore in a profane manner, for which the landlord censured him, and told him there were persons in the house who would take him in custody for it; to which he answered, "Are there any of the informing dogs in Ireland? We in London drive them, for at a fair called Mayfair there was a noise which I went out to see, 6 soldiers and myself. The constables played their parts with their staves, and I played mine, and when the man dropped, I wiped my sword, put it up, and went away." The fellow was subsequently taken into custody, and sent to Chester, whence being removed to London, he was tried at the Old Bailey, was convicted, and received sentence of death. After conviction he solemnly denied the crime for which he had been condemned, declaring that he had no sword in his hand on the day the constable was killed, and was not in company with those who killed him. Having received the sacrament on the 21st of July 1703, he was taken from Newgate to be carried to Tyburn, but when he had got to High Holborn, opposite Bloomsbury, a respite arrived for him till the following Friday. On his return to Newgate he was visited by numbers of his acquaintance, who rejoiced on his narrow escape. On Friday he received another respite till the 11th of August, but on that day he was executed. John Peter Dramatti, executed for the murder of his wife. This unfortunate man was the son of Protestant parents, and was born at Saverdun, in the county of Foix, and province of Languedoc, in France. He received a religious education, but when he arrived at years of maturity he left his own country and went into Germany, where he served as a horse grenadier under the Elector of Brandenburg, who was afterwards King of Prussia. When he had been in this condition about a year, he came over to England, and entered into the service of Lord Havisham, and afterwards enlisted as a soldier in the regiment of Colonel de la Melonière. Having made 2 campaigns in Flanders, the regiment was ordered into Ireland, where it was dismissed from farther service, in consequence of which Dramatti obtained his discharge. He now became acquainted with a widow between 50 and 60 years of age, who pretended that she had a great fortune, and was allied to the royal family of France, and he soon married her, not only on account of her supposed wealth and rank, but also of her understanding English and Irish, thinking it prudent to have a wife who could speak the language of the country in which he proposed to spend the remainder of his life. As soon as he discovered that his wife had no fortune, he went to London and offered his services to Lord Havisham, and was again admitted as one of his domestics. His wife, unhappy on account of their separate residence, wished to live with him at Lord Havisham's, which he would not consent to, saying that his lordship did not know he was married. The wife now began to evince the jealousy of her disposition, and frequent quarrels took place between them, because he was unable to be with her so frequently as she desired. At length, on the 9th of June 1703, Dramatti was sent to London from his master's house at Kensington, and calling upon his wife at her lodgings near Soho Square, she endeavoured to prevail upon him to stay with her. This, however, he refused, and finding that he was going home, she went before him and stationed herself at the park gate. On his coming up, she declared that he should go no further unless she accompanied him, but he quitted her abruptly, and went onwards to Chelsea. She pursued him to the Bloody Bridge, and there seized him by the neckcloth, and would have strangled him, but that he beat her off with his cane. He then attacked her with his sword, and having wounded her in so many places as to conclude that he had killed her, his passion immediately began to subside, and, falling on his knees, he devoutly implored the pardon of God for the horrid sin of which he had been guilty. He went on to Kensington, where his fellow servants, observing that his clothes were bloody, he said he had been attacked by 2 men in Hyde Park, who would have robbed him of his clothes, but that he defended himself, and broke the head of one of them. The real fact, however, was subsequently discovered, and Dramatti being taken before a magistrate, to whom he confessed his crime, the body of his wife was found in a ditch between Hyde Park and Chelsea, and a track of blood was seen to the distance of 20 yards, at the end of which a piece of a sword was found sticking in a bank, which fitted the other part of the sword in the prisoner's possession. The circumstances attending the murder being proved to the satisfaction of the jury, the culprit was found guilty, condemned, and on the 21st of July 1703 was executed at Tyburn. William Elby, executed for murder. This young man was born in the year 1667 at Deptford in Kent, and served his time with a blockmaker at Rotherhithe, during which he became acquainted with some women of ill fame. After the term of his apprenticeship had expired, he kept company with young fellows of such bad character that he found it necessary to enter on board a ship to prevent worse consequences. Having returned from sea, he enlisted as a soldier, but while in this situation he committed many small thefts, in order to support the women with whom he was connected. At length he deserted from the army, assumed a new name, and prevailed on some of his companions to engage in housebreaking. Detection soon terminated his career, and in September 1704 he was indicted for robbing the house of Barry, Esquire, of Fulham, and murdering his gardener. Elby, it seems, having determined on robbing the house, arrived at Fulham soon after midnight, and had wrenched open one of the windows, at which he was getting in, when the gardener, awakening, came down to prevent the intended robbery with a light in his hand. Elby, terrified lest he should be known, seized a knife and stabbed him to the heart, and the poor man immediately fell dead at his feet. This done, he broke open a chest of drawers and stole about £250, with which he repaired to his associates in London. The murder soon became the subject of very general conversation, and Elby being at a public house in the Strand, it was mentioned, and he became so alarmed on seeing one of the company rise and quit the house, that he suddenly ran away without paying his reckoning. The landlord was enraged at his being cheated, and learning his address from one of his companions, he caused him to be apprehended, and he was eventually committed for trial on suspicion of being concerned in the robbery and murder. On his trial, he steadily denied the perpetration of the crimes with which he was charged, and his conviction would have been very doubtful, had not a woman with whom he cohabited become an evidence, and swore that he came from Fulham with the money the morning after the commission of the fact. Some other persons also deposed that they saw him come out of Mr. Barry's house on the morning the murder was committed, and he was found guilty, and having received sentence of death was executed at Fulham on the 13th of September 1704, and was hung in chains near the same place. John Smith, convicted of robbery. Though the crimes committed by this man were not particularly atrocious, nor his life sufficiently remarkable for a place in this work, yet the circumstances attending his fate at the place of execution are perhaps more singular than any we may have to record. He was the son of a farmer at Malton, about 15 miles from the city of York, who bound him apprentice to a packer in London, with whom he served his time, and afterwards worked as a journeyman. He then went to sea on board a man of war, and was at the expedition against Vigo, but on his return from that service he was discharged. He afterwards enlisted as a soldier in the regiment of Guards commanded by Lord Cutts, but in this station he soon made bad connections, and engaged with some of his dissolute companions as a housebreaker. On 5th of December 1705 he was arraigned on 4 different indictments, on 2 of which he was convicted. While he lay under sentence of death, he seemed very little affected with his situation, absolutely depending on a reprieve through the interest of his friends. An order, however, came for his execution on the 24th day of the same month, in consequence of which he was carried to Tyburn, where he performed his devotions, and was turned off in the usual manner. But when he had hung near 15 minutes, the people present cried out, "A reprieve!" Hereupon the malefactor was cut down, and being conveyed to a house in the neighbourhood, he soon revived, upon his being bled, and other proper remedies applied. When he perfectly recovered his senses, he was asked what were his feelings at the time of execution, to which he repeatedly replied, in substance, as follows: that when he was turned off, he for some time was sensible of very great pain, occasioned by the weight of his body, and felt his spirits in a strange commotion, violently pressing upwards, that, having forced their way to his head, he, as it were, saw a great blaze or glaring light, which seemed to go out at his eyes with a flash, and then he lost all sense of pain. That after he was cut down and began to come to himself, the blood and spirits forcing themselves into their former channels, put him, by a sort of pricking or shooting, to such intolerable pain, that he could have wished those hanged who had cut him down. From this circumstance he was called Half-hanged Smith. After this narrow escape from the grave, Smith pleaded to his pardon on the 20th of February and was discharged. Yet such was his propensity to evil deeds, that he returned to his former practices, and being apprehended was again tried at the Old Bailey for housebreaking, but some difficulties arising in the case, the affair was left to the opinion of the 12 judges, who determined in favour of the prisoner. After this second extraordinary escape, he was a 3rd time indicted, but the prosecutor happening to die before the day of the trial, he once more obtained that liberty which his conduct showed had not deserved. We have no account of what became of this man after this 3rd remarkable incident in his favour, but Christian charity inclines us to hope that he made a proper use of the singular dispensation of Providence evidenced in his own person. It was not infrequently the case that in Dublin men were formerly seen walking about who, it was known, had been sentenced to suffer the extreme penalty of the law, and upon whom, strange as it may appear to unenlightened eyes, the sentence had been carried out. The custom until lately was, that the body should hang only half an hour, and, in a mistaken lenity, the sheriff, in whose hands was entrusted the execution of the law, would look away, after the prisoner had been turned off, while the friends of the culprit would hold up their companion by the waistband of his breeches, so that the rope should not press upon his throat. They would, at the expiration of the usual time, thrust their deceased friend into a cart, in which they would gallop him over all the stones and rough ground they came near, which was supposed to be a never-failing recipe in order to revive him, professedly, and indeed in reality, with the intention of waking him. An anecdote is related of a fellow named Mahony, who had been convicted of the murder of a Connaught man in one of the numerous Munster and Connaught wars, and whose execution had been managed in the manner above described, who, being put into the cart in a coffin by his Munster friends, on his way home was so revived, and so overjoyed at finding himself still alive, that he sat upright and gave 3 hearty cheers, by way of assuring his friends of his safety. A gentleman, who was shocked at this indecent conduct in his defunct companion, and who was, besides, afraid of their scheme being discovered and thwarted, immediately, with the sapling which he carried, hit him a thump on the head, which effectually silenced his self-congratulations. On their arrival at home, they found that the friendly warning which had been given to the poor wretch had been more effectual than the hangman's rope, and the wailings and lamentations which had been employed at the place of execution to drown the encouraging cries of the aiders of the criminal's escape were called forth in reality at his wake on the same night. It was afterwards a matter of doubt whether the fellow who dealt the unfortunate blow ought not to have been charged with the murder of his half-hanged companion, but a justice being consulted, it was thought no one could be successfully charged with the murder of a man who was already dead in law. End of Part 2. Part 3 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 3. William Gregg, executed for high treason. The treason of which this offender was convicted was that of adhering to the Queen's enemies and giving them aid without the realm, which was made a capital offence by the statute of Edward III. It appears that Gregg was a native of Montrose in Scotland, and, having received such instruction as the grammar schools of the place afforded, he completed his education at Aberdeen University, where he pursued these studies which were calculated to fit him for the profession of the Church, for which he was intended. London, however, held forth so many attractions to his youthful eye, that the wishes of his relatives were soon overruled, and having visited that city with good introductions, he was, after some time, appointed secretary to the ambassador at the court of Sweden. But while performing the duties of his office, he was guilty of so many and so great excesses, that he was at length compelled to retire, and London once more became his residence. His good fortune placed him in a situation alike honourable and profitable, but his dishonest and traitorous conduct in his employment was such as to cost him his life, and to involve his employers in political difficulties of no ordinary kind. Having been engaged by Mr. Secretary Harley, minister of the reigning sovereign, Queen Anne, to write dispatches, he took advantage of the knowledge which he thus gained, and voluntarily opened a communication with the enemies of his country. England, it will be remembered, was at this time in a situation of no ordinary difficulty, and the position of Her Majesty's ministers, harassed as they were by the opposition of their political antagonists, was rendered even more difficult by the disclosures of their traitorous servant. We shall take the advantage afforded us by Bishop Burnet's history, of laying before our readers a more authentic account of this transaction than is given by the usual channels of information to which we have access. He says, "At this time 2 discoveries were made very unlucky for Mr. Harley. Tallard wrote often to Chamillard, but he sent the letters open to the secretary's office to be perused and sealed up, and so be conveyed by way of Holland. These were opened upon some suspicion in Holland, and it appeared that one in the secretary's office put letters in them, in which, as he offered his services to the courts of France and St. Germain, so he gave an account of all transactions here. In one of these he sent a copy of the letter that the Queen was to write in her own hand to the Emperor, and he marked what parts were drawn by the secretary, and what additions were made to it by the Lord Treasurer. This was the letter by which the Queen pressed the sending Prince Eugene into Spain, and this, if not intercepted, would have been at Versailles many days before it could reach Vienna. He who sent this wrote that by this they might see what service he could do them, if well encouraged. All this was sent over to the Duke of Marlborough, and upon search it was found to be written by one Gregg, a clerk whom Harley had not only entertained, but had taken into a particular confidence, without inquiring into the former parts of his life; for he was a vicious and necessitous person, who had been secretary to the Queen's envoy in Denmark, but was dismissed by him for his ill qualities. Harley had made use of him to get him intelligence, and he came to trust him with the perusal and sealing up of the letters, which the French prisoners here in England sent over to France, and by that means he got into the method of sending intelligence thither. He, when seized on, either upon remorse or hopes of pardon, confessed all, and signed his confession. Upon that he was tried, and pleading guilty was condemned as a traitor for corresponding with the Queen's enemies. At the same time, Valiere and Barra, whom Harley had employed as his spies to go often over to Calais, under the pretence of bringing him intelligence, were informed against as spies employed by France to get intelligence from England, who carried over many letters to Calais and Boulogne, and, as was believed, gave such information of our trade and convoys, that by their means we had made our great losses at sea. They were often complained of upon suspicion, but they were always protected by Harley. Yet the presumptions against them were so violent that they were at last seized on and brought up prisoners. The Whigs took such advantage of this circumstance that Mr. Harley was obliged to resign, and his enemies were inclined to carry matters still farther, and were resolved, if possible, to find out evidence enough to affect his life. With this view, the House of Lords ordered a committee to examine Gregg and other prisoners, who were very assiduous in the discharge of their commission, as will appear by the following account, written by the same author. The Lords who were appointed to examine Gregg could not find out much by him. He had but newly begun his designs of betraying secrets, and he had no associates with him in it. He told them that all the papers of state lay so carelessly about the office, that every one belonging to it, even the doorkeepers, might have read them all. Harley's custom was to come to the office late on post nights, and after he had given his orders and wrote his letters, he usually went away, and left all to be copied out when he was gone. By that means he came to see everything, in particular the Queen's letter to the Emperor. He said he knew the design on Toulon in May last, but he did not discover it, for he had not entered on his ill practices till October. This was all he could say. By the examination of Valiere and Barra, and many others who lived about Dover and were employed by them, a discovery was made of a constant intercourse they were in with Calais under Harley's protection. They often went over with boats full of wool, and brought back brandy, though both the import and export were severely prohibited. They and those who belonged to the boats carried over by them were well treated on the French side at the governor's house, or at the commissaries. They were kept there until their letters were sent to Paris, and till returns could be brought back, and were all the while upon free cost. The order that was constantly given them was, that if an English or Dutch ship came up with them, they should cast their letters into the sea, but that they should not do it when French ships came up with them, so they were looked on by all on that coast as the spies of France. They used to get what information they could, both of merchant ships and of the ships of war that lay in the Downs, and upon that they usually went over, and it happened that soon after some of those ships were taken. These men, as they were papists, so they behaved themselves insolently, and boasted much of their power and credit. Complaints had often been made of them, but they were always protected, nor did it appear that they ever brought any information of importance to Harley but once, when, according to what they swore, they told him that Vauban was gone from Dunkirk to lie in wait for the Russian fleet, which proved to be true. He both went to watch for them, and he took the greater part of the fleet. Yet, though this was a single piece of intelligence that they ever brought, Harley took so little notice of it that he gave no advertisement to the Admiralty concerning it. This particular excepted, they only brought over common news and the Paris Gazetteer. These examinations lasted for some weeks. When they were ended, a full report was made of them to the House of Lords, and they ordered the whole report with all the examinations to be laid before the Queen. Upon the conviction of Gregg, both Houses of Parliament petitioned the Queen that he might be executed, and on the 28th of April 1708 he was accordingly hanged at Tyburn. While on the scaffold, he delivered a paper to the sheriffs of London and Middlesex, in which he acknowledged the justice of his sentence, declared his sincere repentance of all his sins, particularly that lately committed against the Queen, whose forgiveness he devoutly implored. He also expressed his wish to make all possible reparation for the injuries he had done, and testified the perfect innocence of Mr. Secretary Harley, whom he declared to have been no party to his proceedings. He professed that he died a member of the Protestant Church, and declared that the want of money to supply his extravagancies had tempted him to commit the fatal crime, which cost him his life. It is a remarkable circumstance in the life of this offender, that while he was corresponding with the enemy, and taking measures to subvert the government, he had no predilection in favour of the Pretender. On the contrary, he declared, while he was under sentence of death, that he never thought he had any right to the throne of these realms. Richard Thornhill, Esq., convicted of manslaughter in killing Sir C. Deering in a duel. This was a case which arose out of the practice of duelling, which has always existed almost peculiarly among the higher classes of society. Mr. Thornhill and Sir Cholmondeley Deering having dined together on the 7th of April 1711, in company with several other gentlemen, at the Toy at Hampton Court, a quarrel arose, during which Sir Cholmondeley struck Mr. Thornhill. A scuffle ensuing, the wainscot of the room broke down, and Thornhill falling, the other stamped on him, and beat out some of his teeth. The company now interposed, and Sir Cholmondeley, convinced that he had acted improperly, declared that he was willing to ask pardon; but Mr. Thornhill said that asking pardon was not a proper retaliation for the injury that he had received, adding, "Sir Cholmondeley, you know where to find me." Soon after this the company broke up, and the parties went home in different coaches, without any farther steps being taken towards their reconciliation. On the next day the following letter was written by Mr. Thornhill: April 8th, 1711. Sir, I shall be able to go abroad to morrow morning, and desire you will give me a meeting with your sword and pistols, which I insist on. The worthy gentleman who brings you this will concert you with the time and place. I think Tothill Fields will do well. Hyde Park will not at this time of year, being full of company. I am your humble servant, Richard Thornhill. On the 9th of April, Sir Cholmondeley went to the lodgings of Mr. Thornhill, and the servant showed him to the dining room. He ascended with a brace of pistols in his hand, and soon afterwards Mr. Thornhill, coming to him, asked him if he would drink tea, but he declined. A hackney coach was then sent for, and the gentlemen rode to Tothill Fields, where, unattended by seconds, they proceeded to fight their duel. They fired their pistols almost at the same moment, and Sir Cholmondeley, being mortally wounded, fell to the ground. Mr. Thornhill, after lamenting the unhappy catastrophe, was going away, when a person stopped him, and told him he had been guilty of murder, and took him before a justice of the peace, who committed him to prison. On the 18th of May Mr. Thornhill was indicted at the Old Bailey Sessions for the murder, and the facts already detailed having been proved, the accused called several witnesses to show how ill he had been used by Sir Cholmondeley, that he had languished some time of the wounds he had received, during which he could take no other sustenance than liquids, and that his life was in imminent danger. Several persons of distinction swore that Mr. Thornhill was of a peaceable disposition, and that, on the contrary, the deceased was of a remarkable quarrelsome temper; and it was also deposed that Sir Cholmondeley, being asked if he came by his hurt through unfair usage, replied, "No, poor Thornhill, I am sorry for him. This misfortune was my own fault, and of my own seeking. I heartily forgive him, and desire you all to take notice of it, that it may be of some service to him, and that one misfortune may not occasion another." The jury acquitted Mr. Thornhill of the murder, but found him guilty of manslaughter, in consequence of which he was burnt in the hand. Colonel John Hamilton, convicted of manslaughter as second in a duel. There was no occurrence which at the time occupied so much of the public attention and excited so much general interest as the duel which took place in the year 1711 between the Duke of Hamilton and Lord Mohun, in which unhappily both the principals fell. The gentleman who is the subject of the present notice was the second of the noble Duke, and appears to have been connected with him by the ties of relationship. At the sessions held at the Old Bailey on the 11th of September, he was indicted for the murder of Charles Lord Mohun, Baron of Okehampton, on the 15th of November preceding, and at the same time he was indicted for abetting Charles Lord Mohun and George Macartney, Esquire, in the murder of James, Duke of Hamilton and Brandon. Colonel Hamilton pleaded not guilty, and evidence was then adduced, which showed that Lord Mohun having met the Duke of Hamilton at the chambers of a master in Chancery, on Thursday the 13th of November, a misunderstanding arose between them respecting the testimony of a witness. On the return home of his lordship, he directed that no person should be admitted to him except Mr. Macartney, and subsequently he went with that gentleman to a tavern. The Duke of Hamilton and his second, Colonel Hamilton, were also in the tavern, and from thence they all proceeded to Hyde Park. The only evidence which exhibited the real circumstances immediately attending the duel was that of William Morris, a groom, who deposed that, as he was walking his horses towards Hyde Park, he followed a hackney coach with two gentlemen in it, whom he saw alight by the lodge and walk together towards the left part of the ring. They were there about a quarter of an hour when he saw two other gentlemen come to them, and, having saluted each other, one of them, who he was since told was the Duke of Hamilton, threw off his cloak, and one of the other two, who he now understands was Lord Mohun, his surtout coat, and all immediately drew. The Duke and Lord pushed at each other but a very little while, when the Duke closed, and took the Lord by the collar, who fell down and groaned, and the Duke fell upon him. That just as Lord Mohun was dropping, he saw him lay hold of the Duke's sword, but could not tell whether the sword was at that time in his body, nor did he see any wound given after the closing, and was sure that Lord Mohun did not shorten his sword. He declared he did not see the seconds fight, but they had their swords in their hands, assisting their lords. It further appeared that the bodies of the deceased noblemen were examined by Messrs. Boussier and Amy, surgeons, and that in that of the Duke a wound was found between the second and third ribs on the right side, and also that there were wounds in his right arm, which had cut the artery and one of the small tendons, as well as others in his right and left leg. There was also a wound in his left side between his second and third ribs, which ran down into his body and pierced the midriff and caul, but it appeared that the immediate cause of the sudden death of his Grace was the wound in his arm. It was further proved, as regarded the body of Lord Mohun, that there was a wound between the short ribs, quite through his belly, and another about 3 inches deep in the upper part of his thigh, a large wound about 4 inches wide in his groin, a little higher, which was the cause of his immediate death, and another small wound on his left side, and that the fingers of his left hand were cut. The defence made by the prisoner was, that the Duke called him to go abroad with him, but he knew not anything of the matter till he came into the field. Some Scottish noblemen and other gentlemen of rank gave Mr. Hamilton a very excellent character, asserting that he was brave, honest, and inoffensive, and the jury, having considered of the affair, gave a verdict of manslaughter, in consequence of which the prisoner prayed the benefit of the statute which was allowed him. At the time the lives of these noblemen were thus unfortunately sacrificed, many persons thought they fell by the hands of the seconds, and some writers on the subject subsequently affected to be of the same opinion, but nothing appears in the written or printed accounts of the transaction, nor did anything arise on the trial to warrant so ungenerous a suspicion. It is therefore but justice to the memory of all the parties to discredit such insinuations. William Lowther and Richard Keele, executed for the murder of Edward Perry, a turnkey, of Clerkenwell Bridewell. William Lowther was a native of Cumberland, and being bound to the master of a Newcastle ship which traded to London, he became acquainted with low abandoned company in the metropolis. Richard Keele was a native of Hampshire, and served his time to a barber at Winchester, and on coming to London he married and settled in his own business in Rotherhithe, but not living happily with his wife, he parted from her, cohabited with another woman, and associated with a number of disorderly people. On the 10th of December 1713 they were indicted at the Old Bailey for assisting Charles Horton in the murder of Edward Perry. The case was as follows. The prisoners, together with two other desperate offenders, of the name of Horton and Cullum, having been convicted of felony at the Old Bailey, were sentenced to be kept to hard labour in Clerkenwell Bridewell for 2 years. On their being carried thither, Mr. Boreman, the keeper, thought it necessary to put them in irons to prevent their escape. This they all refused to submit to, and Boreman having ordered the irons, they broke into the room where the arms were deposited, seized what they thought fit, and then attacked the keeper and his assistants, and cruelly beat them. Lowther bit off a part of a man's nose. At this time Perry, one of the turnkeys, was without the gate, and desired the prisoners to be peaceable, but, advancing towards them, he was stabbed by Horton, and during the fray Horton was shot dead. The prisoners being at length victorious, many of them made their escape, but the neighbours giving their assistance, Keel and Lowther and several others were taken and convicted on the clearest evidence. Some time after conviction, a smith went to the prison to take measure of them for chains in which they were to be hung, pursuant to an order from the Secretary of State's office, but they for some time resisted him in his duty. On the morning of execution, the 13th of December 1713, they were carried from Newgate to Clerkenwell Green, and there hanged on a gallows, after which their bodies were put in a cart drawn by 4 horses, decorated with plumes of black feathers, and hung in chains. End of Part 3. Part 4 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 4. William Johnson and Jane Housden, executed for the murder of Spurling, a turnkey in the Old Bailey. It is not a little remarkable that 2 instances should have occurred within so short a space of time as 9 months, in which the officers of the Crown should have fallen victims to the exertions which they were compelled to make in the discharge of their duties. The male prisoner in this case, William Johnson, was a native of Northamptonshire, where he served his time to a butcher, and, removing to London, he opened a shop in Newport Market. But business not succeeding to his expectation, he pursued a variety of speculations, until at length he sailed to Gibraltar, where he was appointed a mate to one of the surgeons of the garrison. Having saved some money at this place, he came back to his native country, where he soon spent it, and then had recourse to the highway for a supply. Being apprehended in consequence of one of his robberies, he was convicted, but received a pardon. Previously to this he had been acquainted with Jane Housden, his fellow in crime, who had been tried and convicted of coining, but had obtained a pardon, but who in September 1714 was again in custody for a similar offence. On the day that she was to be tried, and just as she was brought down to the bar of the Old Bailey, Johnson called to see her, but Mr. Spurling, the head turnkey, telling him that he could not speak to her till her trial was ended, he instantly drew a pistol, and shot Spurling dead on the spot, in the presence of the court and all the persons attending to hear the trials, Mrs. Housden at the same time encouraging him in the perpetration of this singular murder. The event had no sooner happened than the judges, thinking it unnecessary to proceed on the trial of the woman for coining, ordered both the parties to be tried for the murder, and there being many witnesses to the deed, they were convicted and received sentence of death. From this time to that of their execution, which took place September 19th, 1714, and even at the place of their death, they behaved as if they were wholly insensible of the enormity of the crime which they had committed, and notwithstanding the publicity of their offence, they had the confidence to deny it to the last moment of their lives, nor did they show any signs of compunction for their former sins. After hanging the usual time, Johnson was hung in chains near Holloway, between Islington and Highgate. The Earl of Derwentwater, Lord Kenmure, the Earl of Winton, and others, executed for treason. The circumstances attending the crime of these individuals, intimately connected as they were with the history of the royal family of England, must be too well known to require them to be minutely repeated. On the accession of George I. to the throne of Great Britain, the question of the right of succession of King James III., as he was termed, which had long been secretly agitated, began to be referred to more openly, and his friends, finding themselves in considerable force in Scotland, sent an invitation to him in France, where he had taken refuge, to join them, for the purpose of making a demonstration, and of endeavouring to assume by force that which was denied him as of right. The noblemen, whose names appear at the head of this article, were not the least active in their endeavours to support the title of the Pretender, by enlisting men under his standard, and their proceedings, although conducted with all secrecy, were soon made known to the government. The necessary steps were immediately taken for quelling the anticipated rebellion, and many persons were apprehended on suspicion of secretly aiding the rebels, and were committed to jail. Meanwhile the Earl of Mar, the chief supporter of the Pretender, was in open rebellion at the head of an army of 3,000 men, which was rapidly increasing, marching from town to town in Scotland, proclaiming the Pretender as King of England and Scotland by the title of James III. An attempt was made by stratagem to surprise the castle of Edinburgh, and with this object some of the king's soldiers were base enough to receive a bribe to admit those of the Earl of Mar, who were, by means of ladders of rope, to scale the walls and surprise the guard; but the Lord Justice Clerk, having some suspicion of the treachery, seized the guilty, and many of them were executed. The rebels were greatly chagrined at this failure of their attempt, and the French king, Louis XIV., from whom they hoped for assistance, dying about this time, the leaders became disheartened, and contemplated the abandonment of their project until their king could appear in person among them. They were aided, however, by the discontent which showed itself in another quarter. In Northumberland the spirit of rebellion was fomented by Thomas Forster, then one of the members of Parliament for that county, who, being joined by several noblemen and gentlemen, attempted to seize the large and commercial town of Newcastle, but was driven back by the friends of the government. Forster now set up the standard of the Pretender, and proclaimed him the lawful King of Great Britain and Scotland wherever he went, and eventually joining the Scotch rebels, he marched with them to Preston in Lancashire. They were there attacked by Generals Carpenter and Wills, who succeeded in routing them, and in making 1,500 persons prisoners, among whom were the Earl of Derwentwater and Lord Widrington, English peers, and the Earls of Nithisdale, Winton, and Carnworth, Viscount Kenmore, and Lord Nairn, Scottish peers. These noblemen, with about 300 more rebels, were conveyed to London, while the remainder taken at the Battle of Preston were sent to Liverpool and its adjacent towns. At Highgate, the party intended for trial in London was met by a strong detachment of foot guards, who tied them back to back, and placed 2 on each horse, and in this ignominious manner were they held up to the derision of the populace, the lords being conveyed to the Tower, and the others to Newgate and other prisons. The Earl of Mar, on the day of the battle, attempted to cross the Forth, but was prevented by a squadron of the British fleet, which had anchored off Edinburgh, and Sir John Mackenzie, on the part of the Pretender, having fortified the town of Inverness. Lord Lovat, at this time an adherent of the reigning monarch, but subsequently a friend to the cause of the Stuarts, for aiding whose rebellion in 1745 he was beheaded, armed his tenants, and drove him from his fortifications. The Pretender subsequently managed to elude the vigilance of the British ships appointed to prevent his landing, and crossing the Channel in a small French vessel, disembarked in Scotland with only 6 followers; but having obtained the assistance of a few half-armed Highlanders, on the 9th of January 1716 he made a public entry into the Palace of Scone, the ancient place of coronation for the Scottish kings. He there assumed the functions of a king, and so much of the powers of royalty as he was able to secure, and issued a proclamation for his coronation. The Duke of Argyle at this time, with his army in winter quarters at Stirling, however, determined to attack the rebel forces, and, advancing upon them, they fled at his approach. The Pretender, having been encouraged to rebel by France, was in anticipation of receiving succour at the hands of the French king, and in the hope of some aid reaching him, he proceeded to Dundee, and thence to Montrose, where, soon rendered hopeless by receiving no news of the approach of the foreigners, he dismissed his adherents. The king's troops pursued and put several to death, but the Pretender, accompanied by the Earl of Mar and some of the leaders of the rebellion, had the good fortune to get on board a ship lying before Montrose, and, in a dark night, put to sea, escaped the English fleet, and landed in France. The unfortunate noblemen who had been secured were meanwhile committed to the custody of the Keeper of the Tower, and the House of Commons unanimously agreed to impeach them, and expel Forster from his seat as one of their members, while the courts of common law proceeded with the trials of those of less note. The articles of impeachment being sent by the Commons, the Lords sat in judgment, Earl Cowper, the Lord Chancellor of England, being constituted Lord High Steward. All the peers who were charged, except the Earl of Winton, pleaded guilty to the indictment, but offered pleas of extenuation for their guilt, in hopes of obtaining mercy. In that of the Earl of Derwentwater, he suggested that the proceedings in the House of Commons, in impeaching him, were illegal. Proclamation was then made, and the Lord High Steward proceeded to pass sentence upon James Earl of Derwentwater, William Lord Widdrington, William Earl of Nithisdale, Robert Earl of Carnwarth, William Viscount Kenmure, and William Lord Nairn. His lordship having detailed the circumstances attending their impeachment, and having answered the argumentative matter contained in their pleas, and urged in extenuation of their offences, proceeded to say, "It is my duty to exhort your lordships to think of the aggravations as well as the mitigations, if there be any, of your offences; and if I could have the least hopes that the prejudices of habit and education would not be too strong for the most earnest and charitable entreaties, I would beg you not to rely any longer on those directors of your consciences by whose conduct you have, very probably, been led into this miserable condition," in allusion to their lordships being members of the Roman Catholic Church, but that your lordships would be assisted by some of those pious and learned divines of the Church of England who have constantly borne that infallible mark of sincere Christians, universal charity. And now, my lords, nothing remains but that I pronounce upon you, and sorry I am that it falls to my lot to do it, that terrible sentence of the law, which must be the same that is usually given against the meanest offender of the like kind. The most ignominious and painful parts of it are usually remitted, by the grace of the Crown, to persons of your quality; but the law, in this case, being deaf to all distinctions of persons, requires I should pronounce, and accordingly it is adjudged by this court, that you, James Earl of Derwentwater, William Lord Widdrington, William Earl of Nithisdale, Robert Earl of Carnwarth, William Viscount Kenmure, and William Lord Nairn, and every of you, return to the prison of the Tower from whence you came; from thence you must be drawn to the place of execution; when you come there you must be hanged by the neck, but not till you be dead, for you must be cut down alive; then your bowels must be taken out and burnt before your faces; then your heads must be severed from your bodies, and your bodies divided each into 4 quarters, and these must be at the King's disposal; and God Almighty be merciful to your souls." After sentence thus passed, the Lords were remanded to the Tower, and on the 18th of February orders were sent to the Lieutenant of the Tower and the sheriffs for their execution. Great solicitations were made in favour of them, which not only reached the court but the 2 Houses of Parliament, and petitions were delivered in both, which, being supported, occasioned debates. That in the House of Commons went no farther than to occasion a motion for adjournment, so as to prevent any farther interposition there; but the matter in the House of Peers was carried on with more success, where petitions were delivered and spoke to, and it was carried by 9 or 10 voices that they should be received and read. The question was also put whether the King had power to reprieve in case of impeachment, and this being carried in the affirmative, a motion was made to address his Majesty to desire him to grant a reprieve to the Lords under sentence, but the movers only obtained this clause, viz., to reprieve such of the condemned Lords as deserved his mercy, and that the time of the respite should be left to his Majesty's discretion. The address having been presented, his Majesty replied, that on this and other occasions he would do what he thought most consistent with the dignity of his crown and the safety of his people. The great parties which had been made by the rebel lords, as was said, by means of money, and the rash expressions too common in the mouths of many of their friends, as if the government did not dare to execute them, did not a little contribute to hasten their execution; for on the same day that the address was presented, the 23rd of February, it was resolved in council that the Earl of Derwentwater and the Lord Kenmure should be beheaded on the next day, and the Earl of Nithisdale, apprehending he should be included in the warrant, succeeded in making his escape on the evening before, in a woman's riding hood, supposed to have been conveyed to him by his mother on a visit. On the morning of the 24th of February, 3 detachments of the Life Guards went from Whitehall to Tower Hill, and having taken their stations round the scaffold, the two lords were brought from the Tower at 10 o'clock, and being received by the sheriffs at the bar, were conducted to the Transport Office on Tower Hill. At the expiration of about an hour, the Earl of Derwentwater sent word that he was ready, on which Sir John Fryer, one of the sheriffs, walked before him to the scaffold, and, when there, told him he might have what time he pleased to prepare himself for death. His lordship desired to read a paper which he had written, the substance of which was, that he was sorry for having pleaded guilty, that he acknowledged no king but James III., for whom he had an inviolable affection, that the kingdom would never be happy until the ancient constitution was restored, and he wished that his death might contribute to that end. His lordship professed to die in the Roman Catholic faith, and said at the end of his speech, which he delivered, that if that prince who then governed had given him life, he should have thought himself obliged never more to take up arms against him. He then read some prayers, and kneeled to see how the block would fit him, and having told the executioner that he forgave him, as well as all his enemies, he desired him to strike when he should repeat the words "Sweet Jesus" for the 3rd time. He immediately proceeded to prepare himself for the blow of the axe, and having placed his neck so that it might be fairly struck, he said, "Sweet Jesus, receive my spirit. Sweet Jesus, be merciful unto me. Sweet Jesus," and was proceeding in his prayer when his head was severed from his body at one blow. The executioner then took it up, and carrying it to the 4 corners of the scaffold, said, "Behold the head of a traitor. God save King George." The body was directly wrapped in black baize, and being carried to a coach was delivered to the friends of the deceased, and the scaffold having been cleared, fresh baize was put on the block, and new sawdust strewed so that no blood should appear. Lord Kenmure was then conducted to the place of execution. His lordship was a Protestant, and was attended by 2 clergymen. He declined saying much to them, however, telling one of them that he had prudential reasons for not delivering his sentiments, which were supposed to arise from his regard to Lord Carnwath, who was his brother-in-law, and who was then interceding for the royal mercy. Lord Kenmure, having finished his devotions, declared that he forgave the executioner, to whom he made a present of 8 guineas. He was attended by a surgeon, who drew his finger over that part of the neck where the blow was to be struck, and being executed as Lord Derwentwater had been, his body was delivered to the care of an undertaker. George, Earl of Winton, not having pleaded guilty with the other lords, was brought to his trial on the 15th of March, when the principal matter urged in his favour was that he had surrendered at Preston in consequence of a promise from General Wills to grant him his life, in answer to which it was sworn that no promise of mercy was made, but that the rebels surrendered at discretion. The circumstances of the Earl of Winton having left his house with 14 or 15 of his servants well mounted and armed, his joining Earl Carnwath and Lord Kenmure, his proceeding with the rebels through the various stages of their march, and his surrendering with the rest, were fully proved; notwithstanding which, his council moved in arrest of judgment, but the plea on which this motion was founded being thought insufficient, his peers unanimously found him guilty. The Lord High Steward then pronounced sentence on him, after having addressed him in forcible terms in the same manner as he had sentenced the other peers. The Earls of Winton and Nithisdale afterwards found means to escape out of the Tower, and Messrs. Forster and Mackintosh escaped from Newgate, but it was supposed that motives of mercy and tenderness in the Prince of Wales, afterwards George II., favoured the flight of all these gentlemen. This rebellion occasioned the untimely death of many other persons. 5 were executed at Manchester, 6 at Wigan, and 11 at Preston; but a considerable number was brought to London, and being arraigned in the Court of Exchequer, most of them pleaded guilty, and suffered the utmost rigour of the law. James Sheppard executed for high treason. This is a very singular case of treason, for though the crime for which Sheppard suffered was committed 3 years after the rebellion was quelled, yet the same misjudged opinions urged this youth to enthusiasm in the cause of the Pretender as those which actuated the former offenders. It is still more singular that he, being neither a Scotchman born nor in any way interested in the mischiefs which he contemplated, should, unsolicited, volunteer in so dangerous a cause. James Sheppard was the son of Thomas Sheppard, glover, in Southwark, but his father dying when he was about 5 years of age, he was sent to school in Hertfordshire, where his uncle, Dr. Hinchcliffe, removed him to Salisbury, where he remained at school 3 years. Being at Salisbury at the time of the rebellion, he imbibed the principles from his schoolfellows, many of whom were favourers of the Pretender, and he was confirmed in his sentiments by reading some pamphlets which were then put into his hands. When he quitted Salisbury, Dr. Hinchcliffe put him an apprentice to Mr. Scott, a coach painter in Devonshire Street, Bishopsgate, and he continued in this situation about 14 months, when he was apprehended for the crime which cost him his life. Sheppard, having conceived the idea that it would be a praiseworthy action to kill the king, wrote a letter which he intended for a non-juring minister of the name of Leake, but, mistaking the spelling, he directed it to the Reverend Mr. Heath. The letter was in the following terms: "Sir, from the many discontents visible throughout this kingdom, I infer that if the prince now reigning should be by death removed, our king being here, he might be settled on his throne without much loss of blood. For the more ready effecting of this, I propose that, if any gentleman will pay for my passage into Italy, and if our friends will entrust one so young with letters of invitation to his majesty, I will, on his arrival, smite the usurper in his palace. In this confusion, if sufficient forces may be raised, his majesty may appear; if not, he may retreat or conceal himself till a fitter opportunity. Neither is it presumptuous to hope that this may succeed, if we consider how easy it is to cut the thread of human life, how great the confusion the death of a prince occasions in the most peaceful nation, and how mutinous the people are, how desirous of a change. But we will suppose the worst, that I am seized, and by torture examined. Now, that this may endanger none but myself, it will be necessary that the gentlemen who defray my charges to Italy leave England before my departure; that I be ignorant of his majesty's abode; that I lodge with some Whig; that you abscond, and that this be communicated to no one. But, be the event as it will, I can expect nothing less than a most cruel death, which, that I may the better support, it will be requisite that, from my arrival till the attempt, I every day receive the holy sacrament from one who shall be ignorant of the design. James Sheppard." Having carried it to Mr. Leake's house, he called again for an answer, but he was apprehended, and carried before Sir John Fryer, a magistrate. When he was brought to his trial, he behaved in the most firm and composed manner, and after the evidence was given and the jury had found him guilty of high treason, he was asked why sentence should not be passed on him according to the law, when he said, "He could not hope for mercy from a prince whom he would not own." The recorder then proceeded to pass sentence on him, in pursuance of which he was executed at Tyburn on the 17th of March 1718. He was attended by a non-juring clergyman up to the time of his execution, between whom and the ordinary the most indecent disputes arose, extending even up to the time of his arriving at the scaffold, when the latter quitted the field and left the other to instruct and pray with the malefactor as he might think proper. End of Part 4. Part 5 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 5. The Marquis de Paleotti, executed for the murder of his servant. This nobleman was at the head of a noble family in Italy, and was born at Bologna. In the reign of Queen Anne he was a colonel in the imperial army. The Duke of Shrewsbury, being at Rome, fell in love with and paid his addresses to the sister of the Marquis, and the lady having been married to him in Germany, they came to England. The Marquis, quitting the army at the Peace of Utrecht, visited England to see his sister, and being fond of an extravagant course of life, and attached to gaming, he soon ran in debt for considerable sums. His sister paid his debts for some time, till she found it would be a burdensome and endless task, and she therefore declined all further interference. The habits of the Marquis, however, were in no wise changed, and being one day walking in the street, he directed his servant, an Italian, to go and borrow some money. The servant, having met with frequent denials, declined going, on which the Marquis drew his sword and killed him on the spot. He was instantly apprehended and committed to prison, and being tried at the next sessions, was convicted on full evidence and received the sentence of death. The Duke of Shrewsbury being dead, and his Duchess having little interest or acquaintance in England, it appears that no endeavours were used to save him from the punishment which awaited him, and he was executed at Tyburn on the 17th of March, 1718. Italian pride had taken deep root in the mind of this man. To his last moment it was predominant. He petitioned the sheriffs that his body should not be defiled by touching the unhappy Englishmen doomed to suffer with him, and that he might die before them and alone. The sheriffs, in courtesy to a stranger, granted this request, and thus in his last struggle he maintained the superiority of his rank. John Price, commonly called Jack Ketch, executed for murder. Although the circumstances attending the crime of this malefactor do not present any features of general interest, the fact of the offender having filled the office of public executioner, and of his being deprived of life on that very scaffold on which he had exercised the functions of his revolting office, render the case not a little remarkable. It would appear that the prisoner was born of decent parents, in the parish of St. Martin's in the Fields, London, and that his father, who was in the service of his country, having been blown up at the demolition of Tangier, he was put apprentice to a rag merchant. His master dying, he ran away and went to sea, and served with credit on board different ships in the navy for the space of 18 years, but at length was paid off and discharged from further service. The office of public executioner becoming vacant, it was given to him, and but for his extravagance he might have long continued in it, and subsisted on its dreadfully earned wages. On returning from an execution, however, he was arrested in Holborn for debt, which he discharged, in part, with the wages he had that day earned, and the remainder with the produce of 3 suits of clothes, which he had taken from the bodies of the executed men. But soon afterwards he was lodged in the Marshalsea prison for other debts, and there he remained for want of bail, in consequence of which one William Marvel was appointed in his stead. He continued some time longer in the Marshalsea, when he and a fellow prisoner broke a hole in the wall, through which they made their escape. It was not long after this that Price committed the offence for which he was executed. He was indicted on the 20th of April, 1718, for the murder of Elizabeth, the wife of William White, on the 13th of the preceding month. In the course of the evidence it appeared that Price met the deceased near 10 at night in Moorfields, and attempted to ravish her, but the poor woman, who was the wife of a watchman and sold gingerbread in the streets, doing all in her power to resist his villainous attacks, he beat her so cruelly that streams of blood issued from her eyes and mouth, one of her arms was broken, some of her teeth were knocked out, her head was bruised in a most dreadful manner, and one of her eyes was forced from the socket. Some persons, hearing the cries of the unhappy creature, repaired to the spot, took Price into custody, and lodged him in the watch-house; and the woman, being attended by a surgeon and a nurse, was unable to speak, but she answered the nurse's questions by signs, and in that manner described what had happened to her. She died, after having languished 4 days. The prisoner, on his trial, denied that he was guilty of the murder, but he was found guilty and sentenced to death. He then gave himself up to the use of intoxicating liquors, and continued obstinately to deny his guilt until the day of execution. He then, however, admitted the justice of his punishment, but said that he was in a state of intoxication when he committed the crime for which he suffered. He was executed on the 21st of May 1718 at Bunhill Row, and was afterwards hung in chains at Holloway. It may be remarked that this case affords a striking instance of the absence of the effect of example; for however much the miserable calling of the unhappy man may have hardened his mind, and rendered him callous to those feelings of degradation which would arise in the heart of any ordinary person placed in a similar situation, it cannot be supposed that his fear of the dreadful punishment of death could have been in any degree abated by his having so frequently witnessed its execution in all its horrors. Barbara Spencer, strangled and then burned for coining. This is the first case on record in which any person appears to have been executed for counterfeiting the coin of the realm. The punishment for this offence, at first, of necessity, severe, to check the alarming prevalence of the crime, has long since been materially mitigated, and although the evil still exists to a great degree, it has been diminished very considerably in consequence of the judicious steps taken by the officers of the Mint. In the month of May 1721, Barbara Spencer, with 2 other women named Alice Hall and Elizabeth Bray, were indicted for high treason in counterfeiting the king's current coin of the realm. The evidence went to prove the 2 latter prisoners to be agents only, and they were acquitted, while Spencer appeared to be the principal, and she was found guilty and sentenced to be burned. It turned out that the prisoner had before been guilty of similar offences, and the sentence was carried into execution, although not in its direct terms. The law which then existed was, indeed, that women convicted of high or petty treason should be burned, but the wisdom and humanity of the authorities provided a more easy death in directing that the malefactor should be strangled while tied to the stake, and that the body should afterwards be consumed by fire. While under sentence of death, the prisoner behaved in the most indecent and turbulent manner, nor could she be convinced that she had been guilty of any crime in making a few shillings. She was for some time very impatient under the idea of her approaching dissolution, and was particularly shocked at the thought of being burned, but at the place of execution she seemed willing to exercise herself in devotion, but was much interrupted by the mob throwing stones and dirt at her. She was strangled and burned at Tyburn on the 5th of July 1721. William Spigot and Thomas Phillips, executed for highway robbery. This case is rendered worthy of notice by the fact that, the prisoners refusing to plead, they were placed under the torture. They were indicted for a robbery upon the King's highway, but refused to plead until some of their property which had been taken from them was returned. This was denied them by the court, under the provisions of the statute of the 4th and 5th William and Mary, and as, in spite of all entreaties, they persisted in their refusal to deny or confess the charge against them, the court ordered that the judgment ordained by law should be read to them. This was, that the prisoner shall be sent to the prison from whence he came, and put into a mean room, stopped from the light, and shall there be laid on the bare ground, without any litter, straw, or other covering, and without any garment about him, except something to hide his privy members. He shall lie upon his back, his head shall be covered, and his feet shall be bare. One of his arms shall be drawn with a cord to one side of the room, and the other arm to the other side, and the legs shall be served in the like manner. Then there shall be laid upon his body as much iron or stone as he can bear, and more. And the first day after he shall have 3 morsels of barley bread without any drink, and the second day he shall be allowed to drink as much as he can, at 3 times, of the water that is next the prison door, except running water, without any bread, and this shall be his diet till he dies. And he against whom this judgment shall be given forfeits his goods to the King. The reading of this sentence producing no effect, they were ordered back to Newgate, there to be pressed to death, but when they came into the press room, Phillips begged to be taken back to plead. The favour was granted, though it might have been denied to him, but Spigot was put under the press, and he continued half an hour with 350 pounds weight on his body, but on the addition of 50 pounds more, he also begged to plead. They were in consequence brought back, and again arraigned, when, the evidence being clear and positive against them, they were convicted and received sentence of death, in consequence of which they were executed at Tyburn on the 8th of February 1721. The prisoner Phillips, after sentence, behaved in a manner which exhibited that he was a person of the most abandoned character. His companion was more attentive to his devotions, but Phillips declared that he did not fear to die, for he was sure of going to heaven. It appeared from the declarations of the prisoners that they had been very successful in their depredations, in the commission of which they were accompanied by a clergyman named Joseph Lindsay, and a lunatic, who had escaped from Bedlam, named Burrows. The mad prattling of the latter caused the apprehension of his companions, while the evidence of the former tended materially to secure their conviction. It is almost needless to add that the remnant of barbarity, the torture, has long since been abolished. Nathaniel Hawes, tortured and afterwards executed for robbery. The case of this prisoner may not prove uninteresting, as connected with that last detailed. Nathaniel Hawes was a native of Norfolk, in which county he was born in the year 1701. His father was a grazier in good circumstances, but dying while the son was an infant, a relation in Hertfordshire took care of his education. At a proper age he was apprenticed to an upholsterer in London, but becoming connected with people of bad character, he robbed his master when he had served only 2 years of his time, for which he was tried at the Old Bailey, and being convicted was sentenced to 7 years' transportation. His sentence was, however, withdrawn on his becoming evidence against the receiver of the stolen property, but the warning which he had received was of no avail, and after having been once in custody for robbery, when he was again admitted King's evidence, he soon joined a fellow with whom he had become acquainted in prison, and meeting a gentleman on Finchley Common, they demanded his money, swearing to murder him if he did not give it to them. The gentleman quitted his horse, and at the same moment seized the pistol which was placed at his throat by the robber, and presenting it to the latter, told him to expect death if he did not surrender himself. His companion having fled, Hawes was now as terrified as he had been insolent, and made no opposition, and the driver of a cart coming up just at the moment, he was easily made a prisoner, conveyed to London, and committed to Newgate. When the sessions came on, and he was brought to the bar, he refused to plead to his indictment, alleging as a reason for so doing that he would die as he had lived, like a gentleman. "The people," said he, "who apprehended me seized a suit of fine clothes which I intended to have gone to the gallows in, and unless they are returned I will not plead, for no one shall say that I was hanged in a dirty shirt and ragged coat." On this, sentence was pronounced that he should be pressed to death, whereupon he was taken from the court, and being laid on his back, sustained a load of 250 pounds weight about 7 minutes, but unable any longer to bear the pain, he entreated he might be conducted back to the court. He then pleaded not guilty, but the evidence against him being conclusive, he was convicted and sentenced to die. He was executed at Tyburn on the 22nd of December 1721. The subject of torture may not be inaptly illustrated by an account given by Stedman of a scene witnessed by him at Surinam, when a young man, a free negro, was tortured for the murder of the overseer of the estate of Altona in the Para Creek. He says, "This man having stolen a sheep to entertain a favourite young woman, the overseer, who burned with jealousy, had determined to see him hanged, to prevent which the negro shot him dead among the sugar canes. For these offences, of course, he was sentenced to be broken alive upon the rack, without the benefit of the coup de grâce or mercy stroke. Informed of the dreadful sentence, he composedly laid himself down upon his back on a strong cross, on which, with his arms and legs extended, he was fastened by ropes. The executioner, also a black man, having now with hatchet chopped off his left hand, next took up a heavy iron bar, with which, by repeated blows, he broke his bones to shivers, till the marrow, blood, and splinters flew about the field, but the prisoner never uttered a groan nor a sigh. The ropes being next unlashed, I imagined him dead, and felt happy, till the magistrates stirring to depart, he writhed himself from the cross, when he fell on the grass, and damned them all as a set of barbarous rascals. At the same time, removing his right hand by the help of his teeth, he rested his head on part of the timber, and asked the bystanders for a pipe of tobacco, which was infamously answered by kicking and spitting on him, till I, with some American seamen, thought proper to prevent it. He then begged his head might be chopped off, but to no purpose. At last, seeing no end to his misery, he declared that though he had deserved death, he had not expected to die so many deaths. "However," said he, "you Christians have missed your aim at last, and I now care not were I to remain thus 1 month longer." After which he sung 2 extempore songs with a clear voice, the subjects of which were to bid adieu to his living friends, and to acquaint his deceased relations that in a very little time he should be with them, to enjoy their company for ever in a better place. This done, he calmly entered into conversation with some gentlemen concerning his trial, relating every particular with uncommon tranquillity. "But," he said abruptly, "by the sun it must be 8 o'clock, and by any longer discourse I should be sorry to be the cause of you losing your breakfast." Then casting his eyes on a Jew, whose name was Deveries, "Apropos, sir," said he, "won't you please to pay me the 10 shillings you owe me?" "For what to do?" "To buy meat and drink, to be sure. Don't you perceive I'm to be kept alive?" Which speech, on seeing the Jew stare like a fool, the mangled wretch accompanied with a loud and hearty laugh. Next, observing the soldier that stood sentinel over him biting occasionally on a piece of dry bread, he asked him how it came to pass that he, a white man, should have no meat to eat along with it. "Because I'm not so rich," answered the soldier. "Then I will make you a present, sir," said the negro. "First pick my hand that was chopped off clean to the bones, next begin to devour my body till you are glutted, then you will have both bread and meat, as best becomes you." Which piece of humour was followed by a second laugh. And thus he continued until I left him, which was about 3 hours after the dreadful execution. Subsequently, on proceeding to the spot, the writer discovered that after the poor wretch had lived thus more than 6 hours, he was knocked on the head by the commiserating sentinel, and that having been raised upon a gallows, the vultures were busy picking out the eyes of the mangled corpse, in the skull of which was clearly discernible the mark of the soldier's musket. Captain John Massey, executed for piracy. Captain Massey was the son of a gentleman of fortune who gave him an excellent education. When young he grew weary of home, and his father having procured him a commission in the army, he served with great credit as lieutenant under the command of the Duke of Marlborough, during the wars in Flanders in the reign of Queen Anne. After this he went with his regiment to Ireland, and at length got appointed to the rank of lieutenant and engineer to the Royal African Company, and sailed in one of their ships to direct the building of a fort. The ship being ill supplied with provisions, the sufferings of the crew were inexpressibly great. Those who lived to get on shore drank so greedily of the fresh water that they were thrown into fluxes, which destroyed them so rapidly that only Captain Massey and a very few of his people were still alive. These, being totally unable to build a fort, and seeing no prospect of relief, began to abandon themselves to despair. But at this time, a vessel happening to come near the shore, they made signals of distress, on which a boat was sent off to their assistance. They were no sooner on board than they found the vessel was a pirate, and, distressed as they had been, they too hastily engaged in their lawless plan, rather than run the hazard of perishing on shore. Sailing from hence, they took several prizes, and at length on the ship reaching Jamaica, Mr. Massey seized the first opportunity of deserting, and repairing to the governor he gave such information that the crew of the pirate vessel were taken into custody, convicted and hanged. Massey might have been provided for by the governor, who treated him with singular respect on account of his services to the public, but he declined his generous offers through an anxiety to visit his native country. On his sailing for England, the governor gave him recommendatory letters to the Lords of the Admiralty, but, astonishing as it may seem, instead of his being caressed, he was taken into custody and committed till a session of Admiralty was held for his trial, when he pleaded guilty, and received the sentence of death. His sentence was subsequently carried out, although it may readily be supposed that due attention was scarcely given to the case, which the interests of the prisoner demanded. End of Part 5. Part 6 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 6. Arundel Cook, Esquire, and John Woodburn, executed for cutting and maiming. The prosecution of these offenders took place under the provisions of a statute passed in the reign of Charles II, commonly called Sir John Coventry's Act, the origin of which we have elsewhere described, and which has since been followed by an enactment more extensive in its operation called Lord Ellenborough's Act. Mr. Cook, who by virtue of his profession as a barrister was entitled to the rank of a squire, was born at Bury St. Edmunds, in Suffolk, and was a man of considerable fortune at the time of his execution. Woodburn, his companion in crime, was a labouring man in his service, who, having a family of 6 children, was induced to join in the commission of the crime, of which he was found guilty, upon the promise of the payment to him of £100 for his aid in the diabolical plan. Mr. Cook, it appears, was married to the daughter of Mr. Crisp, the victim of his attack. The latter was a gentleman of very large property and infirm habit of body, and having made his will in favour of his son-in-law, the latter became anxious to possess the estate, and determined by murdering the old gentleman to secure its immediate transfer to himself. For this purpose he procured the co-operation of Woodburn on the terms which we have already mentioned, and Christmas evening of the year 1721 was fixed upon for the perpetration of the intended murder. Mr. Crisp was to dine with his son-in-law on that day, and Woodburn was directed to lie in wait in the churchyard, which lay between the houses of the old gentleman and his son-in-law, behind a tombstone, in the evening, when, at a given signal, he was to fall upon and kill the former. The time arrived when Mr. Crisp was to depart, and upon his going out, Mr. Cook followed him, and then aided his assistant in a most violent attack upon his father-in-law. The old man was left for dead, but in spite of the wounds which he had received, he crawled back to his daughter, to whom he communicated his suspicions that her husband was the originator of the murderous attempt which had been made. Woodburn was impeached by his sudden disappearance, and, the affair having created a great deal of excitement in the neighbourhood, he was followed and secured, and then he exposed the enormity of his offence by confessing the whole of the circumstances attending its commission. Mr. Cook was also taken into custody, and a bill of indictment was preferred at the ensuing assizes at Bury St. Edmunds, upon which the 2 prisoners were tried and found guilty. Upon their being called up to receive sentence of death, Cook desired to be heard, and the court, complying with his request, he urged that judgment could not pass on the verdict, because the Act of Parliament simply mentions an intention to maim or deface, whereas he was firmly resolved to have committed murder. He quoted several law cases in favour of the arguments he had advanced, and hoped that judgment might be respited till the opinion of the 12 judges could be taken on the case. Lord Chief Justice King, however, who presided on this occasion, declared that he could not admit the force of Mr. Cook's plea consistently with his own oath as a judge, for, said he, it would establish a principle in the law inconsistent with the first dictates of natural reason, as the greatest villain might, when convicted of a smaller offence, plead that the judgment must be arrested because he intended to commit a greater. In the present instance, therefore, judgment cannot be arrested, as the intention is naturally implied when the crime is actually committed. Sentence of death was then passed, and the prisoners were left for execution. After condemnation, the unhappy man Woodburn exhibited signs of the most sincere penitence, but his wretched tempter to crime conducted himself with unbecoming reserve and moroseness, steadily denying his guilt, and employing his most strenuous exertions to procure a pardon. The 3rd of April 1722 was at length fixed for the execution of the sentence, and Cook was hanged at 4 in the morning of that day, in obedience to a request which he made, in order that he should not be exposed to the public gaze, while Woodburn was turned off in the afternoon on the same gallows. The execution took place at Bury St. Edmunds, the crime having been committed within a mile of that place. Christopher Layer, Esquire, executed for high treason. Mr. Layer was a barrister of considerable standing and reputation at the time when he was convicted and executed on a charge of being the projector of a scheme for the destruction of the king and the subversion of the government, which had for its object the elevation of the pretender to the throne of England. Numerous were the plots which had been laid for the same purpose, and frequent were the proceedings which had been had upon complaints laid before the various courts of criminal justice in the kingdom since the year 1715, when the rebellion first broke out, but the plan laid by Mr. Layer was one of those which gained the greatest degree of notoriety. This infatuated man had received a liberal education, and was a member of the Society of the Inner Temple, but being impressed with the possibility of the success of a scheme for the dethronement of the existing monarch, and the elevation of the Pretender to the rank to which it was contended that he was entitled, he made a journey to Rome, in order to confer with that prince upon the propriety of putting his design into execution, promising that he would effect so secret a revolution in England that no person in authority should be apprised of the scheme until it had actually been completed. Having procured the concurrence of the prince, he instantly returned to London, and proceeded to the completion of his preparations. His plan was to hire an assassin to murder the king on his return from Kensington, and, this being done, the other parties engaged in the plot were to seize the guards, and the Prince of Wales and his children and great officers of state were to be secured and confined during the confusion that such an event would naturally produce. Mr. Layer, having settled a correspondence with several Roman Catholics, non-jurors, and other persons disaffected to the government, he engaged a small number of disbanded soldiers, who were to be the principal actors in the intended tragedy. A meeting of the whole of the partisans having however been held at Stratford, they talked so loudly of the plot, that their designs were suspected, and information was conveyed to the authorities, upon which Mr. Layer was taken into custody, under a Secretary of State's warrant, and conveyed to the house of a king's messenger for security. His chambers being searched, papers were found, the contents of which sufficiently indicated his intentions, and witnesses as to repeated declarations on his part in reference to the rebellion having been discovered in the persons of two women who were living under his protection, it was determined that a prosecution should be instantly commenced against him. But it was not until he had nearly given his jailers the slip that this determination was carried into execution with effect, for it appears that the prisoner became convinced of the practicability of an escape from the room where he was confined, through an ale-house which was situated at the back of the messenger's house, and resolved to make the attempt to procure his liberty. He therefore formed a rope of his blanket, and dropping from the window of his apartment, he fell into the yard below, unscathed, but in his descent he overset a bottle rack, and from the noise which was caused, the family of the house was disturbed. Mr. Layer managed nevertheless to gain the street in the confusion which prevailed, but being instantly pursued by officers, he was traced to have taken a boat at the Horse Ferry, Westminster, from thence to St. George's Fields, and he was at length overtaken at Newington Butts. On the following day he was committed to Newgate, and a grand jury of the county of Essex having found a true bill against him for high treason, his trial came on before Chief Justice Pratt and the other judges of the Court of King's Bench, in the month of January 1723, when, after an inquiry which lasted 16 hours, he was found guilty and sentenced to death in the customary manner. As he had some important affairs to settle from the nature of his profession, the court did not order his execution till more than 2 months after he had been condemned, and the king repeatedly reprieved him to prevent his clients being sufferers by his affairs being left in a state of confusion. After conviction, Mr. Layer was committed to the Tower, and at length the sheriffs of London and Middlesex received a warrant to execute the sentence of law. He was carried to Tyburn on a sledge on the 15th of March 1723, to be hanged, being dressed in a suit of black, full trimmed, and wearing a tie wig. At the place of execution he was assisted in his devotions by a non-juring clergyman, and when these were ended, he spoke to the surrounding multitude, declaring that he deemed King James, so he called the Pretender, his lawful sovereign. He said that King George was a usurper, and that damnation would be the fate of those who supported his government. He insisted that the nation would never be in a state of peace till the Pretender was restored, and therefore advised the people to take up arms in his behalf. He professed himself willing to die for the cause, and expressed great hopes that Providence would eventually support the right heir to the throne. His body having been suspended during the accustomed time, it was quartered, and the head was afterwards exposed on Temple Bar. Among others concerned in this strange scheme was Lord Grey, an ancient nobleman of the Roman Catholic religion, who died a prisoner in the Tower before the necessary legal proceedings against him could take place. Philip Roach, executed for piracy and murder. This fellow was a native of Ireland, and having during his youth followed a seafaring life, he was advanced to the position of first mate on board a West Indiaman, which sailed to and from Barbados. Having, however, become acquainted with a fisherman named Neal, who hinted to him that large sums of money might be acquired by insuring ships and then causing them to be sunk, to defraud the insurers, he was wicked enough to listen to this horrid idea, and being recommended to a gentleman who had a ship bound to Cape Breton, he got a station on board, next in command to the captain, by whom he was entrusted with the management of the vessel. On the voyage it would appear that he would have abstained from carrying out his diabolical plan, but having brought some Irishmen on board with him, they persisted in pursuing their original design, or in demanding that the vessel should be seized. Accordingly, one night, when the captain and most of the crew were asleep, Roach gave the orders to 2 of the seamen to furl the sails, which being immediately done, the poor fellows no sooner descended on the deck than Roach and his associates murdered them and threw them overboard. At this instant a man and a boy at the yard arm, observing what passed, and dreading a similar fate, hurried toward the topmast head, when one of the Irishmen, named Cullen, followed them, and seizing the boy, threw him into the sea. The man, thinking to effect at least a present escape, descended to the main deck, but he was instantly butchered and committed to the deep. The noise occasioned by these transactions had alarmed the sailors below, and they hurried up with all possible expedition, but were severally seized and murdered as fast as they came on deck, and were thrown into the sea. At length the master and mate came on the quarter-deck, but they were doomed to share the same fate as their unhappy shipmates. These execrable murders being perpetrated, the murderers determined to commence pirates, and that Roach should be the captain as the reward of his superior villainy. They had intended to sail up the Gulf of St. Lawrence, but as they were within a few days' voyage of the Bristol Channel, when the bloody tragedy was acted, and found themselves short of provisions, they put into Portsmouth, and having given the vessel a fictitious name, they painted her afresh, and then sailed for Rotterdam. At this city they disposed of their cargo, and took in a fresh one, and being unknown, an English gentleman named Annesley shipped considerable property on board, and took his passage with them for the port of London. But the villains threw this unfortunate gentleman overboard, after they had been only 1 day at sea. When the ship arrived in the River Thames, Mr. Annesley's friends made inquiry after him, in consequence of his having sent letters to England, describing the ship in which he proposed to embark. But Roach denied any knowledge of the gentleman, and even disclaimed his own name. Notwithstanding his confident assertions, it was rightly presumed who he was, and a letter which he sent to his wife being stopped, he was taken into custody, and carried before the Secretary of State for examination. While there, having denied that he was the person he was taken to be, his intercepted letter was shown to him, on which he instantly confessed his crimes, and was committed to take his trial. He was subsequently hanged at Execution Dock on the 5th of August 1723. Joseph Blake, alias Blueskin, executed for housebreaking. At about this time, London and its vicinity were infested by a gang of villains of the most desperate character, of whom this criminal was the captain. With his name are associated those of offenders whose exploits, though they may be better known, were not more daring or more villainous. The notorious Jonathan Wild, whose system of atrocity will be found to be exposed in the notice given hereafter of his life and death, and his no less notorious victim and coadjutor Jack Sheppard, were both intimately connected with the proceedings of Blake, while others of equal celebrity filled up the number of his followers. The Mint in Southwark was, during the early part of the life of these offenders, a place which, being by a species of charter freed from the intrusion of the bailiffs, formed an admirable hiding place and retreat for criminals as well as debtors. A system of watch and ward was maintained among them, and like the Alsatia of Sir Walter Scott's admirable novel The Fortunes of Nigel, which is now known by the name of White Friars, its privacy was seldom intruded upon by the appearance of the officers of justice. The salutary laws of the commencement of the reign of the Hanover family, however, soon caused these dens of infamy to be rooted out, and the districts referred to are now known only by repute, as having been privileged in the manner which has been described. To return to the subject of our present narrative. He was a native of London, and having been sent to school at the age of 6 years, he displayed more intelligence in acquiring a proficiency in the various arts of roguery than in becoming acquainted with those points of decent instruction with which his parents desired he should make himself intimate. While at school he formed an acquaintance with a lad of his own age named Blewett, who afterwards with himself became a member of Jonathan Wild's gang. No sooner had they left school than they started in life as pickpockets, and our hero, before he attained the age of 15 years, had been in half the prisons in the metropolis. From this they turned street robbers, and forming connections with others, their proceedings became notorious, and they were apprehended. Blake, however, was admitted evidence against his companions, who were convicted, and having by that means obtained his own acquittal, he claimed a part of the reward offered by the government. He was informed by the court that his demand could not be granted because he was not a voluntary evidence, since, so far from having surrendered, he had made an obstinate resistance, and was much wounded before he was taken, and instead of rewarding him, they ordered him to find security for his good behaviour, or to be transported. Not being able to give the requisite bail, he was lodged in Wood Street Compter, and there he remained for a considerable period, during which his patron, Wild, allowed him 3 and 6pence per week. At length he prevailed upon 2 gardeners to enter into the necessary sureties, and their recognisance having been taken by Sir John Fryer for his good behaviour for 7 years, he once more regained his liberty. The object was, however, no sooner attained than he was concerned in several robberies with Jack Sheppard, and they at length committed that offence for which Blueskin was executed. We have already said that he had become notorious for the daring which he displayed, and the frequency of his attacks upon the property of others, and he had become no less celebrated among his companions, who favoured him with the appellation of Blueskin from the darkness of his complexion, and had besides honoured him by dubbing him captain. At the October sessions of the Old Bailey, 1723, he was indicted under the name of Joseph Blake, alias Blueskin, for breaking and entering the dwelling house of William Kneebone, in St. Clement's churchyard, and stealing 108 yards of woollen cloth, value £36, and other property. It was sworn by the prosecutor that the entry was effected by cutting the bars of his cellar window, and by subsequently breaking open the cellar door, which had been bolted and padlocked, and that afterwards, on his going to Jonathan Wild and acquainting him with what had occurred, he was conducted to Blake's lodgings, for the purpose of procuring his apprehension. The prisoner refusing to open the door, Quilt Arnold, one of Wild's men, broke it open. On this Blake drew a penknife and swore that he would kill the first man that entered, in answer to which Arnold said, "Then I am the first man, and Mr. Wild is not far behind, and if you don't deliver your penknife immediately, I will chop your arm off." Hereupon the prisoner dropped the knife, and Wild entering, he was taken into custody. It further appeared that as the parties were conveying Blake to Newgate, they came by the house of the prosecutor, on which Wild said to the prisoner, "There's the ken," and the latter replied, "Say no more of that, Mr. Wild, for I know I am a dead man, but what I fear is, that I shall afterwards be carried to Surgeon's Hill and anatomized." To which Wild replied, "No, I'll take care to prevent that, for I'll give you a coffin." William Field, an accomplice, who was evidence on the trial, swore that the robbery was committed by Blake, Sheppard, and himself, and the jury brought in a verdict of guilty. As soon as the verdict was given, Blake addressed the court in the following terms: "On Wednesday morning last, Jonathan Wild said to Simon Jacobs, then a prisoner, 'I believe you will not bring £40 this time,' alluding to the reward paid by the government. 'I wish Joe,' meaning me, 'was in your case, but I'll do my endeavour to bring you off as a single felon.' And then turning to me, he said, 'I believe you must die. I'll send you a good book or two, and provide you a coffin, and you shall not be anatomized.'" The prisoner having been convicted, it was impossible that this revelation of the circumstances under which he was impeached could be noticed. But subsequent discoveries distinctly showed that Wild's system was precisely that which was pointed out, namely, to lead on those who chose to submit themselves to his guidance, to the full extent to which they could go, so as to be useful to him, and then to deliver them over to justice for the offences in which he had been the prime mover, securing to himself the reward payable upon their conviction. His position screened him from punishment, while his power ensured the sacrifice of the victims, who had so long been his slaves. It appears that Wild was near meeting his end in this case. He was to have given evidence against Blake, but going to visit him in the bail dock, previous to his trial, the latter suddenly drew a clasped penknife, with which he cut Jonathan's throat. The knife was blunt, and the wound, though dangerous, did not prove mortal, but the informer was prevented from giving the evidence which had been expected from him. While under sentence of death, Blake did not show a concern proportioned to his calamitous situation. When asked if he was advised to commit the violence on Wild, he said no, but that a sudden thought entered his mind. Had it been premeditated, he would have provided a knife, which would have cut off his head at once. On the nearer approach of death, he appeared still less concerned, and it was thought that his mind was chiefly bent on meditating means of escaping; but, seeing no prospect of getting away, he took to drinking, which he continued to the day of his death, and he was observed to be intoxicated even while he was under the gallows. He was executed at Tyburn on the 11th of November, 1723. End of Part 6. Part 7 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 7. John Sheppard, executed for housebreaking. The prisoner, whose name heads this article, was a companion and fellow in crime to the notorious Blueskin. The name of Jack Sheppard is one which needs no introduction. His exploits are so notorious that nothing more is necessary than to recount them. Sheppard was born in Spitalfields in the year 1702. His father was a carpenter, and bore the character of an honest man, but dying when his son was yet young, he, as well as a younger brother, Tom Sheppard, soon became remarkable for their disregard for honesty. Our hero was apprenticed to a carpenter in Wych Street, like his father, and during the first 4 years of his service he behaved with comparative respectability, but frequenting a public house, called the Black Lion, in Drury Lane, he became acquainted with Blueskin, his subsequent companion in wickedness, and Wild, his betrayer, as well as with some women of abandoned character, who afterwards also became his coadjutors. His attentions were more particularly directed to one of them, named Elizabeth Lyon, or Edgeworth Bess, as she was familiarly called from the town in which she was born, and while connected with her he frequently committed robberies at the various houses in which he was employed as a workman. He was, however, also acquainted with a woman named Maggot, who persuaded him to commit his first robbery in the house of Mr. Baines, a piece broker in White Horse Yard, Drury Lane. He was at this time still resident at his master's house, and having stolen a piece of fustian, he took it home to his trunk, and then returning to the house which he was robbing, he took the bars out of the cellar window, entered, and stole goods and money to the amount of £22, which he carried to Maggot. As Sheppard did not go home that night, nor on the following day, his master suspected that he had made bad connections, and searching his trunk found the piece of fustian that had been stolen; but Sheppard, hearing of this, broke open his master's house in the night, and carried off the fustian, lest it should be brought in evidence against him. This matter received no further attention, but Sheppard's master seemed desirous still to favour him, and he remained some time longer in the family; but after associating himself with the worst of company, and frequently staying out the whole night, his master and he quarrelled, and the headstrong youth totally absconded in the last year of his apprenticeship. Jack now worked as a journeyman carpenter, with a view to the easier commission of robbery, and being employed to assist in repairing the house of a gentleman in Mayfair, he took an opportunity of carrying off a sum of money, a quantity of plate, some gold rings, and 4 suits of clothes. Not long after this, Edgeworth Bess was apprehended, and lodged in the roundhouse of the parish of St. Giles, where Sheppard went to visit her; but the beadle refusing to admit him, he knocked him down, broke open the door, and carried her off in triumph, an exploit which acquired him a high degree of credit among his companions. Tom Sheppard being now as deep in crime as his brother, he prevailed on Jack to lend him 40 shillings, and take him as a partner in his robberies. The first act they committed in concert was the robbing of a public house in Southwark, whence they carried off some money and wearing apparel, but Jack permitted his brother to reap the whole advantage of this booty. Not long after this, in conjunction with Edgeworth Bess, They broke open the shop of Mrs. Cook, a linen draper in Clare Market, and carried off goods to the value of £55, and in less than a fortnight afterwards they stole some articles from the house of Mr. Phillips in Drury Lane. Tom Sheppard, going to sell some of the goods stolen at Mrs. Cook's, was apprehended, and committed to Newgate, when, in the hope of being admitted an evidence, he impeached his brother and Bess, but they were sought for in vain. At length James Sykes, otherwise called Hell and Fury, one of Sheppard's companions, meeting with him in St. Giles's, enticed him into a public house, in the hope of receiving a reward for apprehending him; and while they were drinking, Sykes sent for a constable, who took Jack into custody, and carried him before a magistrate. After a short examination, he was sent to St. Giles's round house, but he broke through the roof of that place, and made his escape in the night. Within a short time after this, as Sheppard and an associate named Benson were crossing Leicester Fields, the latter endeavoured to pick a gentleman's pocket of his watch, but failing in the attempt, the gentleman called out "A pickpocket!" on which Sheppard was taken and lodged in St. Anne's Roundhouse, where he was visited by Edgeworth Bess, who was detained on suspicion of being one of his accomplices. On the following day they were carried before a magistrate, and some persons appearing who charged them with felonies, they were committed to the New Prison; but as they passed for husband and wife, they were permitted to lodge together in a room known by the name of the Newgate Ward. They were here visited by many of their friends, Blueskin among the number, and being provided by them with the implements necessary to enable them to escape, Jack proceeded to secure the object which he had in view with that alacrity and energy which always characterized his actions. The removal of his fetters by means of a file was a work which occupied him a very few minutes, and he then, with the assistance of his companion, prepared for flight. The first obstacle which presented itself to them was in the shape of the heavy cross bars which defended the aperture by which light and air were admitted to their cell, but the application of their file soon removed the difficulty. There was then another point of a more dangerous character to overcome, the descent to the yard. Their window was 25 feet in height, and the only means of reaching the earth was by the employment of their blankets as ropes. These, however, would not enable them to touch the ground, but they found that there was a considerable distance for them to drop, even after they should have arrived at the extreme end of their cord. Gallantry induced our hero to give the first place to Bess, and she, having stripped off a portion of her clothes so as to render herself lighter, descended in perfect safety. Jack followed, and they found some consolation in their being at least without the jail, although there were yet the walls of the yard to climb. These were topped with a strong chevaux de frise of iron, and were besides 22 feet high, but passing round them until they came to the great gates, the adventurous pair found means by the locks and bolts, by which they were held together, to surmount this, apparently the greatest difficulty of all, and they once again stood on the open ground outside the jail. Bess having now reassumed the clothes, of which she had denuded herself in order that she might be the more agile in her escape, and which she had taken the precaution to throw over the wall before her, she and her paramour, once more enjoying the free air of liberty, marched into town. It may readily be supposed that our hero's fame was increased by the report of this exploit, and all the thieves of St. Giles's soon became anxious to become his pals. He did not hesitate to accept the companionship of two of them, named Grace, a cooper, and Lamb, an apprentice to a mathematical instrument maker, and at the instigation of the latter they committed a robbery in the house of his master, near St. Clement's Church, to a considerable amount. The apprentice, however, was suspected and secured, and being convicted, received sentence of transportation. Our hero, meanwhile, escaped, and joining with Blueskin, they did not fail in obtaining considerable booty. The mode of disposing of the plunder which they adopted was that of employing a fellow named Field to procure them a market, and having committed the robbery at Kneebone's, already mentioned in Blake's memoir, they lodged its proceeds in a stable which they had hired near the Horse Ferry, Westminster. Field was applied to find a customer for the property, and he promised to do so, and was as good as his word, for breaking open the stable he carried off the goods himself, and then conveyed information of the robbery to Wild, alleging that he had been concerned in it. Blueskin, it will have been seen, was tried and convicted for the robbery, and suffered execution; and Sheppard having also been secured, he too was sentenced to death. On Monday, 30th August 1724, a warrant was sent for his execution, together with that of some other convicts, but neither his ingenuity nor his courage forsook him upon this, any more than upon any previous occasion. In the jail of Newgate there was a hatch within the lodge in which the jailers sat, which opened into a dark passage, from which there were a few steps leading to the hold containing the condemned cells. It was customary for the prisoners, on their friends coming to see them, to be conducted to this hatch, but any very close communication was prevented by the surveillance of the jailers, and by large iron spikes which surmounted the gate. The visits of Edgeworth Bess to her paramour were not unattended with advantage to the latter, for, while in conversation, she took the opportunity of diverting the attention of the jailor from her, while she delivered the necessary instruments to Sheppard to assist him in his contemplated escape. Subsequent visits enabled Jack to approach the wicket, and by constant filing he succeeded in placing one of the spikes in such a position as that it could easily be wrenched off. On the evening on which the warrant for his execution arrived, Mrs. Maggott, who was an immensely powerful woman, and Bess going to visit him, he broke off the spike while the keepers were employed in drinking in the lodge, and thrusting his head and shoulders through the aperture, the women pulled him down and smuggled him through the outer room, in which the jailers were indulging themselves, into the street. This second escape not a little increased his notoriety, but an instant pursuit being made, he was compelled to lie close. Consulting with one Page, a butcher, it was determined that they should go to Warndon in Northamptonshire together, where the relations of the latter lived; but on arriving there, being treated with indifference, they immediately retraced their steps to London. On the night after their return they were walking through Fleet Street, when they saw a watchmaker's shop attended only by a boy, and having passed it they turned back, and Sheppard, driving his hand through the window, stole 3 watches, with which they made their escape. They subsequently retired to Finchley for security, but the jailers of Newgate, gaining information of their retreat, took Sheppard into custody, and once more conveyed him to the Stone Jug. Such steps were now taken as it was thought would be effectual to prevent his future escape. He was put into a strong room called the Castle, handcuffed, loaded with a heavy pair of irons, and chained to a staple fixed in the floor. The curiosity of the public being greatly excited by his former escape, he was visited by great numbers of people of all ranks, and scarce any one left him without making him a present in money. Although he did not disdain these substantial proofs of public generosity, which enabled him to obtain those luxuries which were not provided by the city authorities for his prison fare, his thoughts were constantly fixed on the means of again eluding his keepers, and the opportunity was not long wanting when he might carry his design into execution. On the 14th of October the sessions began at the Old Bailey, and the keepers being much engaged in attending the court, he thought rightly that they would have little time to visit him, and therefore that the present juncture would be the most favourable to carry his plan into execution. About 2 o'clock in the afternoon of the following day, one of the keepers carried him his dinner, and having carefully examined his irons and found them fast, he left him. Sheppard now immediately proceeded to the completion of the great work of his life, his second escape from Newgate, in describing which we shall extract from Mr. Ainsworth's work of Jack Sheppard, in which that gentleman has given a lasting fame to our hero, and has founded a most interesting romance on the real circumstances of the life of this daring and extraordinary offender. He says, Jack Sheppard's first object was to free himself from his handcuffs. This he accomplished by holding the chain that connected them firmly between his teeth, and squeezing his fingers as closely together as possible, he succeeded in drawing his wrists through the manacles. He next twisted the heavy gyves around and round, and partly by main strength, partly by a dexterous and well applied jerk, snapped asunder the central link, by which they were attached to the padlock. Taking off his stockings, he then drew up the basils as far as he was able, and tied the fragments of the broken chains to his legs to prevent them from clanking, and impeding his future exertions. Upon a former attempt to make his way up the chimney, he had been impeded by an iron bar which was fixed across it, at a height of a few feet. To remove this obstacle it was necessary to make an extensive breach in the wall. With the broken links of the chain, which served him in lieu of more efficient implements, he commenced operations just above the chimney piece, and soon contrived to pick a hole in the plaster. He found the wall, as he suspected, solidly constructed of brick and stone, and, with the slight and inadequate tools which he possessed, it was a work of infinite skill and labour to get out a single brick. That done, however, he was well aware the rest would be comparatively easy, and as he threw the brick to the ground, he exclaimed triumphantly, "The first step is taken, the main difficulty is overcome." Animated by this trifling success, he proceeded with fresh ardour, and the rapidity of his progress was proclaimed by the heap of bricks, stones, and mortar which before long covered the floor. At the expiration of an hour, by dint of unremitting exertion, he made so large a breach in the chimney that he could stand upright in it. He was now within a foot of the bar, and introducing himself into the hole, he speedily worked his way to it. Regardless of the risk he ran by some heavy stones dropping on his head or feet, regardless also of the noise made by falling rubbish, and of the imminent risk to which he was consequently exposed of being interrupted by some of the jailers, should the sound reach their ears, he continued to pull down large masses of the wall, which he flung upon the floor of the cell. Having worked thus for another quarter of an hour, without being sensible of fatigue, though he was half stifled by the clouds of dust which his exertions raised, he had made a hole about 3 feet wide and 6 high, and uncovered the iron bar. Grasping it firmly with both hands, he quickly wrenched it from the stones in which it was mortised, and leapt to the ground. On examination it proved to be a flat bar of iron nearly a yard in length and more than an inch square. "A capital instrument for my purpose," thought Jack, shouldering it, "and worth all the trouble I have had in procuring it." While he was thus musing, he thought he heard the lock tried. A chill ran through his frame, and grasping the heavy weapon with which chance had provided him, he prepared to strike down the first person who should enter his cell. After listening attentively for a short time without drawing breath, he became convinced that his apprehensions were groundless, and greatly relieved, sat down upon the chair to rest himself and prepare for future efforts. Acquainted with every part of the jail, Jack well knew that his only chance of effecting an escape must be by the roof. To reach it would be a most difficult undertaking. Still it was possible, and the difficulty was only a fresh incitement. The mere enumeration of the obstacles which existed would have deterred any spirit less daring than Sheppard's from even hazarding the attempt. Independently of other risks, and the chance of breaking his neck in the descent, he was aware that to reach the leads he should have to break open 6 of the strongest doors in the prison. Armed, however, with the implement he had so fortunately obtained, he did not despair of success. "My name will not only be remembered as that of a robber," he mused, "but it shall be remembered as that of a bold one, and this night's achievement, if it does nothing else, shall prevent me from being classed with the common herd of depredators." Roused by this reflection, he grasped the iron bar, which, when he sat down, he had laid upon his knees, and stepped quickly across the room. In doing so he had to clamber up the immense heap of bricks and rubbish which now littered the floor, amounting almost to a cartload, and reaching up nearly to the chimney piece, and having once more got into the chimney, he climbed to a level with the ward above, and recommenced operations as vigorously as before. He was now aided with a powerful implement, with which he soon contrived to make a hole in the wall. The ward which Jack was endeavouring to break was called the Red Room, from the circumstance of its walls having once been painted that colour, all traces of which, however, had long since disappeared. Like the castle, which it resembled in all respects, except that it was destitute even of a barrack bedstead, the Red Room was reserved for state prisoners, and had not been occupied since the year 1716, when the jail was crowded by the Preston rebels. Having made a hole in the wall sufficiently large to pass through, Jack first tossed the bar into the room and then crept after it. As soon as he had gained his feet he glanced round the bare black walls of the cell, and oppressed by the misty close atmosphere, exclaimed, "I will let a little fresh air into this dungeon. They say it has not been opened for 8 years, but I won't be 8 minutes in getting out." In stepping across the room, some sharp point in the floor pierced his foot, and stooping to examine it, he found that the wound had been inflicted by a long rusty nail which projected from the boards. Totally disregarding the pain, he picked up the nail and reserved it for future use. Nor was he long in making it available. On examining the door, he found it secured by a large rusty lock, which he endeavoured to pick with the nail he had just acquired, but all his efforts proving ineffectual, he removed the plate that covered it with the bar, and with his fingers contrived to draw back the bolt. Opening the door, he then stepped into a dark narrow passage, leading, as he was well aware, to the chapel. On the left there were doors communicating with the King's Bench ward and the Stone ward, two large holds on the master debtors' side, but Jack was too well versed in the geography of the place to attempt either of them. Indeed, if he had been ignorant of it, the sound of voices, which he could faintly distinguish, would have served as a caution to him. Hurrying on, his progress was soon checked by a strong door, several inches in thickness and nearly as wide as the passage. Running his hand carefully over it in search of the lock, he perceived to his dismay that it was fastened on the other side. After several vain attempts to burst it open, he resolved as a last alternative to break through the wall in the part nearest the lock. This was a much more serious task than he anticipated. The wall was of considerable thickness and built altogether of stone, and the noise he was compelled to make in using the heavy bar, which brought sparks with every splinter he struck off, was so great that he feared it must be heard by the prisoners on the debtors' side. Heedless, however, of the consequences, he pursued his task. Half an hour's labour, during which he was obliged more than once to pause to regain breath, sufficed to make a hole wide enough to allow a passage for his arm up to the elbow. In this way he was able to force back a ponderous bolt from its socket, and to his unspeakable delight he found that the door instantly yielded. Once more cheered by the daylight, he hastened forward and entered the chapel. Situated at the upper part of the south east angle of the jail, the chapel of Old Newgate was divided on the north side into three grated compartments, or pens, as they were termed, allotted to the common debtors and felons. In the north west angle there was a small pen for female offenders, and on the south a more commodious enclosure appropriated to the master debtors and strangers. Immediately beneath the pulpit stood a large circular pen, where malefactors under the sentence of death sat to hear the condemned sermon delivered to them, and where they formed a public spectacle to the crowds which curiosity generally attracted on these occasions. To return, Jack had got into one of the pens on the north side of the chapel. The enclosure by which it was surrounded was about 12 feet high, the under part being composed of oaken planks, the upper part of a strong iron grating, surmounted by sharp iron spikes. In the middle there was a gate. It was locked, but Jack speedily burst it open with the iron bar. Clearing the few impediments in his way, he soon reached the condemned pew, where it had once been his fate to sit, and extending himself on the seat, endeavoured to snatch a moment's repose. It was denied him, for as he closed his eyes, though but for an instant, the whole scene of his former visit to the place rose before him. There he sat as before, with the heavy fetters on his limbs, and beside him sat his three companions who had since expiated their offences on the gibbet. The chapel was again crowded with visitors, and every eye fixed upon him. So perfect was the illusion that he could almost fancy he heard the solemn voice of the ordinary warning him that his race was nearly run, and imploring him to prepare for eternity. From this perturbed state he was roused by the thoughts of his present position, and fancying he heard approaching voices, he started up. On one side of the chapel there was a large grated window, but as it looked upon the interior of the jail, Jack preferred following the course he had originally decided upon to making any attempt in this quarter. Accordingly he proceeded to a gate which stood upon the south, and guarding the passage communicating with the leads. It was grated and crested with spikes, like that he had just burst open, and thinking it a needless waste of time to force it, he broke off one of the spikes, which he carried with him for further purposes, and then climbed over it. A short flight of steps brought him to a dark passage, into which he plunged. Here he found another strong door, making the fifth he had encountered. Well aware that the doors in this passage were much stronger than those in the entry he had just quitted, he was neither surprised nor dismayed to find it fastened by a lock of unusual size. After repeatedly trying to remove the plate, which was so firmly screwed down that it resisted all his efforts, and vainly attempting to pick it with his spike and nail, he at length, after half an hour's ineffectual labour, wrenched off the box by means of the iron bar, and the door, as he laughingly expressed it, was his humble servant. But this difficulty was only overcome to be succeeded by one still greater. Hastening along the passage, he came to the 6th door. For this he was prepared, but he was not prepared for the almost insurmountable difficulties which it presented. Running his hand hastily over it, he was startled to find it one complicated mass of bolts and bars. It seemed as if all the precautions previously taken were here accumulated. Any one less courageous than himself would have abandoned the attempt from the conviction of its utter hopelessness, but though it might for a moment damp his ardour, it could not deter him. Once again he passed his hand over the surface and carefully noted all the obstacles. There was a lock, apparently more than a foot wide, strongly plated, and girded to the door with thick iron hoops. Below it a prodigiously large bolt was shot into the socket, and in order to keep it there was fastened by a hasp, and further protected by an immense padlock. Besides this, the door was crossed and recrossed by iron bars, clenched by broad-headed nails. An iron fillet secured the socket of the bolt and the box of the lock to the main post of the doorway. Nothing disheartened by this survey, Jack set to work upon the lock, which he attacked with all his implements, now attempting to pick it with the nail, now to wrench it off with the bar, but all without effect. He not only failed in making any impression, but seemed to increase his difficulties, for after an hour's toil he had broken the nail, and slightly bent the iron bar. Completely overcome by fatigue, with strained muscles and bruised hands, streaming with perspiration, and with lips so parched that he would gladly have parted with a treasure if he had possessed it for a draught of water, he sunk against the wall, and while in this state was seized with a sudden and strange alarm. He fancied the turnkeys had discovered his flight and were in pursuit of him, that they had climbed up the chimney, entered the bedrooms, tracked him from door to door, and were now only detained by the gate, which he had left unbroken in the chapel. So strongly was he impressed with this idea, that grasping the iron bar with both hands, he dashed it furiously against the door, making the passage echo with the blows. By degrees his fears vanished, and hearing nothing, he grew calmer. His spirits revived, and encouraging himself with the idea that the present impediment, though the greatest, was the last, he set himself seriously to consider how it might be best overcome. On reflection it occurred to him that he might perhaps be able to loosen the iron fillet, a notion no sooner conceived than executed. With incredible labour, and by the aid of both spike and nail, he succeeded in getting the point of the bar beneath the fillet. Exerting all his energies, and using the bar as a lever, he forced off the iron band, which was full 7 feet high, 7 inches wide, and 2 inches thick, and which brought with it, in its fall, the box of the lock, and the socket of the bolt, leaving no further hindrance. Overjoyed beyond measure at having vanquished this apparently insurmountable obstacle, Jack darted through the door. Ascending a short flight of steps, Jack found at the summit a door, which being bolted on the inside, he speedily opened. The fresh air which blew in his face greatly revived him. He had now reached what were called the lower leads, a flat covering part of the prison contiguous to the gateway, and surrounded on all sides by walls about 14 feet high. On the north stood the battlements of one of the towers of the gate. On this side a flight of wooden steps, protected by a handrail, led to a door opening upon the summit of the prison. This door was crested with spikes, and guarded on the right by a bristling semicircle of similar weapons. Hastily ascending the steps, Jack found the door, as he anticipated, locked. He could have easily forced it, but he preferred a more expeditious mode of reaching the roof, which suggested itself to him. Mounting the door he had last opened, he placed his hands on the wall above, and quickly drew himself up. Just as he got on the roof of the prison, St. Sepulchre's clock struck 8. It was instantly answered by the deep note of St. Paul's, and the concert was prolonged by other neighbouring churches. Jack had been thus 6 hours in accomplishing his arduous task. Though nearly dark, there was still light enough left to enable him to discern surrounding objects. Through the gloom he distinctly perceived the dome of St. Paul's, hanging like a black cloud in the air, and nearer to him he remarked the golden ball on the summit of the College of Physicians, compared by Garth to a gilded pill. Other towers and spires, St. Martin's on Ludgate Hill and Christ Church in Newgate Street, were also distinguishable. As he gazed down into the courts of the prison, he could not help shuddering lest a false step might precipitate him below. To prevent the recurrence of any such escape as that just described, it was deemed expedient, in more recent times, to keep a watchman at the top of Newgate. Not many years ago 2 men employed in this duty quarrelled during the night, and in the morning their bodies were found stretched upon the pavement of the yard below. Proceeding along the wall, Jack reached the southern tower, over the battlements of which he clambered, and crossing it, dropped upon the roof of the gate. He then scaled the northern tower, and made his way to the summit of that part of the prison which fronted Giltspur Street. Arrived at the extremity of the building, he found that it overlooked the flat roof of a house, which, as far as he could judge in the darkness, lay at a depth of about 20 feet below. Not choosing to hazard so great a fall, Jack turned to examine the building to see whether any more favourable point of descent presented itself, but could discover nothing but steep walls without a single available projection. Finding it impossible to descend on any side without incurring serious risk, Jack resolved to return for his blanket, by the help of which he felt certain of accomplishing a safe landing on the roof of the house in Giltspur Street. Accordingly he began to retrace his steps, and pursuing the course he had recently taken, scaling the 2 towers and passing along the walls of the prison, he descended by means of the door upon the lower leads. Before he re-entered the prison he hesitated, from a doubt whether he was not fearfully increasing his risk of capture, but convinced that he had no other alternative, he went on. During all this time he had never quitted the iron bar, and now he grasped it with the firm determination of selling his life dearly if he met with any opposition. A few seconds sufficed to clear the passages through which it had previously cost him more than 2 hours to force his way. The floor was strewn with screws, nails, fragments of wood and stone, and across the passage lay the heavy iron fillet. He did not disturb any of the litter, but left it as a mark of his prowess. He was now at the entrance of the chapel, and striking the door over which he had previously climbed a violent blow with the bar, it flew open. To vault over the pews was the work of a moment, and having gained the entry leading to the Red Room, he passed through the first door, his progress being only impeded by the pile of broken stones which he himself had raised. Listening at one of the doors leading to the master debtor's side, he heard a loud voice chanting a bacchanalian melody, and the boisterous laughter that accompanied the song convinced him that no suspicion was entertained in that quarter. Entering the Red Room, he crept through the hole in the wall, descended the chimney, and arrived once more in his old place of captivity. How different were his present feelings compared with those he had experienced on quitting it! Then, full of confidence, he half doubted his power of accomplishing his designs. Now he had achieved them, and felt assured of success. The vast heap of rubbish on the floor had been so materially increased by the bricks and plaster thrown down in his attack upon the wall of the Red Room, that it was with some difficulty that he could find the blanket, which was almost buried beneath the pile. He next searched for his stockings and shoes, and when found put them on. He now prepared to return to the roof, and throwing the blanket over his left arm and shouldering the iron bar, he again clambered up the chimney, regained the Red Room, hurried along the first passage, crossed the chapel, threaded the entry to the lower leads, and in less than 3 minutes after quitting the castle had reached the northern extremity of the prison. Previously to his descent he had left the nail and spike on the wall, and with these he fastened the blanket to the coping stone. This done, he let himself carefully down by it, and having only a few feet to drop, alighted in safety. Having now got fairly out of Newgate for the second time, with a heart throbbing with exultation, he hastened to make good his escape. To his great joy he found a small garret door on the roof of the opposite house open. He entered it, crossed the room, in which there was only a small truckle bed, over which he stumbled, opened another door, and gained the stairhead. As he was about to descend, his chains slightly rattled. "Oh Lud, what's that?" cried a female voice from an adjoining room. "Only the dog," replied the rough tones of a man, and all was again silent. Securing the chain in the best way he could, Jack then hurried down 2 pairs of stairs, and had nearly reached the lobby when a door suddenly opened and 2 persons appeared, one of whom held a light. Retreating as quickly as he could, Jack opened the first door he came to, entered a room, and searching in the dark for some place of concealment, fortunately discovered a screen, behind which he crept. Having lain down here for about 2 hours, he once more proceeded downstairs, and saw a gentleman take leave of the family and quit the house, lighted by the servant, and as soon as the maid returned, he resolved to venture at all hazards. In stealing down the stairs he stumbled against a chamber pot, but instantly recovering himself, he got into the street. By this time it was after 12 o'clock, and passing by the watch house of St. Sepulchre, he bid the watchman good night, and going up Holborn, he turned down Gray's Inn Lane, and at about 2 in the morning he got into the fields near Tottenham Court Road, where he took shelter in a cow house, and slept soundly for about 3 hours. His fetters were still on his legs, and he dreaded the approach of daylight, lest he should be discovered. His mind, however, was somewhat relieved for the present, for at 7 o'clock the rain began to fall in torrents, so that no one ventured near his hiding place. Night coming on, the calls of hunger drove him to seek some refreshment, and going to Tottenham Court Road, he ventured to purchase some bread and cheese and small beer at a chandler's shop. He had during the day been planning various means to procure the release of his legs from the bondage of his chains, and now having 45 shillings in his possession, he attempted to procure a hammer. His efforts, however, proved ineffectual, and he was compelled to return to his shelter for the night. The next day brought him no relief, and having again gone to the chandler's shop, he once more went back to his place of concealment. The next day was Sunday, and he now beat the basils of his irons with a stone, so that he might slip them over his heels, but the master of the cowhouse coming, interrupted him, and demanded to know how he came there, so confined by irons. The answer given was that he had escaped from Bridewell, where he had been confined because he was unable to give security for the payment of a sum of money for the maintenance of a child he had had sworn to him, and the master of the house desiring him to be gone, then quitted him. A shoemaker soon after coming near, Jack called him, and telling him the same story, induced him, by a bribe of 20 shillings, to procure him a hammer and a punch. They set to work together to remove the irons, and his legs were at length freed from this encumbrance at about 5 o'clock. When night came on, our adventurer tied a handkerchief about his head, tore his woollen cap in several places, and also his coat and stockings, so as to have the appearance of a beggar, and in this condition he went to a cellar near Charing Cross, where he supped on roast veal, and listened to the conversation of the company, all of whom were talking of the escape of Sheppard. On the Monday he sheltered himself at a public house of little trade in Rupert Street, and conversing with the landlady about Sheppard, he told her it was impossible for him to get out of the kingdom, and the keepers would certainly have him again in a few days, on which the woman wished that a curse might fall on those who should betray him. On the next day he hired a garret in Newport Market, and soon afterward, dressing himself like a porter, he went to Blackfriars, to the house of Mr. Appleby, printer of the dying speeches, and delivered a letter, in which he ridiculed the printer and the ordinary of Newgate, and enclosed a communication for one of the keepers of the gaol. Some nights after this he broke open the shop of Mr. Rawlins, a pawnbroker, in Drury Lane, where he stole a sword, a suit of wearing apparel, some snuff boxes, rings, watches, and other effects to a considerable amount, and determining to make the appearance of a gentleman among his old acquaintance in Drury Lane and Clare Market, he dressed himself in a suit of black and a tie wig, wore a ruffled shirt, a silver hilted sword, a diamond ring, and a gold watch, and joined them at supper, though he knew that diligent search was making after him at that very time. On the 31st of October he dined with 2 women at a public house in Newgate Street, and about 4 in the afternoon they all passed under Newgate in a hackney coach, having first drawn up the blinds. Going in the evening to a public house in Maypole Alley, Clare Market, Sheppard sent for his mother and treated her with brandy, when the poor woman dropped on her knees and begged that he would immediately retire from the kingdom. He promised to do so, but now being grown mad from the effects of the liquor he had drunk, he wandered about from public house to public house in the neighbourhood, till near 12 o'clock at night, when he was apprehended in consequence of the information of an alehouse boy who knew him. When taken into custody he was quite senseless, and was conveyed to Newgate in a coach without being capable of making any resistance, although he had 2 loaded pistols in his possession at the time. He was now lodged securely enough, and his fame being increased by his recent exploits, he was visited by many persons of distinction, whom he diverted by a recital of the particulars of many robberies in which he had been concerned, but he invariably concluded his narration by expressing a hope that his visitors would endeavour to procure the exercise of the royal mercy on his behalf, to which he considered that his remarkable dexterity gave him some claim. Having been already convicted, it was unnecessary that the forms of a trial should be again gone through, and on the 10th of November he was carried to the bar of the Court of King's Bench, when a record of his conviction having been read, and an affidavit made that he was the same person alluded to in it, sentence of death was passed upon him by Mr. Justice Powis, and a rule of court was made for his execution on the following Monday. He subsequently regularly attended chapel in the gaol, and behaved there with apparent decency, but on quitting its walls he did not hesitate to endeavour to prevent any seriousness among his fellow prisoners. All his hopes were still fixed upon his being pardoned, and even when the day of execution arrived, he did not appear to have given over all expectations of eluding justice; for having been furnished with a penknife, he put it in his pocket, with a view, when the melancholy procession came opposite Little Turnstile, to have cut the cord that bound his arms, and throwing himself out of the cart among the crowd, to have run through the narrow passage where the sheriff's officers could not follow on horseback, and he had no doubt but he should make his escape by the assistance of the mob. It was not impossible that this scheme might have succeeded, but before Sheppard left the press yard, one Watson, an officer, searching his pockets, found the knife, and was cut with it so as to occasion a great effusion of blood. He, however, had yet a farther view to his preservation even after execution, for he desired his acquaintance to put him into a warm bed as soon as he should be cut down, and try to open a vein, which he had been told would restore him to life. He behaved with great decency at the place of execution, and confessed that he had committed 2 robberies, for which he had been tried, but had been acquitted. His execution took place at Tyburn on the 16th of November 1724, in the 23rd year of his age. He died with difficulty, and there were not wanting those among the crowd assembled who pitied him for the fate which befell him at so early a period of his life. When he was cut down, his body was delivered over to his friends, who carried it to a public house in Long Acre, from which it was removed in the evening and buried in the churchyard of St. Martin's in the Fields. The adventures of this notorious offender excited more attention than those of many of our most celebrated warriors. He was for a considerable time the principal subject of conversation in all ranks of society. Histories of his life issued from the press in a variety of forms. A pantomimic entertainment was brought forward at Drury Lane Theatre called Harlequin Sheppard, wherein his adventures, prison breakings, and other extraordinary escapes were represented, and another dramatic work was published as a farce of 3 acts called The Prison Breaker, or The Adventures of John Sheppard, and a part of it, with songs, catches, and glees added, was performed at Bartholomew Fair, under the title of The Quaker's Opera. The arts, too, were busied in handing to posterity memoranda for us never to follow the example of Jack Sheppard. Sir James Thornhill, the first painter of the day, painted his portrait, from which engravings in mezzotinto were made, and the few still in preservation are objects of curiosity. On this subject the following lines were written at the time: Thornhill, 'tis thine to gild with fame the obscure, and raise the humble name, to make the form elude the grave, and Sheppard from oblivion save. Though life in vain the wretch implores, and exile on the farthest shores, thy pencil brings a kind reprieve, and bids the dying robber live. This piece to latest time shall stand, and show the wonders of thy hand. Thus former masters graced their name, and gave egregious robbers fame. Apelle Alexander drew, Caesar is to Aurelius due, Cromwell in Lilly's work doth shine, and Sheppard, Thornhill, lives in thine. In modern times the adventures of Sheppard and his contemporaries have become even better known and more remarked, in consequence of the work to which we have already alluded, and from which we have made an extract which details his exploits with great exactness, but at the same time gives to them a degree of romantic interest to which they are hardly entitled. The rage for housebreakers has become immense, and the fortunes of the most notorious and the most successful of thieves have been made the subject of entertainments at no fewer than 6 of the London theatres. Blewett, whose name is mentioned in the foregoing sketch as one of the earliest companions of Sheppard, was eventually hanged, with others, for the murder of a fellow named Ball, a publican and ex-thief, who lived in the Mint, and who had provoked the anger of his murderers by threatening to denounce them. Their execution took place on the 12th of April 1726. End of Part 7. Part 8 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 8. Jonathan Wild, executed for feloniously conniving with thieves. The name of this most notorious offender must be familiar to all. His arts and practices are scarcely less universally known. The power exercised by him over thieves of all classes and of both sexes was so great as that he may have been considered their chief and director, at the same time that he did not disdain to become their coadjutor, or the participator in the proceeds of their villainy. The system which he pursued will be sufficiently disclosed in the notices which follow of the various transactions in which he was engaged, but it appears to have been founded upon the principle of employing a thief so long as his efforts proved profitable, or until their suspension should be attended with advantage, and then of terminating his career in the most speedy and efficacious manner by the gallows. The subject of this narrative was born at Wolverhampton, in Staffordshire, about the year 1682, and his parents being persons of decent character and station, he was put to school, where he gained a competent knowledge of the ordinary minor branches of education. At the age of 15 he was apprenticed to a buckle maker at Birmingham, and at the age of 22, his time having expired, he was united to a young woman of respectability, whom he was well able to support by the exercise of his trade. His wife soon afterwards presented him with a son, but getting tired of a life of quietude, he started for London, leaving his wife and child destitute, and soon gained fresh employment. His disposition, however, led him into extravagances, and having contracted some debts, he was arrested and thrown into Wood Street Compter, where, according to his own statement, it was impossible but he must, in some measure, be led into the secrets of the criminals there under confinement, and particularly under Mr. Hitchin's management. He remained in prison upwards of 4 years, and the opportunity which was afforded him of becoming acquainted with the persons as well as the practices of thieves was not lost upon him. A woman named Mary Milliner, one of the most abandoned prostitutes and pickpockets on the town, who was also in custody for debt, soon attracted his attention, and an intimacy having commenced in the prison, on their discharge they lived together as man and wife. The possession of a small sum of money having been obtained, they opened a public house in Cock Alley, Cripplegate, and from the notoriety of Mrs. Milliner and her intimate acquaintance with the thieves of the metropolis, it soon became the resort of the lowest of the class. While Wild was thus pursuing his course to his pecuniary advantage, however, he lost no time in acquiring a proficiency in all the arts of knavery, and having, with great assiduity, penetrated into the secrets of his customers, he started as a fence, or receiver of stolen goods, and by this means he obtained that power which subsequently proved so useful to him, and so dangerous to those who entrusted him with their secrets. He was at first at little trouble to dispose of the articles brought to him by thieves at something less than their real value, no law existing for the punishment of the receivers of stolen goods, but the evil having increased at length to an enormous degree, it was deemed expedient by the legislature to frame a law for its suppression, and an act was therefore passed, consigning such as should be convicted of receiving goods, knowing them to have been stolen, to transportation for the space of 14 years. This was a check of no very trifling character to his proceedings, but his imagination suggested to him a plan by which he would save himself from all his profits being lost. He therefore called a meeting of thieves, and observed that, if they carried their booties to such of the pawnbrokers as were known to be not much affected by scruples of conscience, they would scarcely receive on the property 1/4 of the real value, and that if they were offered to strangers, either for sale or by way of deposit, it was a chance of 10 to 1 but the parties offering were rendered amenable to the laws. The most industrious thieves, he said, were now scarcely able to obtain a livelihood, and must either submit to be half starved, or live in great and continual danger of Tyburn. He had, however, devised a plan for removing the inconveniences which existed, which he would act upon most honourably, provided they would follow his advice, and behave towards him with equal honesty. He proposed, therefore, that when they made prize of anything, they should deliver it to him instead of carrying it to the pawnbroker, saying that he would restore the goods to the owners, by which means greater sums might be raised, while the thieves would remain perfectly secure from detection. This proposition was one which met with universal approbation, and the plan was immediately carried into effect, convenient places being established as the depositories of the stolen goods. The plan thus concerted, it became the business of Wild to apply to persons who had been robbed, and pretending to be greatly concerned at their misfortunes, to say that some suspected goods had been stopped by a friend of his, a broker, who would be willing to give them up; and he failed not then to throw out a hint that the broker merited some reward for his disinterested conduct and for his trouble, and to exact a promise that no disagreeable consequences should follow because the broker had omitted to secure the thieves as well as the property. The person whose goods had been carried off was not generally unwilling by this means to save himself the trouble and expense of a prosecution, and the money paid was generally sufficient to remunerate the broker as well as his agent. This trade was successfully carried on for several years, and considerable sums of money were amassed, but at length another and a safer plan was adopted. The name of our hero having become pretty extensively known, instead of applying to the parties who had been plundered, he opened an office, to which great numbers resorted in the hope of obtaining the restitution of their property. In this situation he lost no opportunity of procuring for himself the greatest credit, as well as the greatest profit possible. He made a great parade in his business, and assumed a consequence which enabled him more effectually to impose upon the public. When persons came to his office, they were informed that they must each pay a crown in consideration of receiving his advice. This ceremony being dispatched, he entered into his book the name and address of the applicants, with all the particulars they could communicate respecting the robberies, and the rewards that would be given provided the goods were recovered. They were then required to call again in a few days, when he said he hoped he should be able to give them some agreeable intelligence. Upon returning to know the success of his inquiries, he told them that he had received some information concerning their goods, but that the agent he had employed to trace them had apprised him that the robbers pretended they could raise more money by pawning the property than by restoring it for the promised reward, saying, however, that if he could by any means procure an interview with the villains, he doubted not of being able to settle matters agreeably to the terms already stipulated, but, at the same time, artfully insinuating that the safest and most expeditious method would be to make some addition to the reward, and thus having secured the promise of the largest sum that could be obtained, he would direct a third call, and then the goods would be ready to be delivered. It will be seen that considerable advantages were derived from examining the person who had been robbed, for by that means he became acquainted with particulars which the thieves might omit to communicate, and was enabled to detect them if they concealed any part of their booties. Being in possession of the secrets of every notorious thief, they were under the necessity of complying with whatever terms he thought proper to exact, because they were aware that, by opposing his inclination, they would involve themselves in the most imminent danger of being sacrificed to the injured laws of their country. And thus he was enabled to impose both on the robber and the robbed. The accumulation of money by these artifices enabled Wild to maintain the character of a man of consequence, and to support his imaginary dignity. He dressed in laced clothes, and wore a sword, which martial instrument he first exercised on the person of his accomplice and reputed wife, Mary Milliner, who, having on some occasion provoked him, he instantly struck at her with it, and cut off one of her ears. This event was the cause of separation, but in acknowledgment of the great services she had rendered him, by introducing him to so advantageous a profession, he allowed her a weekly stipend till her decease. In the year 1715, Wild removed from his house in Cock Alley to a Mrs. Seagoe's in the Old Bailey, where he pursued his business with the usual success; but while resident there, a controversy of a most singular character arose between him and a fellow named Charles Hitchin, who had been city marshal, but had been suspended for malpractices, to whom before his adoption of the lucrative profession which he now carried on he had acted as an assistant. These celebrated co-partners in villainy, under the pretext of controlling the enormities of the dissolute, paraded the streets from the Temple Bar to the Minories, searching houses of ill fame and apprehending disorderly and suspected persons. But those who complimented the reformers with douceurs were allowed to practise every species of wickedness with impunity. Hitchin and Wild, however, grew jealous of each other, and an open rupture taking place, they parted, each pursuing the business of thief-taking on his own account. Our readers will doubtless be somewhat surprised to hear that these rivals in villainy appealed to the public, and attacked each other with all possible scurrility in pamphlets and advertisements. Never was the press so debased as in publishing the productions of their pens. Hitchin published what he called The Regulator, or A Discovery of Thieves and Thief-Takers. It is an ignorant and impudent insult to the reader, and replete with abuse of Wild, whom he brands, in his capacity of thief-taker, with being worse than the thief. Wild retorts with great bitterness, but Hitchin, having greatly debased the respectable post of City Marshal, the Lord Mayor suspended him from that office. In order to repair his loss, he determined, as the most prudent step, to strive to bury his aversion, and confederate with Wild. To effect this, he wrote as follows: "I am sensible that you are let into the knowledge of the secrets of the Compter, particularly with relation to the securing of pocket books, but your experience is inferior to mine. I can put you in a far better method than you are acquainted with, and which may be done with safety; for though I am suspended, I still retain the power of acting as constable, and, notwithstanding I cannot be heard before my Lord Mayor as formerly, I have interest among the aldermen upon any complaint. But I must first tell you that you spoil the trade of thief-taking in advancing greater rewards than are necessary. I give but £half-a-crown a book, and when thieves and pickpockets see you and me confederate, they will submit to our terms, and likewise continue their thefts for fear of coming to the gallows by our means. You shall take a turn with me, as my servant or assistant, and we'll commence our rambles this night." Wild, it appears, readily accepted the ex-marshal's proposals, and they accordingly proceeded to take their walks together, imposing upon the unwary and confederating with thieves, whom at the same time they did not hesitate to make their slaves. One or two instances of their mode of doing business may not be uninteresting. They are taken from a pamphlet written by Wild, and may therefore be supposed to be correct. A biscuit baker near Wapping, having lost a pocket book containing among other papers an exchequer bill for £100, applied to Wild for its recovery. The latter advised him to advertise it, and stop the payment of the bill, which he did accordingly; but having no account of his property, he came to Wild several times about it, and at length told him that he had received a visit from a tall man, with a long peruke and sword, calling himself the City Marshal, who asked him if he had lost his pocket book. He said that he had, and desired to know the inquirer's reasons for putting such a question, or whether he could give him any intelligence; but he replied, no, he could not give him any intelligence of it as yet, and wished to be informed whether he had employed any person to search after it. He said that he had employed one Wild, whereupon the marshal told him he was under a mistake, that he should have applied to him, as he was the only person in England that could serve him, being well assured it was entirely out of the power of Wild, or any of those fellows, to know where the pocket book was. This was very certain, he having it at that time in his custody, and begged to know the reward that would be given. The biscuit baker replied that he would give £10, but the marshal said that a greater reward should be offered, for that exchequer bills and those things were ready money, and could immediately be sold, and that if he had employed him in the beginning, and offered £40 or £50, he would have served him. Wild gave it as his opinion that the pocket book was in the marshal's possession, and that it would be to no purpose to continue advertising it, and he advised the owner rather to advance his bidding, considering what hands the note was in, especially as the marshal had often told him how easily he could dispose of bank notes and exchequer notes at gaming houses, which he very much frequented. Pursuant to this advice, the losing party went to the marshal and bid £40 for his pocket book and bill, but "Zounds, sir," said the marshal, "you are too late," and that was all the satisfaction he gave him. Thus was the poor biscuit baker tricked out of his exchequer bill, which was paid to another person, though it could never be traced back. But it happened a short time after, that some of the young fry of pickpockets, under the tuition of the marshal, fell out in sharing the money given them for this very pocket book, whereupon one of them came to Wild, and discovered the whole matter, viz. that he had sold the pocket book with the £100 exchequer note in it, and other bills, to the city marshal, at a tavern in Aldersgate Street for 4 or 5 guineas. The marshal, going one night up Ludgate Hill, observed a well-dressed woman walking before, whom he told Wild was a lewd woman, for that he saw her talking with a man. This was no sooner spoke, but he seized her and asked who she was. She made answer that she was a bailiff's wife. "You are more likely to be a prostitute," said the marshal, "and as such you shall go to the Compter." Taking the woman through St. Paul's churchyard, she desired liberty to send for some friends, but he would not comply with her request. He forced her into the Nag's Head Tavern in Cheapside, where he presently ordered a hot supper and plenty of wine to be brought in, commanding the female to keep at a distance from him, and telling her that he did not permit such vermin to sit in his company, though he intended to make her pay the reckoning. When the supper was brought to the table, he fell to it lustily, and would not allow the woman to eat any part of it with him, or to come near the fire, though it was extreme cold weather. When he had supped, he stared round, and applying himself to her, told her that if he had been an informer, or such a fellow, she would have called for eatables and wine herself, and not have given him the trouble of direction, or else would have slipped a piece into his hand, adding, "You may do what you please, but I can assure you it is in my power, if I see a woman in the hands of informers, to discharge her and commit them. You are not so ignorant but you must guess my meaning." She replied that she had money enough to pay for the supper and about 3 half-crowns more, and this desirable answer being given, he ordered his attendant to withdraw, while he compounded the matter with her. When Wild returned, the gentlewoman was civilly asked to sit by the fire and eat the remainder of the supper, and in all respects treated very kindly, only with a pretended reprimand to give him better language whenever he should speak to her in the future, and, after another bottle drunk at her expense, she was discharged. The object of these allegations on the part of Wild may be easily seen, and the effect which he desired was at length produced, for the marshal having been suspended, and subsequently fined £20 and pilloried for a crime too loathsome to be named, he was at length compelled to retire, and thus he left Wild alone to execute his plans of depredation upon the public. The latter, not unmindful of the tenure upon which his reputation hung, was too wary to allow the discontent to appear among his followers, and therefore he found it to his interest to take care that where he promised them protection, his undertaking should not be neglected or pass unfulfilled. His powers in supporting his word were greater than can be well imagined in the present state of things, where so much corruption has been got rid of, and where his influence among persons in office failed him, his exertions in procuring the testimony of false witnesses to rebut that evidence which was truly detailed, and the nature of which he could always learn beforehand, generally enabled him to secure the object which he had in view. His threats, however, were not less amply fulfilled than his promises, and his vengeance, once declared, was never withdrawn, and seldom failed in being carried out. By his subjecting such as incurred his displeasure to the punishment of the law, he obtained the rewards offered for pursuing them to conviction, and greatly extended his ascendancy over the other thieves, who considered him with a kind of awe, while at the same time he established his character as being a man of great public utility. A few anecdotes of the life and proceedings of this worthy will sufficiently exhibit the system which he pursued. A lady of fortune being on a visit in Piccadilly, her servants, leaving her sedan at the door, went to refresh themselves at a neighbouring public house. Upon their return, the vehicle was not to be found, in consequence of which the men immediately went to Wild, and having informed him of their loss, and complimented him with the usual fee, they were desired to call upon him again in a few days. Upon their second application, Wild extorted from them a considerable reward, and then directed them to attend the chapel in Lincoln's Inn Fields on the following morning during the time of prayers. The men went according to the appointment, and under the piazzas of the chapel perceived the chair, which, upon examination, they found to contain the velvet seat, curtains, and other furniture, and that it had received no kind of damage. A thief of most infamous character, named Arnold Powell, being confined in Newgate on a charge of having robbed a house in the neighbourhood of Golden Square, of a property to a great amount, was visited by Jonathan, who informed him that, in consideration of a sum of money, he would save his life, adding that if the proposal was rejected, he should inevitably die at Tyburn for the offence on account of which he was then imprisoned. The prisoner, however, not believing that it was in Wild's power to do him any injury, bade him defiance. He was brought to trial, but through a defect of evidence he was acquitted. Having gained intelligence that Powell had committed a burglary in the house of Mr. Eastlick, near Fleet Ditch, Wild caused that gentleman to prosecute the robber. Upon receiving information that a bill was found for the burglary, Powell sent for Wild, and a compromise was effected according to the terms which Wild himself had proposed, in consequence of which Powell was assured that his life should be preserved. Upon the approach of the sessions, Wild informed the prosecutor that the first and second days would be employed in other trials, and as he was willing Mr. Eastlick should avoid attending with his witnesses longer than was necessary, he would give timely notice when Powell would be arraigned. But he contrived to have the prisoner put to the bar, and no persons appearing to prosecute, he was necessarily dismissed, and the court ordered Mr. Eastlick's recognisances to be estreated. Powell was ordered to remain in custody till the next sessions, there being another indictment against him, and Mr. Eastlick represented the behaviour of Wild to the court, who reprimanded him with great severity. Powell now put himself into a salivation in order to avoid being brought to trial the next sessions, but notwithstanding this stratagem he was arraigned and convicted, and was executed on the 20th of March 1717. At this time Wild quitted his apartments at Mrs. Seagoe's and hired a house adjoining the Cooper's Arms, on the opposite side of the Old Bailey. His unexampled villainies were now become an object of so much consequence as to excite the particular attention of the legislature, and in the year 1718 an act was passed, deeming every person guilty of a capital offence who should accept a reward in consequence of restoring stolen effects without prosecuting the thief. It was the general opinion that this law would effectually suppress the iniquitous practices he had carried on, but after some interruption to his proceedings he devised means for evading it, which were for several years attended with success. He now declined the custom of receiving money from the persons who applied to him, but upon the second or third time of calling informed them that all he had been able to learn respecting their business was, that if a sum of money was left at an appointed place, their property would be restored the same day. Sometimes, as the person robbed was returning from Wild's house, he was accosted in the street by a man who delivered the stolen effects, at the same time producing a note, expressing the sum that was to be paid for them. But in cases where he supposed danger was to be apprehended, he advised people to advertise that whoever should bring the stolen goods to Jonathan Wild should be rewarded, and no questions asked. In the first two instances it could not be proved that he either saw the thief, received the goods, or accepted of a reward, and in the latter case he acted agreeably to the directions of the injured party, and there appears no reason to criminate him as being in confederacy with the felons. Our adventurer's business had by this time so much increased that he opened an office in Newtoner's Lane, to the management of which he appointed his man Abraham Mendez, a Jew. This fellow proved a remarkably industrious and faithful servant to Jonathan, who entrusted him with matters of the greatest importance, and derived a great advantage from his labours. The species of despotic government which he exercised may be well collected from the following case. He had inserted in his book a gold watch, a quantity of fine lace, and other property of considerable value, which one John Butler had stolen from a house at Newington Green. But Butler, instead of coming to account as usual, gave up his felonious practices, and lived on the produce of his booty. Wild, highly enraged at being excluded his share, determined to pursue every possible means to secure his conviction. Being informed that he lodged at a public house in Bishopsgate Street, he went to it early one morning, while Butler, hearing him ascending the stairs, jumped out of the window of his room, and climbing over the wall of the yard, got into the street. Wild broke open the door of the room, but was disappointed at finding that the man of whom he was in pursuit had escaped. In the meantime Butler ran to a house the door of which stood open, and descending to the kitchen, where some women were washing, he told them that he was pursued by a bailiff, and they advised him to conceal himself in the coal hole. Jonathan, coming out of the ale house, and seeing a shop on the opposite side of the way open, inquired of the master, who was a dyer, whether a man had not taken refuge in his house. The dyer answered in the negative, saying he had not left his shop more than a minute since it had been opened. Wild then requested to search the house, and the dyer having readily complied, he proceeded to the kitchen, and asked the women if they knew whether a man had taken shelter in the house. They also denied that they had, but on his informing them that the man he sought was a thief, they said he would find him in the coal hole. Having procured a candle, Wild and his attendants searched the place without effect, and they examined every part of the house with no better success. He observed that the villain must have escaped into the street, but the dyer saying that he had not quitted the shop, and it was impossible that a man could pass to the street without his knowledge, they all again went into the cellar, and after some time spent in searching, the dyer turned up a large vessel used in his business, and Butler appeared. Butler, however, knowing the means by which an accommodation might be effected, directed our hero to go to his lodging, and look behind the head of the bed, where he would find what would recompense him for his time and trouble. Wild went to the place and found what perfectly satisfied him, but as Butler had been apprehended in a public manner, the other was under the necessity of taking him before a magistrate, who committed him for trial. He was tried at the ensuing sessions of the Old Bailey, but, by the artful management of Wild, instead of being condemned to die, he was only sentenced to transportation. The increased quantity of unclaimed property now in his hands compelled Wild to seek some new mode of disposing of it, in a manner which should benefit him, and with this view he purchased a sloop in order to transport the goods to Holland and Flanders, where he conceived he should find an easy market for them. The command of his vessel was entrusted to a fellow named Johnson, a notorious thief, and Ostend was selected by him as the port to which the vessel should principally trade. The goods, however, not being all disposed of there, he would carry them to Bruges, Ghent, Brussels, and other places. In return, he brought home lace, wine, brandy, and the other commodities of the countries which he visited, which he always contrived to land without affording any trouble to the officers of his Majesty's customs. When this traffic had continued for about 2 years, a circumstance occurred which entirely and effectually prevented its being any longer carried on. 5 pieces of lace were missing on the arrival of the ship in England, and Johnson, deeming the mate to be answerable for its production, deducted their value from the amount due to him for his pay. The latter was naturally violently irritated at this harsh proceeding, and he forthwith lodged an information against his captain for running goods subject to exciseable duties. The vessel was in consequence seized, and Johnson was cast into prison for penalties to the amount of £700. This was of course the ruin of the commercial proceedings, and the only remaining subject to be touched upon in this sketch is that which proved the ruin and the termination of the career of Jonathan Wild. Johnson, having obtained his liberty from the government prosecution, soon returned to his old practices of robbery, but it was not long before a disagreement took place between him and Thomas Edwards, the keeper of a house which was the resort of thieves in Long Lane, with respect to the division of some spoil, and meeting one day in the Strand, a scene of mutual recrimination took place between them, and they were at length both taken into custody. Johnson was bailed by Wild, and Edwards gained his liberty by there being no prosecution against him. But his enmity was now diverted in some degree from Johnson to Wild. He was no sooner at large than he gave information against him, in consequence of which, his warehouses being searched, a great quantity of stolen goods was discovered. It was pretended that the property belonged to Johnson, and Edwards was arrested at his suit for a supposed debt, and lodged in the Marshalsea, but he soon procured bail. His anger against Johnson for this act was much increased, and he determined to have his revenge upon him, and meeting him in the Whitechapel Road, he gave him into the custody of an officer, who conveyed him to a neighbouring alehouse. Wild, being sent for, made his appearance, accompanied by Quilt Arnold, one of his assistants, and they soon raised a riot, in the midst of which the prisoner ran off. Information was immediately given of the escape, and of Wild's interference in it, and the attention of the authorities being now called to this notorious offender, he judged it prudent to abscond, and he remained concealed for 3 weeks. He was unaware of the extent of the danger which threatened him, however, and at the end of that time he returned to his house. Being apprised of this, Mr. Jones, High Constable of Holborn Division, went to his house in the Old Bailey, and on the 15th of February 1725 apprehended him and Quilt Arnold, and took them before Sir John Fryer, who committed them to Newgate on a charge of having assisted in the escape of Johnson. On Wednesday, the 24th of the same month, Wild moved to be either admitted to bail or discharged, or brought to trial that session, and on the following Friday a warrant of detainer was produced against him in court, to which were affixed the following articles of information. 1. That for many years past he had been a confederate with a great number of highwaymen, pickpockets, housebreakers, shoplifters, and other thieves. 2. That he had formed a kind of corporation of thieves, of which he was the head or director, and that, notwithstanding his pretended services in detecting and prosecuting offenders, he procured such only to be hanged as concealed their booty, or refused to share it with him. 3. That he had divided the town and country into so many districts, and appointed distinct gangs for each, who regularly accounted with him for their robberies. That he had also a particular set to steal at churches in time of divine service, and likewise other moving detachments to attend at court on birthdays, balls, &c., and at both houses of parliaments, circuits, and country fairs. 4. That the persons employed by him were for the most part felon convicts, who had returned from transportation before the time for which they were transported was expired, and that he made choice of them to be his agents because they could not be legal evidences against him, and because he had it in his power to take from them what part of the stolen goods he thought fit, and otherwise use them ill or hang them as he pleased. 5. That he had from time to time supplied such convicted felons with money and clothes, and lodged them in his own house, the better to conceal them, particularly some against whom there are now informations for counterfeiting and diminishing broad pieces and guineas. 6. That he had not only been a receiver of stolen goods, as well as of writings of all kinds, for near 15 years past, but had frequently been a confederate, and robbed along with the above-mentioned convicted felons. 7. That in order to carry on these vile practices, and to gain some credit with the ignorant multitude, he usually carried a short silver staff, as a badge of authority from the government, which he used to produce when he himself was concerned in robbing. 8. That he had under his care and direction several warehouses for receiving and concealing stolen goods, and also a ship for carrying off jewels, watches, and other valuable goods to Holland, where he had a superannuated thief for his factor. 9. That he kept in pay several artists to make alterations and transform watches, seals, snuff boxes, rings, and other valuable things, that they might not be known, several of which he used to present to such persons as he thought might be of service to him. 10. That he seldom or never helped the owners to the notes and papers they had lost, unless he found them able exactly to specify and describe them, and then often insisted on having more than half their value. 11. And lastly, it appeared that he had often sold human blood, by procuring false evidence to swear persons into facts of which they were not guilty, sometimes to prevent them from being evidences against himself, and at other times for the sake of the great rewards given by the government. The information of Mr. Jones was also read in court, setting forth that 2 persons would be produced to accuse the prisoner of capital offences. The men alluded to in the affidavit were John Follard and Thomas Butler, who had been convicted, but pardoned on condition of their appearing to support the prosecution against their former master. On the 12th of April, a motion for the postponement of the trial until the ensuing sessions was made on behalf of Wild, and after some discussion was granted, the ground of the postponement being alleged to be the absence of 2 material witnesses for the defence, named Hayes of the Packhorse, Turnham Green, and Wilson, a clothier at Frome in Somersetshire. On Saturday, May 15th, 1725, the trial came on, and the prisoner was then arraigned on an indictment for privately stealing in the house of Catherine Streatham, in the parish of St. Andrew, Holborn, 50 yards of lace, the property of the said Catherine, on the 22nd of January in the same year. He was also indicted for feloniously receiving from the said Catherine, on the 10th of March, the sum of 10 guineas, on account and under pretence of restoring the said lace, and procuring the apprehension and prosecution of the person by whom the same was stolen. Before the trial came on, the prisoner was not a little industrious in endeavouring to establish a feeling in his favour, and he distributed a great number of printed papers among the jurymen and others walking about the court, entitled "A list of persons discovered, apprehended, and convicted of several robberies on the highway, and also for burglaries and housebreaking, and also for returning from transportation, by Jonathan Wild." The list contained the names of 35 persons for robbing on the highway, 22 for housebreaking, and 10 for returning from transportation, and the following note was appended to it: "Several others have been also convicted for the like crimes, but remembering not the persons' names who have been robbed, I omit the criminals' names. Please to observe that several others have been also convicted for shoplifting, picking of pockets, &c. by the female sex, which are capital crimes, and which are too tedious to be inserted here, and the prosecutors not willing of being exposed. In regard therefore of the numbers above convicted, some that have yet escaped justice are endeavouring to take away the life of the said Jonathan Wild." The prisoner being put to the bar, requested that the witnesses might be examined apart, which was complied with. The trial was then commenced, and the first witness called was Henry Kelly, who deposed that by the prisoner's direction he went, in company with Margaret Murphy, to the prosecutor's shop, under the pretence of buying some lace; that he stole a tin box, and gave it to Murphy in order to deliver to Wild, who waited in the street for the purpose of receiving their booty, and rescuing them if they should be taken into custody; that they returned together to Wild's house, where the box being opened was found to contain 11 pieces of lace; that Wild said he could afford to give no more than 5 guineas, as he should not be able to get more than 10 guineas for returning the goods to the owner; that the witness received as his share 3 guineas and a crown, and that Murphy had what remained of the 5 guineas. Margaret Murphy was next sworn, and her evidence corresponded in every particular with that of the former witness. Catherine Streatham, the elder, deposed that between 3 and 4 in the afternoon of the 22nd of January, a man and a woman came to her house pretending that they wanted to purchase some lace; that she showed them 2 or 3 parcels, to the quality and price of which they objected; and that in about 3 minutes after they had left the shop she missed a tin box, containing a quantity of lace, the value of which she estimated at £50. The prisoner's counsel on this contended that he could not be legally convicted, because the indictment positively expressed that he stole the lace in the house, whereas it had been proved in evidence that he was at a considerable distance outside when the fact was committed. They allowed that he might be liable to conviction as an accessory before the fact, or for receiving the property, knowing it to be stolen, but conceived that he could not be deemed guilty of a capital felony, unless the indictment declared, as the Act directs, that he did assist, command, or hire. Lord Raymond, who presided, in summing up the evidence, observed that the guilt of the prisoner was a point beyond all dispute, but that, as a similar case was not to be found in the law books, it became his duty to act with great caution. He was not perfectly satisfied that the construction urged by the counsel for the Crown could be put upon the indictment, and, as the life of a fellow creature was at stake, he recommended the prisoner to the mercy of the jury, who brought in their verdict not guilty. Wild was then arraigned on the second indictment, which alleged an offence committed during his confinement in Newgate. The indictment being opened by the counsel for the Crown, the following cause in an act passed in the 4th year of the reign of George I. was ordered to be read. And whereas there are divers persons who have secret acquaintance with felons, and who make it their business to help persons to their stolen goods, and by that means gain money from them, which is divided between them and the felons, whereby they greatly encourage such offenders, be it therefore enacted by the authority aforesaid, that whenever any person taketh money or reward, directly or indirectly, under pretence or upon account of helping any person or persons to any stolen goods or chattels, every such person so taking money or reward as aforesaid, unless such person do apprehend or cause to be apprehended such felon who stole the same and gave evidence against him, shall be guilty of felony according to the nature of the felony committed in stealing such goods, and in such and the same manner as if such offender had stolen such goods and chattels in the manner and with such circumstances as the same were stolen. Mrs. Streatham then, having repeated the evidence which she had before given, went on to state that on the evening of the robbery she went to the house of the prisoner in order to employ him in recovering the goods, but that not finding him at home, she advertised them, offering a reward of 15 guineas for their return, and promising that no questions should be asked. The advertisement proved ineffectual, and she therefore again went to the house of the prisoner, and seeing him, by his desire, she gave an account of the transaction and of the appearance of the thieves. He promised to inquire after her property, and desired her to call again in a few days. She did so, and at this second visit he informed her that he had gained some information respecting her goods, and expected more; and a man who was present said that he thought that Kelly, who had been tried for passing plated shillings, was the offender. The witness again went to the prisoner on the day on which he was apprehended, and said that she would give 25 guineas rather than not have her lace back, on which he told her not to be in too great a hurry, for that the people who had stolen the lace were out of town, and that he should soon cause a disagreement between them, by which he should secure the property on more easy terms. On the 10th of March she received a message that, if she would go to the prisoner in Newgate and take 10 guineas with her, her lace would be returned to her. She went to him accordingly, and a porter being called, he gave her a letter, saying it was addressed to the person to whom he was directed to apply for the lace, and the porter would accompany her to carry the box home. She declined going herself, and then the prisoner desired her to give the money to the porter, who would go for her and fetch the goods, but said that he could not go without it, for that the people who had the lace would not give it up without being paid. She gave the money, and the man went away, but in a short time he returned with the box sealed up, but not the box which she had lost. On opening it, she found that it contained all her lace except one piece. She asked the prisoner what satisfaction he expected, when he answered, "Not a farthing. I have no interested views in matters of this kind, but act from a principle of serving people under misfortune. I hope I shall soon be able to recover the other piece of lace, and to return you the 10 guineas, and perhaps cause the thief to be apprehended. For the service I can render you, I shall only expect your prayers. I have many enemies, and know not what will be the consequence of this imprisonment." The prisoner's counsel argued that as Murphy had deposed that Wild, Kelly, and she were concerned in the felony, the former could by no means be considered as coming within the description of the act on which the indictment was founded, for the act in question was not meant to operate against the actual perpetrators of the felony, but to subject such persons to punishment as held a correspondence with felons. The counsel for the Crown observed that from the evidence adduced no doubt could remain of the prisoner's coming under the meaning of the act, since it had been proved that he had engaged in combinations with felons, and had not discovered them. The judge was of opinion that the case of the prisoner was clearly within the meaning of the act, for it was plain that he had maintained a secret correspondence with felons, and received money for restoring stolen goods to the owners, which money was divided between him and the felons, whom he did not prosecute. The jury pronounced him guilty, and he was sentenced to be executed at Tyburn on Monday, 24th of May, 1725. While he was under sentence of death, he frequently declared that he thought the services he had rendered the public in returning the stolen goods to the owners and apprehending felons was so great as to justify to entitle him to the royal mercy. He said that he had considered his case as being desperate, but he should have taken timely measures for inducing some powerful friends at Wolverhampton to intercede in his favour, and that he thought it not unreasonable to entertain hopes of obtaining a pardon through the interest of some of the dukes, earls, and other persons of high distinction who had recovered their property through his means. He was observed to be in an unsettled state of mind, and being asked whether he knew the cause thereof, he said he attributed his disorder to the many wounds he had received in apprehending felons, and particularly mentioned 2 fractures of his skull, and his throat being cut by Blueskin. He declined attending divine service in the chapel, excusing himself on the account of his infirmities, and saying that there were many people highly exasperated against him, and therefore he could not expect but that his devotions would be interrupted by their insulting behaviour. He said he had fasted 4 days, which had greatly increased his weakness. He asked the ordinary the meaning of the words Cursed is every one that hangeth on a tree. And what was the state of the soul immediately after its departure from the body? He was advised to direct his attention to matters of more importance, and sincerely to repent of the crime he had committed. By his desire the ordinary administered the sacrament to him, and during the ceremony he appeared to be somewhat attentive and devout. The evening preceding the day on which he suffered, he inquired of the ordinary whether suicide would be deemed a crime, and after some conversation he pretended to be convinced that self-murder was a most impious offence against the Almighty. But about 2 in the morning he endeavoured to put an end to his life by drinking laudanum. On account of the largeness of the dose, and his having fasted for a considerable time, no other effect was produced than drowsiness, or a kind of stupefaction. The situation of Wild being observed by 2 of his fellow prisoners, they advised him to rouse his spirits that he might be able to attend to the devotional exercises, and taking him by the arms they obliged him to walk, which he could not have done alone, being much affected with the gout. The exercise revived him a little, but he presently became exceedingly pale, and then grew very faint. A profuse sweating ensued, and soon afterwards his stomach discharged the greatest part of the laudanum. Though he was somewhat recovered, he was nearly in a state of insensibility, and in this situation he was put into the cart and conveyed to Tyburn. In his way to the place of execution the populace treated him with a remarkable severity, incessantly pelting him with stones and dirt. Upon his arrival at Tyburn he appeared to be much recovered from the effects of the poison, and the executioner informed him that a reasonable time would be allowed him for preparing himself for the important change that he must soon experience. He continued sitting for some time in the cart, but the populace were at length so enraged at the indulgence shown him, that they outrageously called to the executioner to perform the duties of his office, violently threatening him with instant death if he presumed any longer to delay. He judged it prudent to comply with their demands, and when he began to prepare for the execution the popular clamour ceased. About 2 o'clock on the following morning the remains of Wild were interred in St. Pancras churchyard, but a few nights afterwards the body was taken up, for the use of surgeons, as it was supposed. At midnight a hearse and 6 was waiting at the end of Fig Lane, where the coffin was found the next day. Wild had, by the woman he married at Wolverhampton, a son about 19 years old, who came to London a short time before the execution of his father. He was a youth of so violent and ungovernable disposition, that it was judged right to confine him during the time of the execution, lest he should excite the people to some tumult. He subsequently went to one of the West India colonies. The adventures of Wild are of a nature to attract great attention, from the multiplicity and variety of the offences of which he was guilty. It has been hinted that his career of crime having been suffered to continue so long was in some degree attributable to the services which he performed for the government in arresting and gaining information against the disaffected during the troubles which characterised the early part of the reign of George I. But whatever may have been the cause of his being so long unmolested, whatever supineness on the part of the authorities, whether wilful or not, may have procured for him so continued a reign of uninterrupted wickedness, it cannot be doubted that the fact of his long safety tended so much to the demoralisation of society as that many years passed before it would assume that tone which the exertions of a felon like Wild were so calculated to destroy. The existing generation cannot but congratulate itself upon the excellence of the improvements which have been made in our laws, and the admirable effect which they have produced, as well as upon the exceedingly active vigilance of the existing police, by whom crime, instead of its being supported and fostered, is checked and prevented. End of Part 8. Part 9 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 9. Catherine Hayes, burnt alive for the murder of her husband. The case of this atrocious criminal only finds a parallel in that of the monster of modern crime, Greenacre. Catherine Hayes was the daughter of a poor man named Hall, who lived at Birmingham, and having remained with her parents until she was 15 years of age, a dispute then arose, in consequence of which she set off for London. On her way she met with some officers, who, remarking that her person was engaging, persuaded her to accompany them to their quarters at Great Ombersley in Worcestershire. Having remained with them some time, she strolled on into Warwickshire, and was there hired into the house of Mr. Hayes, a respectable farmer. An intimacy soon sprang up between her and the son of her master, which ended in a private marriage taking place at Worcester, and an attempt on the part of the officers to entrap young Hayes into enlisting rendered it necessary to disclose the whole affair to her father. He felt that it would be useless now to oppose his son, in consequence of what had taken place, and he in consequence set him up in business as a carpenter. Mrs. Hayes, however, was of a restless disposition, and persuaded him to enlist, which he did, and his regiment being ordered to the Isle of Wight, his wife followed him. His father bought him off at an expense of £60, and now gave him property to the amount of £26 per annum. But after the marriage had been solemnized about 6 years, Mrs. Hayes prevailed on her husband to come to London. On their arrival in the metropolis, Mr. Hayes took a house, part of which he let in lodgings, and opened a shop in the chandlery and coal trade, in which he was as successful as he could have wished; but exclusive of his profit by shopkeeping, he acquired a great deal of money by lending small sums on pledges, for at this time the trade of pawnbroking was followed by any one at pleasure, and was subjected to no regulation. Mr. Hayes soon found that the disposition of his wife was not of such a nature as to promise him much peace. The chief pleasure of her life consisted in creating and encouraging quarrels among her neighbours. Sometimes she would speak of her husband to his acquaintance in terms of great tenderness and respect, and at other times she would represent him to her female associates as a compound of everything that was contemptible in human nature. On a particular occasion she told a woman that she should think it no more sin to murder him than to kill a dog. At length her husband thought it prudent to remove to Tottenham Court Road, where he carried on his former business, but he then again removed to Tyburn Road, now Oxford Street. He soon amassed what he considered a sufficient sum to enable him to retire from business, and he accordingly took lodgings near the same spot. A supposed son of Mrs. Hayes, by her former connection, who went by the name of Billings, lived in the same house, and he and Mrs. Hayes were in the habit of feasting themselves at the expense of the husband of the latter. During his temporary absence from town, her proceedings were so extravagant that the neighbours deemed it right to make her husband aware of the fact, and on his return he remonstrated with her on the subject, when a quarrel took place, which ended in a fight. It is supposed that at this time the design of murdering Mr. Hayes was formed by his wife, and it was not long before she obtained a seconder in her horrid project in the person of her reputed son. At this time a person named Thomas Wood came to town from Worcestershire, and seeking out Hayes, persuaded him to give him a lodging, as he was afraid of being impressed. After he had been in town only a few days, Mrs. Hayes informed him of the plot which existed, and endeavoured to persuade him to join her and her son. He was at first shocked at the notion of murdering his friend and benefactor, and rejected the proposals; but at length Mrs. Hayes, alleging that her husband was an atheist, and had already been guilty of murdering 2 of his own children, one of whom he had buried under an apple tree, and the other under a pear tree, and besides urging that £1,500, which would fall to her at his death, should be placed at the disposal of her accomplices, he consented. Shortly after this Wood went out of town for a few days, but on his return he found Mrs. Hayes and her son and husband drinking together, and apparently in good humour. He joined them at the desire of Hayes, and the latter boasting that he was not drunk, although they had had a guinea's worth of liquor among them, Billings proposed that he should try whether he could drink 6 bottles of mountain wine, without getting tipsy, and promised that if he did so he would pay for the wine. The proposal was agreed to, and the 3 murderers went off to procure the liquor. On their way it was agreed among them that this was the proper opportunity to carry their design into execution, and having procured the wine, for which Mrs. Hayes paid half a guinea, Mr. Hayes began to drink it, while his intended assassins regaled themselves with beer. When he had taken a considerable quantity of wine, he danced about the room like a man distracted, and at length finished the whole quantity; but not being yet in a state of absolute stupefaction, his wife sent for another bottle, which he also drank, and then fell senseless on the floor. Having lain some time in this condition, he got, with much difficulty, into another room, and threw himself on a bed. While he was asleep, his wife told her associates that this was the time to execute their plan, as there was no fear of any resistance on his part, and accordingly Billings went into the room with a hatchet, with which he struck Hayes so violently that he fractured his skull. At this time Hayes' feet hung off the bed, and the torture arising from the blow made him stamp repeatedly on the floor, which being heard by Wood, he also went into the room, and taking the hatchet out of Billings' hand, gave the poor man 2 more blows, which effectually dispatched him. A woman named Springate, who lodged in the room over that where the murder was committed, hearing the noise occasioned by Hayes' stamping, imagined that the parties might have quarrelled in consequence of their intoxication, and going downstairs, she told Mrs. Hayes that the noise had awakened her husband and child, and herself. Catherine, however, had a ready answer to this. She said some company had visited them, and were grown merry, but they were on the point of taking their leave, and Mrs. Springate returned to her room well satisfied. The murderers now consulted on the best manner of disposing of the body, so as most effectually to prevent detection. Mrs. Hayes proposed to cut off the head, because if the body was found whole it would be more likely to be known, and the villains agreeing to this proposition, she fetched a pail, lighted a candle, and all of them went into the room. The men then drew the body partly off the bed, and Billings supporting the head, while Wood, with his pocket knife, cut it off, and the infamous woman held the pail to receive it, being as careful as possible that the floor might not be stained with blood. This being done, they emptied the blood out of the pail into a sink by the window, and poured several pails of water after it. When the head was cut off, the woman recommended the boiling it till the flesh should part from the bones, but the other parties thought this operation would take up too much time, and therefore advised the throwing it into the Thames, in expectation that it would be carried off by the tide and would sink. This agreed to, the head was put into the pail, and Billings took it under his greatcoat, being accompanied by Wood. But making a noise in going down the stairs, Mrs. Springate called and asked what was the matter. To this Mrs. Hayes answered that her husband was going a journey, and, with incredible dissimulation, affected to take leave of him, pretending great concern that he was under a necessity of going at so late an hour, and Wood and Billings passed out of the house unnoticed. They first went to Whitehall, where they intended to have thrown the head, but the gates being shut, they went to a wharf near the Horse Ferry, Westminster. Billings putting down the pail, Wood threw the head into the dock, expecting it would have been carried away by the stream, but at this time the tide was ebbing, and a lighterman, who was then in his vessel, heard something fall into the dock, but it was too dark for him to distinguish any object. The head being thus disposed of, the murderers returned home, and were admitted by Mrs. Hayes without the knowledge of the other lodgers. The body next became the object of their attention, and Mrs. Hayes proposed that it should be packed up in a box and buried. The plan was determined upon immediately, and a box was purchased, but being found too small, the body was dismembered so as to admit of its being enclosed in it, and was left until night should favour its being carried off. The inconvenience of carrying a box was, however, immediately discovered, and the pieces of the mangled body were therefore taken out, and being wrapped up in a blanket were carried by Billings and Wood to a field in Marylebone, where they were thrown into a pond. In the meantime the head had been discovered, and the circumstance of a murder having been committed being undoubted, every means was taken to secure the discovery of its perpetrators. The magistrates, with this view, directed that the head should be washed clean and the hair combed, after which it was put on a pole in the churchyard of St. Margaret, Westminster, that an opportunity might be afforded for its being viewed by the public. Footnote: it was formerly customary to oblige persons suspected of a murder to touch the murdered body for the discovery of their guilt or innocence. This way of finding murderers was practised in Denmark by King Christianus II, and permitted over all his kingdom. The occasion whereof was this: certain gentlemen being on an evening together in a stove or tavern, fell out among themselves, and from words came to blows, the candles being out, insomuch that one of them was stabbed with a poniard. Now the murderer was unknown by reason of the number, although the person stabbed accused pursuivant of the king's, who was one of the company. The king, to find out the homicide, caused them all to come together in the stove, and standing round the corpse, he commanded that they should, one after another, lay their right hand on the slain gentleman's naked breast, swearing that they had not killed him. The gentlemen did so, and no sign appeared against them. The pursuivant only remained, who, condemned before in his own conscience, went, first of all and kissed the dead man's feet, but as soon as he had laid his hand upon his breast, the blood gushed forth in abundance, both out of his wound and his nostrils, so that, urged by this evident accusation, he confessed the murder, and was, by the king's own sentence, immediately beheaded. Such was the origin of this practice, and was so common in many of the countries in Europe for finding out unknown murderers. Thousands went to witness this extraordinary spectacle, but there were not wanting those among the crowd who expressed their belief among themselves that the head belonged to Hayes. Their suspicions were mentioned by some of them to Billings, but he ridiculed the notion, and declared that Hayes was well and was gone out of town only for a few days. When the head had been exhibited during 4 days, it was deemed expedient that measures should be taken to preserve it, and Mr. Westbrook, a chemist, in consequence received directions to put it into spirits. Mrs. Hayes soon afterwards changed her lodgings, and took the woman Springate with her, paying the rent which she owed, Wood and Billings also accompanying her, and her chief occupation now was that of collecting the debts due to her husband, by means of which she continued to supply her diabolical assistants with money and clothes. Amongst the incredible numbers of people who resorted to see the head was a poor woman from Kingsland, whose husband had been absent from the very time that the murder was perpetrated. After a minute survey of the head, she believed it to be that of her husband, though she could not be absolutely positive, but her suspicions were so strong that strict search was made after the body, on a presumption that the clothes might help her to ascertain it. Meanwhile, Mr. Hayes not being visible for a considerable time, his friends could not help making inquiry after him, and a Mr. Ashby in particular, who had been on the most friendly terms with him, called on Mrs. Hayes and demanded what had become of her husband. Catherine pretended to account for his absence by communicating the following intelligence as a matter that must be kept profoundly secret. "Some time ago," said she, "he happened to have a dispute with a man, and from words they came to blows, so that Mr. Hayes killed him. The wife of the deceased made up the affair on Mr. Hayes promising to pay her a certain annual allowance, but he not being able to make it good, she threatened to inform against him, on which he has absconded." This story was, however, by no means satisfactory to Mr. Ashby, who asked her if the head that had been exposed on the pole was that of the man who had been killed by her husband. She readily answered in the negative, adding that the party had been buried entire, and that the widow had her husband's bond for the payment of £15 a year. Ashby inquired into what part of the world Mr. Hayes was gone, and she said to Portugal, in company with some gentlemen, but she had yet received no letter from him. The whole of this detail seeming highly improbable to Mr. Ashby, he went to Mr. Longmore, a gentleman nearly related to Hayes, and it was agreed between them that Mr. Longmore should call on Catherine and have some conversation with her upon the same subject. Her story to this gentleman differed in its details from that which she had related to Mr. Ashby, and Mr. Eaton, also a friend of Mr. Hayes, being consulted, they determined first to examine the head, and then, if their suspicions were confirmed, to communicate their belief to the magistrates. Having accordingly minutely examined the head, and come to the conclusion that it must be that of their friend Hayes, they proceeded to Mr. Lambert, a magistrate, who immediately issued warrants for the apprehension of Mrs. Hayes and Mrs. Springate, as well as of Wood and Billings, and proceeded to execute them personally. Going accordingly to the house in which they all lived, they informed the landlord of their business, and went immediately to the door of Mrs. Hayes' room. On the magistrate's rapping, the woman asked "Who is there?" and he commanded her to open the door directly, or it should be broken open. To this she replied that she would open it as soon as she had put on her clothes, and she did so in a little more than a minute, when the justice ordered the parties present to take her into custody. At this time Billings was sitting on the side of the bed, bare-legged. Some of the parties remaining below to secure the prisoners, Mr. Longmore went upstairs with the justice and took Mrs. Springate into custody, and they were all conducted together to the house of Mr. Lambert. This magistrate having examined the prisoners separately for a considerable time, and all of them positively persisting in their ignorance of anything respecting the murder, they were severally committed for re-examination on the following day before Mr. Lambert and other magistrates. Mrs. Springate was sent to the Gatehouse, Billings to New Prison, and Mrs. Hayes to Tothill Fields Bridewell. When the peace officers attended by Longmore went the next day to fetch up Catherine to her examination, she earnestly desired to see the head, and it being thought prudent to grant her request, she was carried to the surgeon's, and no sooner was the head shown to her than she exclaimed, "Oh, it is my dear husband's head! It is my dear husband's head." She now took the glass in her arms, and shed many tears while she embraced it. Mr. Westbrook told her that he would take the head out of the glass that she might have a more perfect view of it, and be certain that it was the same; and the surgeon doing as he had said, she seemed to be greatly affected, and having kissed it several times, she begged to be indulged with a lock of the hair; and on Mr. Westbrook expressing his apprehension that she had had too much of his blood already, she fell into a fit. On her recovery she was conducted to Mr. Lambert's to take her examination with the other parties. It is somewhat remarkable that it was on the morning of this day that the body was discovered. As a gentleman and his servant were crossing the fields at Marylebone, they observed something lying in a ditch, and on going nearer to it they perceived that it was some part of a human body. Assistance being procured, the whole of the body was found except the head, and information of the circumstance was conveyed to Mr. Lambert at the very moment at which he was examining the prisoners. The suspicions which already existed were strengthened by this circumstance, and Mrs. Hayes was committed to Newgate for trial, the committal of Billings and Mrs. Springate, however, being deferred till the apprehension of Wood. The latter soon after coming into town, and riding up to Mrs. Hayes' lodgings, was directed to go to the house of Mr. Longmore, where he was told he would find Mrs. Hayes; but the brother of Longmore standing at the door, he immediately seized him, and caused him to be carried before Mr. Lambert. He underwent an examination, but refusing to make any confession, he was sent to Tothill Fields Bridewell. On his arrival at the prison he was informed that the body had been found, and not doubting but that the whole affair would come to light, he begged that he might be carried back to the justice's house. This being made known to Mr. Lambert, the prisoner was brought up, and he then acknowledged the particulars of the murder, and signed his confession. This wretched man owned that since the perpetration of the crime he had been terrified at the sight of every one he met, that he had not experienced a moment's peace, and that his mind had been distracted with the most violent agitation. His commitment to Newgate was immediately made out, and he was conducted to that prison under the escort of 8 soldiers with fixed bayonets, whose whole efforts were necessary to protect him from the violence of the mob. A Mr. Mercer visiting Mrs. Hayes in prison, she begged him to go to Billings and urge him to confess the whole truth, as no advantage, she said, could be expected to arise from a denial of that which was too clearly proved to admit of denial; and he, being carried before Justice Lambert, again gave an account precisely concurring with that of Wood. Mrs. Springate, whose innocence was now distinctly proved, was set at liberty. At the trial, Wood and Billings confessed themselves guilty of the crime alleged against them, but Mrs. Hayes, flattering herself that she had said nothing she had a chance of escape, put herself upon her trial, but the jury found her guilty. The prisoners being afterwards brought to the bar to receive sentence, Mrs. Hayes entreated that she might not be burned, according to the then law of petty treason, alleging that she was not guilty, as she did not strike the fatal blow; but she was informed by the court that the sentence awarded by the law could not be dispensed with. After conviction, the behaviour of Wood was uncommonly penitent and devout, but while in the condemned hold he was seized with a violent fever, and being attended by a clergyman to assist him in his devotions, he said he was ready to suffer death, under every mark of ignominy, as some atonement for the atrocious crime he had committed, but he died in prison, and thus defeated the final execution of the law. Billings behaved with apparent sincerity, acknowledging the justice of his sentence, and saying that no punishment could be commensurate with the crime of which he had been guilty. The behaviour of Mrs. Hayes was somewhat similar to her former conduct. Having an intention to destroy herself, she procured a phial of strong poison, which was casually tasted by a woman who was confined with her, and her design thereby discovered and frustrated. On the day of her death she received the sacrament, and was drawn on a sledge to the place of execution. Billings was executed in the usual manner, and hung in chains not far from the pond in which Mr. Hayes' body was found, in Marylebone Fields; but when the wretched woman had finished her devotions, in pursuance of her sentence, an iron chain put around her body, with which she was fixed to a stake near the gallows. On those occasions when women were burned for petty treason, it was customary to strangle them by means of a rope passed around the neck, and pulled by the executioner, so that they were dead before the flames reached the body. But this woman was literally burned alive, for the executioner letting go the rope sooner than usual, in consequence of the flames reaching his hands, the fire burned fiercely around her, and the spectators beheld her pushing away the faggots, while she rent the air with her cries of lamentations. Other faggots were instantly thrown on her, but she survived amidst the flames for a considerable time, and her body was not perfectly reduced to ashes in less than 3 hours. Footnote: until the 30th year of the reign of King George III, this punishment was inflicted on women convicted of murdering their husbands, which crime was denominated petty treason. It has frequently, from some accidental happening in strangling the malefactor, produced the horrid effects above related. In the reign of Mary the Cruel, this death was commonly practised upon the object of her vengeance, and many bishops, rather than deny their religious opinions, were burnt even without previous strangulation. It was high time this part of the sentence, the type of barbarism, should be dispensed with. The punishment now inflicted for this most unnatural and abhorred crime is hanging. End of footnote. These malefactors suffered at Tyburn, May 9th, 1726. End of Part 9. Part 10 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 10. Margaret Dixon, executed for murder. The case of this criminal is more remarkable for her resuscitation after her execution than for the circumstances attending the offence of which she was convicted. The culprit was the daughter of poor parents living at Musselburgh, about 5 miles from Edinburgh, a place almost entirely inhabited by fishermen and persons employed in the manufacture of salt. When she reached the age of womanhood she was married, but her husband, who was a fisherman, being impressed, he was carried off to sea. Deprived of her lawful protector, she formed an illicit connection with another man, and it was for the murder of the offspring of this acquaintance that she was eventually sentenced to undergo the severest penalty of the law. It appears that she was remarked to be pregnant, and was accused by her neighbours of the fact, but she steadily denied her guilt. At length the body of a new-born infant was found near the place of her residence, and as there was no way of accounting for its existence except that suggested by the pregnancy of Mrs. Dixon, she was taken into custody, and being tried was found guilty and ordered for execution. After her condemnation she behaved in the most penitent manner, confessed that she had been guilty of many sins, and even owned that she had departed from the line of duty to her husband, but she constantly and steadily denied that she had murdered her child, or had even formed an idea of so horrid a crime. She owned that the fear of being exposed to ridicule of her neighbours had tempted her to deny that she was pregnant, and she said that, being suddenly seized with the pains of childbirth, she was unable to procure the assistance of her neighbours, and that a state of insensibility ensued, so that it was impossible she should know what became of the infant. At the place of execution she persisted in her protestations of innocence, and Jack Ketch having performed his office, the body hung the usual time, and was then cut down and delivered to the friends of the deceased. By them it was put into a coffin, and sent in a cart to be buried at her native place, but the weather being sultry, the persons who had it in their care stopped to drink at a village called Peppermill, about 2 miles from Edinburgh. While they were refreshing themselves, one of them perceived the lid of the coffin move, and uncovering it, the woman sat upright, to the infinite alarm of the spectators. The mystery being soon explained, a fellow who was present had sufficient sagacity to bleed her, and in the course of the ensuing day she was sufficiently recovered to be able to walk home to her old residence at Musselburgh. By the Scottish law, not only was she released by the execution from the consequences of the crime of which she had been found guilty, but from bonds of matrimony also, but her husband having by this time returned from sea, he was publicly remarried to his old wife, within a few days after she had been hanged. A suit was subsequently brought by the Lord Advocate against the sheriff for omitting to perform his office, but as it turned out that the escape of the convict was not owing to any neglect on his part, but to some peculiar formation of the neck of the woman, the prosecution was abandoned. The date of this transaction was the month of November 1728, and the subject of this most remarkable escape was living in the year 1753, when it is due to her state that she still persisted in her declarations of innocence. John Gow and others, executed for piracy. The principal in this list of offenders was named John Gow, and was a native of one of the Orkney Islands. Having chosen a seafaring life, he was appointed second mate of a vessel going to Santa Cruz. Some complaints having been made before the vessel quitted port of the insufficiency of the provisions given to the men, the captain took little notice of them, and it was not until he had quitted the shore some days that he learned too late the mistake of which he had been guilty. The feelings of discontent which had been already exhibited were soon fanned into a flame, and at length it became necessary for the captain, chief mate, and surgeon to arm themselves. Gow, whose duties as second mate also included those of gunner, was ordered to clean the small arms necessary for this purpose; but being a party to the conspiracy which existed among his shipmates to seize the vessel, he communicated the order to his fellows, and it was determined to put their project into execution forthwith. Between 9 and 10 o'clock at night the signal was given, and the conspirators, going to the cabins of the chief mate, surgeon, and supercargo, cut their throats while they were asleep. The captain ran on to deck to ascertain the cause of the noise which he had heard, and was immediately seized, and although he made a desperate resistance, was dispatched in as short a time as his unfortunate brother officers had been. The bodies of the murdered men were then thrown overboard, and Gow was selected as the new captain. Assembling his associates on deck, their determination to commence pirates was soon formed, and some of the seamen who had hesitated to become parties to the diabolical murders of their officers were forced to join the crew in their piratical proceedings on pain of death. A fellow named Williams, of a most brutal disposition, was chosen as lieutenant, and the name of the vessel, which had been the George Galley, was changed to the more bloody one of Revenge. Having mounted several guns, they steered towards Spain and Portugal in expectation of making a capture of wine, in a supply of which they were greatly deficient. They soon made prize of an English vessel laden with fish, bound from Newfoundland to Cadiz, but having no use for the cargo, they took out the captain and 4 men, and sunk the ship. One of the seamen who they took from the captured vessel was named James Belvin, a man admirably calculated for their purpose, as he was by nature cruel, and by practice hardened in that cruelty, and being willing to turn pirate, he was thought a valuable acquisition to the crew, as several of the others appeared to act from motives of fear rather than of inclination. The next vessel taken by the pirates was a Scotch ship bound to Italy with pickled herrings, but this cargo, like the former, being of no use to them, they sunk the vessel, having first taken out the men, arms, ammunition, and stores. After having cruised about for a considerable time without any further success, their supply of water ran so short that they felt it absolutely necessary to procure a fresh stock. They sailed therefore to a Portuguese settlement, and on their arrival they sent some presents to the governor, intimating their wants. The governor, treating the messengers with civility, proceeded on board the vessel, and he was there received by the pirates with every mark of respect and attention. The boat, which had been sent for supplies, however, not returning, the captain began to suspect that his men were not safe, and threatened to murder his visitors unless his demands were complied with. The governor was terrified at this threat, but soon procured his liberty by assenting to the wishes of his entertainer. They afterwards made several prizes, in one of which they sent away the Scotch captain and his crew, but shortly afterwards meeting with a French vessel of superior power, the captain refused to give chase or to engage it. Williams, the lieutenant, upbraided him for what he termed his cowardice, and a violent quarrel taking place, the lieutenant endeavoured to shoot his captain. The crew agreeing in opinion with the latter as to the impropriety of fighting against a force so superior to their own, Williams was soon secured and placed among the other prisoners. The French vessel was permitted to continue on her way, and soon afterwards meeting with a ship bound for Bristol, they robbed her of her stores and ammunition, and putting their prisoners and Williams on board of her, the latter of whom they directed to be given up to the British authorities, they allowed her to proceed on her voyage. As soon as she had left them, Gow and his crew began to reflect on their situation. They were apprehensive that as soon as intelligence of their proceedings reached Portugal, some ships would be sent in pursuit of them, and they called a kind of council, in which every one gave his opinion. Gow proposed to sail to the Isles of Orkney, on the north of Scotland, where he said they might dispose of their effects, and retire and live on the produce; and in order to induce his people to comply with this proposal, he represented that they were much in want of water, and provisions of every kind, that their danger would be great if they continued longer on the high seas, and, above all, that it was highly necessary for them to repair their ship, which they could not do with any degree of safety in a southern port. Convinced by these arguments, they proceeded northwards, and soon reached the Orkney Islands, and entering one of the bays, there they proceeded, as well as they were able, to refit the ship. This step was, however, fatal to their enterprise, for one of their companions, who had unwillingly joined in the piratical proceedings of the crew, escaped and gave information of all that had occurred. 10 others followed his example and seized the long boat, but reaching Edinburgh they were confined on suspicion of being pirates. Notwithstanding these alarming circumstances, Gow was so careless of his own safety that he did not put immediately to sea, but resolved to plunder the houses of the gentlemen on the coast, to furnish himself with fresh provisions. In pursuance of this resolution, he sent his boatswain and 10 armed men to the house of Mr. Honeyman, High Sheriff of the county, and, the master being absent, the servants opened the door without suspicion. 9 of the gang went into the house to search for treasure, while the 10th was left to guard the door. Mrs. Honeyman, running to the door, saw the man who stood guard there, whom she asked what could be the meaning of the outrage, to which he replied that they were pirates, and had come thither only to ransack the house. Recollecting that she had a considerable quantity of gold in a bag, she returned and put it in her lap, and ran by the man at the door, who had no idea but that the wish to preserve her life occasioned her haste. The boatswain, missing this part of the expected treasure, declared that he would destroy the family writings, but this being overheard by Miss Honeyman, she threw the writings out of the window, and jumping out after them escaped unhurt, and carried them off. In the interim the pirates seized the linen, plate, and other valuable articles, and then walked in triumph to their boat, compelling one of the servants to play before them on the bagpipes. They afterwards carried off 2 women whom they met, and detaining them on board during 2 days, so ill treated them that one expired soon after they had put them on shore. This atrocious offence was no sooner committed than they sailed to Calf Sound, with an intention of robbing the house of Mr. Fay, who had been an old schoolfellow with Gow. This house was the rather pitched upon, as Gow supposed that Mr. Fay could not have yet heard of the transactions at Mr. Honeyman's, but in this he was mistaken, although Fay could not oppose him, on account of the indisposition of his wife. Mr. Fay's house was situated near the seashore, and had only 6 servants at home when the pirates appeared off the coast, and these were by no means equal to sustain a contest. It may not be improper to remark that the tide runs so high among these islands, and beats with such a force against the rocks, that the navigation is frequently attended with great danger. Gow, who had not boats to assist him in an emergency, and was unskilled in the navigation of these seas, made a blunder of turning into the bay of Calf Sound, for, standing too near the point of a small island called the Calf, the vessel was in the utmost danger of being run on shore. Having cast his anchor too near the shore, so that the wind could not bring him off, he sent a boat with a letter to Mr. Fay, requesting that he would lend him another boat to assist him in heaving off the ship by carrying out an anchor, and assuring him that he would not do the least injury to any individual. As Gow's messenger did not see Mr. Fay's boat, the latter gave him an evasive answer, and on the approach of night ordered his servants to sink his own boat and hide the sails and rigging. While they were obeying this order, 5 of the pirates came on shore in the boat, and proceeded, doubly armed, toward the house. Mr. Fay advanced towards them with an assurance of friendship, and begged they would not enter the house, for that his wife was exceedingly ill, and the sight of them might probably deprive her of her life. The boatswain replied that they had no design to terrify Mrs. Fay or any other person, but that the most rigorous treatment must be expected if the use of the boat was denied them. Mr. Fay represented how dangerous it would be for him to assist them, on account of the reports circulated to their discredit, but he offered to entertain them at an adjacent alehouse, and they accepted the invitation, as they observed that he had no company. In the meanwhile Mr. Fay ordered his servants to call him hastily out of the company, and these orders being exactly complied with, when he had left the pirates, he directed 6 men, well armed, to station themselves behind a hedge, and that if they observed him to come alone with the boatswain, instantly to seize his companion, but if he came with all the 5 desperadoes, he would walk forward, so as to give them an opportunity of firing at them without their wounding him. He then returned to the company, whom he invited to his house, on the promise of their behaving peaceably, and said he would make them heartily welcome. They expressed a readiness to attend him in the hope of getting the boat, but he told them he would rather have the boatswain's company first, and would afterwards send for his companions. This being agreed to, the boatswain set forward with 2 brace of pistols, and walking with Mr. Fea till they came to the hedge where the men were concealed, that gentleman seized him by the collar, while the others took him into custody before he had time to make any defence. The boatswain called aloud for his men, but Mr. Fea, forcing a handkerchief into his mouth, bound him hand and foot, and then left one of his own people to guard him, while he and the rest went back to the public house. There being 2 doors to the house, they went some to the one and some to the other, and rushing in at once made prisoners of the other 4 men before they had time to have recourse to their arms for defence. The pirates, being thus in custody, were sent to an adjacent village, and separately confined, and in the interim Mr. Fea sent messengers around the island to acquaint the inhabitants with what had been done, to desire them to haul their boats on the beach, that the pirates should not swim to and steal them, and to request that no person would venture to row within reach of the pirates' guns. The vessel now got into position of still greater difficulty, and in order to get it out to sea some assistance was absolutely requisite. Gow's greatest efforts were therefore made to induce Mr. Fea to render him some aid, and the latter, by holding out promises of assistance, eventually succeeded in getting the whole of the piratical crew on shore, and in securing them. They were subsequently conveyed to London, where, on their being examined, 5 of them were admitted as witnesses, while the rest were committed for trial, along with their old associate Williams, who had been conveyed to England by the master of the Bristol ship. Gow, Williams, and 6 others were convicted and received sentence of death, while the remainder, who appeared to have been the victims rather than the companions of the others, escaped. The behaviour of Gow from his first commitment was reserved and morose. He considered himself as an assured victim to the justice of the laws, nor entertained any hope of being admitted an evidence, as Mr. Fea had hinted to him that he might be. When brought to trial he refused to plead, in consequence of which he was sentenced to be pressed to death in the usual manner. When the officer, however, was about to inflict this punishment, he begged to be taken back to the bar, and having there pleaded not guilty, he was convicted on the same evidence as his accomplices. Gow, Williams, and 6 others were hanged at Execution Dock on the 11th of August 1729. Colonel Francis Charteris, convicted of rape. The name of Charteris will long be remembered with loathing and detestation, as having belonged to a villain whose profligacy, at the time at which he lived, rendered him an object of universal disgust and hatred. The execrable subject of this narrative was born at Amisfield in Scotland, where he was heir to an estate which his ancestors had possessed above 400 years. He was related to many of the first families among the nobility of the north, and having received a liberal education, he selected the profession of arms as that of which he desired to become a member. He served first under the Duke of Marlborough, when he successively held the ranks of ensign in a foot regiment and cornet of dragoons, but being a most expert gamester, and of a disposition uncommonly avaricious, he made his knowledge of gambling subservient to his love of money, and while the army was in winter quarters, he stripped many of his brother officers of all their property by his skill at cards and dice. His villainy, however, did not end there, for when he had defrauded his companions of all they possessed, he would lend them their own money back, at an usurious rate of interest, taking an assignment of their commissions as security for the payment of the debts. John, Duke of Argyll, and the Earl of Stair were at this time young men in the army, and being determined that the inconsiderate officers should not be thus ruined by the artifices of Charteris, they applied to the Earl of Orkney, who was also in the army then quartered at Brussels, representing the destruction that must ensue to young men serving in the army, if Charteris were permitted to continue the line of conduct which he had adopted unchecked. The Earl of Orkney, anxious for the credit of the army in general, and his countrymen in particular, represented the state of the case to the Duke of Marlborough, who gave orders that Charteris should be put under arrest and tried by court-martial. The court was composed of an equal number of English and Scotch officers, in order that the accused might have no reason to complain of his trial, and after a full hearing of all the circumstances against him, He was sentenced to return the money which he had obtained by his guilty artifices, to be deprived of his commission, and his sword having been broken, to be drummed out of the regiment. This sentence having been carried out to its fullest extent, the degraded officer returned to Scotland, but there, by means of the most servile submission and the use of the money which he possessed, he procured for himself a new commission in a regiment of horse, in which he was eventually advanced to the rank of colonel. The lesson which he had received, one would have thought, would have been sufficient to deter him from a renewal of those artifices in the employment of which he had been detected, but every day served to furnish him with new victims among the young men of rank and fashion, to whom, by his standing in the army, he contrived to procure introductions. Nor was his character infamous only on account of the dishonesty of his proceedings, but he soon obtained an unenviable notoriety on account of the unprincipled boldness with which he conducted his libidinous amours. Agents were employed whose duty it was to procure new subjects for the horrid desires of their master, and the most extraordinary and unhallowed devices were employed by them to secure the object of which they had in view. Public disgust was excited to the highest degree by the open daring with which these proceedings were carried on, and at length the name and character of this abominable libertine became so notorious as to render him the object of universal detestation and disgust. Among other unfortunate young women who fell into the hands of this villain was one whose name was Anne Bond. She was a girl of respectable connections, and being in search of employment as a servant, her bad fortune threw her into the way of the agents of Charteris. She was possessed of considerable personal attractions, and she was employed under a representation that her master was a Colonel Harvey. A few days, however, served to inform her of the name of the person into whose hands she had fallen. Her master professed to behave towards her with great kindness and consideration, but within a week after she had entered his employment, he made to her a proposition of a most disgusting nature. She repelled the foul temptation, and her fears being alarmed by the circumstance, she was confirmed in determination, at which she had nearly arrived, to quit the service in which she was employed, by hearing on the following day that her master was no other than the Colonel Charteris, of whose character she, in common with the world, had heard so much. She therefore immediately acquainted the housekeeper with her intention to leave the house, but the colonel, having been informed of the circumstance, he behaved towards her with great violence, and threatened that if she dared to run away he would shoot her. He then ordered the other servants to take care that she did not escape, and on the following day proceeded to the accomplishment of the design by force, in which he had failed to succeed by stratagem. He ordered her to be sent into the parlour by the clerk of the kitchen, and then, desiring her to stir the fire, he threw her down, and having stopped her mouth with his nightcap, he completed an offence which subjected him to capital punishment. The girl, on recovering her position, threatened to prosecute him, and then he beat her most unmercifully with a horsewhip, and calling the clerk of the kitchen, bid him turn her out of doors, alleging that she had robbed him of 30 guineas. His orders having been directly obeyed, the girl proceeded forthwith to prefer an indictment for the assault which had been committed, but the grand jury finding that the colonel had, in reality, been guilty of a capital offence, they at once returned a true bill on that charge. Colonel Charteris was immediately taken into custody for the crime alleged against him, and lodged in Newgate, where he was loaded with heavy fetters, but having, through the instrumentality of his friends, procured a writ of habeas corpus, he was admitted to bail. The trial took place at the Old Bailey on the 25th of February 1730, when every effort was used to traduce the character of the prosecutrix, with a view to destroy the force of her evidence, but happily her character was so fair, and there was so little reason to think that she had any sinister view in the prosecution, that every artifice failed, and after a long trial, in which the facts were proved to the satisfaction of the jury, a verdict of guilty was returned, and the colonel received sentence to be executed in the customary form. The same interest which had before been employed on behalf of this villain was now again made use of, and upon the settlement of a handsome annuity upon the prosecutrix, he received a pardon from the king. He soon found, however, that London was no longer a place in which he could appear, unless to be pointed at with a finger of scorn, and he retired to Edinburgh, where, after a lapse of 2 years, he died in a miserable manner, the victim of his own dissolute and hateful passions. His vices were so notorious that it was not without great difficulty that his body was committed to the grave. The place appointed for the reception of his remains was the family vault in the church of the Grey Friars in Edinburgh, but the mob having assembled, they made a violent effort to obtain possession of his coffin, with a view to tear it and its contents to pieces, and committed a variety of other irregularities in honest contempt of the detestable character which he bore. At the time of his death he was possessed of very large estates in England and Scotland, the produce of many usurious transactions, to which he was a party during the latter portion of his life. He was married to the daughter of Sir Alexander Swinton of Scotland, by whom he had one daughter, who was afterwards united to the Earl of Wemyss. Soon after Charteris was convicted, a fine mezzotinto print of him was published, representing him standing at the bar of the Old Bailey with his thumbs tied, at the bottom of which was the following inscription: "Blood! Must a colonel with a lord's estate be thus obnoxious to a scoundrel's fate, brought to the bar and sentenced from the bench, only for ravishing a country wench? Shall men of honour meet no more respect? Shall their diversions thus by laws be checked? Shall they be accountable to saucy juries for this or t'other pleasure? Hell and furies! What man through villainy would run a course and ruin families without remorse, to heap up riches, if when all is done an ignominious death he cannot shun?" A most severe but just description of the character of Charteris was afterwards written by Dr. Arbuthnot, who published it in the form of an epitaph, as follows: "Here lieth the body of Colonel Don Francisco, who with an inflexible constancy and inimitable uniformity of life persisted, in spite of age and infirmity, in the practice of every human vice, excepting prodigality and hypocrisy, his insatiable avarice exempting him from the first, and his matchless impudence from the latter. Nor was he more singular in that undeviating viciousness of life than successful in accumulating wealth, having, without trust of public money, bribe, worth, service, trade, or profession, acquired, or rather created, a ministerial estate. Among the singularities of his life and fortune, be it likewise commemorated, that he was the only person in his time who would cheat without the mask of honesty, who would retain his primeval meanness after being possessed of £10,000 a year, and who, having done every day of his life something worthy of a gibbet, was once condemned to one for what he had not done. Think not, indignant reader, his life useless to mankind. Providence favoured, or rather connived at his execrable designs, that he might remain to this and future ages a conspicuous proof and example of how small estimation exorbitant wealth is held in the sight of the Almighty, by his bestowing it on the most unworthy of all the descendants of Adam." End of Part 10. Part 11 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 11. Sarah Malcolm, executed for murder. This unhappy young woman, who at the period of her death was only 22 years of age, was born of respectable parents in the county of Durham, in the year 1711, but her father having, through his extravagance, spent the whole of the property which he possessed, she was at length compelled to resort to what is commonly called servitude, for the means of subsistence. In this condition for several years she conducted herself extremely well, but at length being employed at the Black Horse, a low public house in Boswell Court, near Temple Bar, which up to the present day has been constantly the notorious resort of persons of bad character, she formed connections of no very creditable class, by whom she was led on to her ruin. Having at length quitted the Black Horse, she was recommended as a laundress to take charge of chambers in the Inns of Court, and amongst those for whom she there worked was a Mrs. Lydia Duncombe, a lady nearly 80 years of age, who occupied a set of chambers in the Temple. Elizabeth Harrison, aged 60, and Anne Price, aged 17, living with her in the capacity of servants. This lady being reputed to be very rich, a scheme was formed by Sarah Malcolm of robbing her chambers, her object being, it was supposed, by the acquisition of wealth, to make herself a fitting match for a young man named Alexander, who she hoped would marry her. The night of Saturday 3rd of February 1733 was fixed upon by her for the commission of the robbery, and Martha Tracy, a woman of light character, her paramour Alexander, and his brother, were to be her assistants in the execution of the project. Malcolm, by means of her acquaintance with the chambers, obtained possession of the keys of the outer door in the course of the day, and at night the robbery was effected, but with it the murder also of Mrs. Duncombe and her servants Harrison and Price. On the Sunday morning some surprise was excited on its being observed that none of Mrs. Duncombe's family were to be seen, and at length, as the day advanced, a great alarm was exhibited, and suspicions were entertained that all was not right. Mrs. Love, Mrs. Rymer, and Mrs. Oliphant, friends of Mrs. Duncombe, assembled in the afternoon at the door of her chambers, in obedience to an invitation which they had received to dinner; but being unable to gain admittance by knocking, they at length determined to force an entrance. One of the windows was resorted to for this purpose, to which access was obtained from a neighbouring set of chambers, and then, on Mrs. Oliphant going into Mrs. Duncombe's bedroom, the old lady was found there strangled, while her servant Harrison was discovered in an adjoining apartment, also strangled, and the girl Price was seen lying on her bed with her throat cut from ear to ear. The news of this diabolical crime soon became published throughout the neighbourhood, and the chambers of the deceased being examined, it was found that they had been stripped of all the valuables which could easily be carried away, consisting of money, silver plate, and other articles of a similar description. In the course of the day some circumstances transpired, tending to fix the suspicions of the police upon the woman Malcolm, and upon her lodgings being searched, a silver tankard, the handle of which was covered with blood, was found concealed in a close stool. She was in consequence taken into custody, and having undergone an examination on the following day before the magistrates, she was committed to Newgate. Upon her entering the jail, she was searched by Johnson, one of the turnkeys, who took from her a considerable sum of money in gold and silver coin, and she admitted to him that it was Mrs. Duncombe's. "But," added she, "I'll make you a present of it if you will say nothing of the matter." The gaoler took possession of the money, but produced it to his superior officers, acquainting them with the conversation which had passed. In the course of the subsequent imprisonment of the unhappy woman, she frequently conversed with Johnson upon the subject of the murder, and admitted that she had arranged the robbery, although she declared that she had nothing to do with putting Mrs. Duncombe and her servants to death. She asserted that 2 men and a woman were concerned with her, and that she watched on the stairs while they entered the chambers. At her trial, when called on for her defence, she made a similar declaration, and stated that Tracy and the 2 Alexanders were her companions; but she still persisted in her allegation of her ignorance of the murder, until its being discovered by Mrs. Oliphant on the day after it was committed. A verdict of guilty was however returned, and the wretched woman was ordered for execution. After her conviction she evinced the most sincere penitence, but still persisted in her refusal to confess herself guilty of the whole crime with which she was charged. Upon the bellman, [Footnote: It has been a very ancient practice on the night preceding the execution of condemned criminals for the bellman of the parish of St. Sepulchre to go under Newgate, and, ringing his bell, to repeat the following verses, as a piece of friendly advice to the unhappy wretches under sentence of death: All you that in the condemned hole do lie, prepare you, for to-morrow you shall die. Watch all, and pray, the hour is drawing near, that you before the Almighty must appear. Examine well yourselves, in time repent, that you may not to eternal flames be sent. And when St. Sepulchre's bell to-morrow tolls, the Lord above have mercy on your souls. Past 12 o'clock. The following extract from Stowe's Survey of London, page 125 of the quarto edition, printed in 1618, will prove that the above verses ought to be repeated by a clergyman instead of a bellman. Robert Dew, citizen and merchant tailor of London, gave to the parish church of St. Sepulchre's the sum of £50, that after the several sessions of London, when the prisoners remain in the gaol as condemned men to death, expecting execution on the morrow following, the clerk, that is the parson, of the church should come in the night time, and likewise early in the morning, to the window of the prison where they lie, and there ringing certain tolls with a handbell appointed for the purpose, he doth afterwards, in most Christian manner, put them in mind of their present condition and ensuing execution, desiring them to be prepared therefore as they ought to be. When they are in the cart and brought before the wall of the church, there he standeth ready with the same bell, and after certain tolls rehearseth an appointed prayer, desiring all the people there present to pray for them. The beadle also of Merchant Taylor's Hall hath an honest stipend allowed to see that this is duly done. Upon the bellman coming to her in the customary manner, she attended anxiously to what he said, and at the conclusion of his address threw him a shilling to buy wine. On the morning of execution, March 7th, 1733, she appeared more composed than she had been for some time past, and seemed to join in prayers with the ordinary and another gentleman who attended with much sincerity. When in the cart she wrung her hands and wept most bitterly. At the place of execution, near Fetter Lane, she behaved with the utmost devoutness and resignation to the divine will, but when the ordinary in his prayers recommended her soul to God, she fainted, and with much difficulty recovered her senses. On the cart driving off, she turned towards the temple, crying out, "Oh, my mistress, I wish I could see her," and then casting her eyes towards heaven, called upon Christ to receive her soul. Captain John Porteous, convicted of murder, and murdered by the mob. The case of this offender has attracted a considerable attention, from the scene of his death being described with accurate fidelity in Sir Walter Scott's novel of The Heart of Midlothian. John Porteous was born of indigent parents near the city of Edinburgh, and he served his time as an apprentice to a tailor. Having worked at his trade for some time, he was married to the caste mistress of the late Lord Provost of Edinburgh, who settled upon them a sum of £500. But our hero, being a man addicted to the pursuit of pleasure, soon ran through his money, and his wife was in consequence obliged to apply to her old friend the Provost to make some other provision for them. In Edinburgh there were 3 companies of men, in number 25 each, who were employed to keep the peace, and perform the general duties of a police force. An officer was appointed to each of these companies, whom they styled captain, with a salary of £80 a year, and a suit of scarlet uniform, and a vacancy happening by the death of one of these captains, the Provost immediately appointed Porteous to fill up the place. The latter soon distinguished himself by a show of great daring, and if a riot occurred in the city, he was generally chosen by the magistrates to suppress it. On these occasions, however, he would frequently behave with great violence and cruelty, so that he failed in obtaining that respect and attention which were so peculiarly necessary for a person in his situation. The circumstances attending the condemnation and death of Porteous were as follows. 2 fellows named Wilson and Robertson, who were daring smugglers, having been found guilty of a very serious breach of the revenue laws, were sentenced to die, and a strong feeling existing in their favour among the people, it was apprehended that it was very possible that an attempt might be made to rescue them from custody. Robertson, however, made his escape before the period arrived for his execution, by taking advantage of an opportunity afforded by a custom which then prevailed of taking the condemned criminals to church under the care of the city guards; and although Porteous was instantly dispatched in search of him, his inquiries were in vain, and the criminal afterwards made good his flight to Holland. On the following Wednesday the execution of Wilson was appointed to take place, and a temporary gallows was erected in the Grassmarket, the prisoner being ordered to be conducted there by 50 men under the command of Porteous. Upon the representations of the latter, 5 companies of the Welsh Fusiliers were ordered to be in readiness in the Lawn Market to prevent any sudden outbreak; but no disturbance arising, the prisoner finished his devotions, ascended the ladder, and, after having been turned off, continued hanging the usual time. The hangman then went up the ladder to cut him down, but a stone struck him on the nose and caused it to bleed. This stone was immediately followed by many others, at which Porteous was so much exasperated that he instantly called out to his men, "Fire, and be damned!" discharging his own piece at the same time, and shooting a young man who was an apprentice to a confectioner dead on the spot. Some of the soldiers more humanely fired over the heads of the people, but unfortunately killed 2 or 3 persons who were looking out at the windows, while others of them wantonly fired against the feet of the mob, by which many were so disabled as to be afterwards obliged to suffer amputation. Porteous now endeavoured to draw off his men as the mob grew exceedingly outrageous, throwing stones and continuing to press on the soldiers, but having gone some distance, he turned about with 2 of his men and fired, killing 3 more of the people. Porteous, being assisted by the Fusiliers, at last conducted his men to the guard, when, being sent for by the provost, he passed a long examination, and was committed to prison in order to take his trial for murder. On the 6th of July 1736 the trial came on before the Lords of Justiciary, previously to which Porteous made a judicial confession, that the people were killed as mentioned in the indictment, but pleaded self-defence. His counsel then stated the following point of law, to be determined by the judges previously to the jury being charged with the prisoner: whether a military officer with soldiers under his command, who, being assaulted by the populace, should fire, or order his men to fire, was not acting consistently with the nature of self-defence according to the laws of civilised nations. The counsel for the prosecution being ordered to plead to the question, the court pronounced as their opinion, that if it was proved that Captain Porteous either fired a gun, or caused one or more to be fired, by which any person or persons was or were killed, and if the said firing happened without orders from a magistrate properly authorised, then it would be murder in the eye of the law. Thus, the question being decided against him, and the jury empanelled, 44 witnesses were examined for and against the prosecution. The prisoner being then called on for his defence, his counsel insisted that the magistrates had ordered him to support the execution of Wilson, and repel force by force, and that being apprehensive of a rescue, powder and ball had been given to his men for the said purpose, with orders to load their pieces. They said also that he only meant to intimidate the people by threats, and actually knocked down one of his own men for presenting his piece; that finding the men would not obey orders, he drew off as many as he could; that he afterwards heard a firing in the rear contrary to his directions; that in order to know who had fired, he would not suffer their pieces to be cleaned till properly inspected; and that he never attempted to abscond, though he had the greatest opportunity, and might have effected his escape with the utmost ease. They farther insisted that, admitting some excesses had been committed, it could not amount to murder, as he was in the lawful discharge of his duty; neither could it be supposed to be done with premeditated malice. In answer to this, the counsel for the Crown argued that the trust reposed in the prisoner ceased when the execution was over; that he was then no longer an officer employed for that purpose for which the firearms had been loaded, and that the reading of the Riot Act only could justify his firing in case a rescue had been actually attempted. The prisoner's counsel replied that the magistrates, whose duty it was to have read the Act, had deserted the soldiery, and taken refuge in a house for their own security, and that it was hard for men to suffer themselves to be knocked on the head when they had lawful weapons in their hands. The jury, having been charged, after some time occupied in consideration, found the prisoner guilty, and he was sentenced to death. But the king being then at Hanover, the queen, by advice of her council, granted a respite to the prisoner. The subsequent execution of the sentence was prevented by the measures taken by the mob, by whom a scheme of revenge, such perhaps as is unprecedented, was planned and carried out. On the 7th of September, between 9 and 10 o'clock in the evening, a large body of men entered the city, and seized the arms belonging to the guard. They then patrolled the streets, crying out, "All those who dare revenge innocent blood, let them come here," and they closed the gates and placed guards at each, so as to prevent ingress or egress. The main body of the mob, all disguised, marched in the meantime to the prison, when, finding some difficulty in breaking open the door with hammers, they immediately set fire to it, taking great care that the flames should not extend beyond their proper bounds. The outer door was hardly consumed before they rushed in, and ordering the keeper to open the door of the captain's apartment, cried out, "Where is the villain Porteous?" He replied, "Here I am, what do you want with me?" To which they answered that they meant to hang him in the Grassmarket, the place where he had shed so much innocent blood. His expostulations were all in vain. They seized him by the legs and arms, and dragged him instantly to the place of execution. On their arrival they broke open a shop to find a rope suitable to their purpose, which they immediately fixed around his neck, and then, throwing the other end over a dyer's pole, they hoisted him up. He endeavoured to save himself, and fixed his hands between the halter and his neck, but this being observed by some of the mob, one of them struck him with an axe, and this obliging him to quit his hold, they soon put an end to his life. When they were satisfied that he was dead, they immediately dispersed to their several habitations, unmolested themselves, and without molesting any one else. Upon this circumstance being made known, a royal proclamation was issued, offering a large reward for the apprehension of the offenders, and the magistrates of Edinburgh were summoned to answer for their neglect in not quelling the riot, were fined, and rendered incapable of acting again in any judicial capacity. The circumstance of the death of Porteous, however, appeared to have afforded the people so much satisfaction that no further attempt was made to discover the leaders of the fray. John Richardson and Richard Coyle, executed for piracy and murder. The adventures of the first named of these criminals exhibit him to be a man possessing the most consummate hypocrisy, and a disposition of the very worst description. John Richardson was a native of New York in America, where at the age of 14 years he entered on board a vessel commanded by his uncle. After a single voyage he took a dislike to the sea, and loath again to trust himself upon salt water, he procured an engagement to the service of a carpenter, by whom he was employed for 5 years, when an intimacy having commenced with his master's daughter, which was likely to produce unpleasant consequences, he ran off, and once again selected the sea as the scene of his future exploits. The vessel on board which he entered was bound for Jamaica, and there our hero was pressed and put on board a man of war, by which he was carried to England. He subsequently attained the rank of boatswain on board a vessel trading to the Baltic, but having, by means of a forged letter, obtained the sum of 100 $100 from a merchant of Riga, he decamped to Amsterdam. At that place he formed an acquaintance with a woman whose husband was a mate on board an East India vessel, with whom he cohabited during a period of 8 months. His inamorata then informed him that he must retire in favour of her husband, whose return she daily expected, but he could not make up his mind to give up his connection without procuring some substantial proof of his good fortune, and he did not venture to depart until he had secured to himself booty of the value of about £250 in goods and money. Rotterdam was the next point to which he proceeded, but from thence he almost immediately departed for New England. On his arrival there he deposited the wares of which he had possessed himself in a commodious storehouse, and assuming the character of a merchant he began to look out for a wife, with whom he hoped to procure a fortune sufficient to enable him to live with respectability. As Christmas approached he became intimate with his neighbours, and he was induced to keep the festival with a Mr. Brown, who had a family of 3 daughters and 4 maid servants. A prolonged visit at the house of his host enabled him to ingratiate himself so far with the young women as to procure from them more than ordinary favours, and he did not quit the agreeable society with which he met until more than 1 or 2 of his fair friends had reason to regret the intimacy which had subsisted between them. Not long after this he addressed himself to a young lady, the daughter of a magistrate, whose hand he solicited in marriage, and her father making no objection to the celebration of the nuptials, the banns were published in the parish church, in accordance with the usual custom. On the first day no objection was made, but upon the publication taking place the second time, there appeared no less than 7 injured women, who forbade the ceremony proceeding any further. The time which had elapsed since the intended bridegroom had obtained the consent of the young lady and her father to the proposed match had been quite sufficient to enable him to work himself into the good graces of the former, and thinking it now quite time to depart, he packed up what few movables he still possessed and proceeded to New York. His residence there, however, was soon discovered by his proposed father-in-law, and overtures having been made by the old gentleman, he consented to return and marry the girl, whom he had debauched, upon the receipt of £300. The ceremony had no sooner been performed than, his reappearance at Boston having been discovered by the friends of the other girls, his apprehension was secured at their instance, in order that he might be compelled to give security for the maintenance of the progeny to which they were about to give birth. His father-in-law at once undertook that he should be forthcoming when wanted, and upon this assurance he regained his liberty; but he had hardly obtained the possession of the promised dower when he once again bade adieu to his Boston friends, and returned to New York. His improvidence speedily returned him to that city to a condition of the most abject misery and want, and he was at length compelled to accept employment in the yard of a Quaker shipbuilder. He was treated with the greatest kindness by his master, but the attention which he received appeared to excite only ingratitude in his mind, for he not only found means to become intimate with his mistress, but he at length absconded, carrying with him about £70, which he procured by breaking open a chest in his master's house. He now proceeded to Philadelphia, which place he conceived would be well calculated for the concealment of his past iniquities and a renewal of his schemes upon the unwary. A widow and her 2 daughters were the next new victims to his diabolical lusts. Having become intimate with the mother, he subsequently in turn found means to seduce the daughters. The widow was outrageous at the discovery of this treble act of duplicity, and insisted that he should afford the only reparation which remained in his power. A difficulty, however, arose, for it became obvious that he could not marry them all 3, but at length a satisfactory adjustment took place, an arrangement being made by which one of the daughters was married to a former lover, the other being committed to the tender mercies of our hero, with a dower of £600 and some plate. Affairs were no sooner settled in this way, however, than Richardson, already weary of his wife, absconded to South Carolina, and there he obtained employment on board a vessel trading between that place and Jamaica. He was soon engaged in another intrigue with the daughter of his commander, and having added a 3rd wife to his list, he started upon a new expedition to Barbadoes. But this voyage proved unfortunate, for the vessel being wrecked, he lost all that he possessed. Being picked up, he was carried to St. Kitts, and from thence he proceeded to Jamaica, to Carthagena, Vera Cruz, and finally to England. The port at which he arrived was Chatham, and chance threw him once again into a situation in which he was unable to impose upon the good nature of strangers. Putting up at the house of a publican named Ballard, his host became possessed of an idea that he was no other than a brother of his, who had gone to sea several years before, but had never returned; and Richardson, taking advantage of the good-natured credulity which the other exhibited, declared himself to be his long-lost relation. Great rejoicings took place upon the supposed discovery being made, and our hero went the round of his newly found friends, permitting his good nature to be imposed upon by the payment to him of a legacy alleged to have been left by his deceased parents. But his villainies did not rest there, for being introduced to 2 sisters named Knowlding, he so far ingratiated himself with one of them as to obtain possession of the title deeds of the small estate which she possessed, which he mortgaged at Gravesend for £800, and then immediately sailed for Venice with the proceeds. It was not long before in that city of splendour he succeeded in disposing of his ill-gotten spoil, and then he went to Ancona, where he became acquainted with Captain Benjamin Hartley, for whose murder he was eventually executed. Captain Hartley, it appears, had sailed to that place with a cargo of pilchards, and having discharged his lading, he was about to proceed to Turkey upon a new trip. Being in want of a carpenter, he prevailed upon Richardson to accompany him in that capacity. On board the vessel, Coyle, the fellow sufferer with Richardson, was employed as mate. The vessel proceeded in one course to Turkey, where, having taken in a cargo of corn, she sailed to Leghorn. She had not advanced many leagues upon her voyage, however, before a plot for the murder of the captain and the seizure of the vessel was put into execution. Coyle, it appears, was the instigator of this foul conspiracy, and having obtained the assistance of Richardson and a man named Larson, they all 3 proceeded to the performance of their horrid project. On the first night of the voyage they went to the captain's cabin at about midnight, determined to dispatch him as he lay in his hammock, but Hartley, being alarmed at their presence, sprang upon deck and ran up the shrouds. His pursuers were not far behind him, and he was rapidly followed by Richardson and Larson, but driven to desperation by the dreadful situation in which he was placed, he flung himself from a fearful height upon the deck. Here Coyle was waiting to receive him, and raising a blunderbuss to his shoulder, he attempted to shoot him. The captain, however, avoided the discharge, and rushing to his antagonist, he wrestled the blunderbuss from him and threw it overboard. By this time the crew had gained intelligence of what was passing on deck, and rushing through the hatchway, Captain Hartley perceived from their looks that they were too little disposed to assist him in opposition to the attack which had been made upon him. He at once gave himself up for lost, and being stunned by a blow which he received from Coyle, he was directly hove overboard. Coyle and Richardson now assumed the respective offices of master and mate of the vessel, and after a long consultation it was determined that they should bear up for the island of Fovignano, where it was hoped they would be able to procure supplies. Here, however, their piratical proceedings were communicated to the authorities of the place by two boys, who escaped from the vessel during the night, and the crew, discovering the dangerous position in which they were placed, immediately set sail in the long boat for Tunis. On their arrival at that place they were carried before the English consul, to whom they represented themselves to be the crew of a vessel which had been lost off Sardinia, but having been supplied with money, Coyle, while in a state of intoxication, spoke so freely of their adventures that he was immediately placed under arrest. Richardson, however, escaped to Tripoli, and from thence to Malta and Sicily, but on his going to Messina he was taken into custody on the representations of a friend of the deceased Captain Hartley. Having remained in prison during a period of 9 months, he procured his liberation by representing to the King of Naples that he had been a servant to his father, and then travelled to Rome and Civita Vecchia, where he was finally apprehended and sent to England. Coyle had only just before reached London, and they were immediately both indicted for the murder of their commander. The evidence against them consisted of the declarations made by the two boys to whom we have already alluded, and having been found guilty they received sentence of death. The wretched man Coyle, who was respectably connected in Devonshire, appeared sensible of the enormity of the crime of which he had been guilty, and professed the greatest penitence, while Richardson, on the other hand, exhibited an extraordinary degree of recklessness. They were hanged at Execution Dock on the 25th of January 1738. End of Part 11. Part 12 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 12. George Price, convicted of murder. The case of this malefactor gives us an opportunity of bringing under the notice of the reader the occurrence of a calamity which has always attracted considerable attention, namely the breaking out of the jail fever. The offence of the prisoner was that of the murder of his wife, a crime which he perpetrated on Hounslow Heath in a gig, within view of the gibbets which formerly stood there, by strangling her with the thong of his whip. He was apprehended upon suspicion of the crime, and was found guilty, and sentenced to death, but before the law could be executed upon him he died in Newgate of the jail fever, on the 22nd of October 1738. The following account of this malignant fever shows the peculiar circumstances under which it first exhibited itself. It appears that it was always attended with a degree of malignity, in proportion to the closeness and stench of the place. The assize held at Oxford in the year 1577, called the Black Assize, was a dreadful instance of the deadly effects of the jail fever. The judges, jury, witnesses, and in fact nearly every person except the prisoners, women and children in court, were killed by a foul air, which at first was thought to have arisen out of the bowels of the earth, but that great philosopher Lord Bacon proved it to have come from the prisoners, taken out of a noisome jail, and brought into court to take their trials, and they alone, being subject to the inhaling foul air, were not injured by it. Baker's Chronicle, a work of the highest authenticity, thus speaks of the Black Assize: "The court were surprised with a pestilent savour, whether arising from the noisome smell of the prisoners or from the damp of the ground is uncertain, but all that were present within 40 hours died, except the prisoners and the women and children, and the contagion went no farther. There died Robert Bell, Lord Chief Baron, Robert de Olie, Sir William Babington, and High Sheriff of Oxfordshire, some of the most eminent lawyers, the jurors, and 300 others, more or less." Some attributed the cause of the sudden mortality at Oxford to witchcraft, the people in those times being very superstitious. In Webster's Display of Witchcraft, a work of some authenticity as to the relation of circumstances as they occurred, we find the following account of the Black Assize, which we insert as a matter of curiosity. The 4th and 5th days of July 1559 were holden the assizes at Oxford, where was arraigned and condemned one Rowland Jenks for his seditious tongue, at which time there arose such a damp that almost all were smothered. Very few escaped that were not taken at that instant. The jurors died presently. Shortly after died Sir Robert Bell, Lord Chief Baron, Sir Robert de Olie, Sir William Babington, Mr. Weneman, Mr. de Olie, High Sheriff, Mr. Davers, Mr. Harcourt, Mr. Curle, Mr. Fettiplass, Mr. Greenwood, Mr. Foster, Sergeant Barham, Mr. Stevens, etc. There died in Oxford 300 persons, and sickened there, but died in other places, 200 and odd, from the 6th of July to the 12th of August, after which day died not one of that sickness, for one of them infected not another, nor any one woman or child died thereof. This is the punctual relation according to our English annals, which relate nothing of what should be the cause of the arising of such a damp, just at the conjecture of time when Jenks was condemned, there being none before, and so it could not be a prison infection, for that would have manifested itself by smell, or operating sooner. But to take away all scruple, and to assign the true cause, it was thus. It fortuned that a manuscript fell into my hands, collected by an ancient gentleman of York, who was a great observer and gatherer of strange things and facts, who lived about the time of this accident happening at Oxford, wherein it is related thus: that Rowland Jenks, being imprisoned for treasonable words spoken against the Queen, and being a popish recusant, had, notwithstanding, during the time of his restraint, liberty some time to walk abroad with the keeper, and that one day he came to an apothecary and showed him a receipt which he desired him to make up, but the apothecary, upon viewing of it, told him that it was a strong and dangerous receipt, and required some time to prepare it, also asking to what use he would apply it. He answered to kill the rats, that since his imprisonment spoiled his books. So being satisfied, he promised to make it ready. After a certain time he cometh to know if it were ready, but the apothecary said the ingredients were so hard to procure that he had not done it, and so gave him the receipt again, of which he had taken a copy, which mine author had there precisely written down, but did seem so horribly poisonous that I cut it forth, lest it might fall into the hands of wicked persons. But after, it seems, he had it prepared, and against the day of his trial had made a wick of it, for so is the word, that is, so fitted it, that like a candle it might be fired, which as soon as ever he was condemned he lighted, having provided himself with a tinder box and steel to strike fire. And whosoever should know the ingredients of that wick or candle, and the manner of the composition, will easily be persuaded of the virulency and venomous effects of it. In the year 1730, the Lord Chief Baron Pengelly, with several of his officers and servants, Sir James Shepherd, Sergeant at Law, and John Piggott, Esquire, High Sheriff for Somersetshire, died at Blandford, on the Western Circuit of the Lent Assize, from the infected stench brought with the prisoners from Ilchester Gaol to their trials at Taunton, in which town the infection afterwards spread, and carried off some 100 persons. In 1754 and 1755 this distemper prevailed in Newgate to a degree which carried off more than 1/5 of the prisoners. Richard Turpin, executed for horse stealing. The character which this notorious offender is generally supposed to have possessed for remarkable gallantry and courage, and which in one instance has been deemed of sufficient importance to fit him for one of the heroes of a romance, [Footnote: In Mr. Ainsworth's Romance of Rookwood, Turpin is one of the most striking characters.] upon being examined appears to sink him to the low degree of a petty pilferer, of a heartless plunderer, and even of a brutal murderer. Turpin was the son of a farmer named John Turpin of Thaxted in Essex, and having received a common school education, was apprenticed to a butcher in Whitechapel, in whose service he at an early age distinguished himself for the brutality of his disposition. On the expiration of his apprenticeship he was married to a young woman named Palmer, who resided at East Ham in Essex, and set up in business for himself, but he had not been thus occupied long before he sought to decrease his expenditure in trade by stealing his neighbour's cattle, and cutting them up and selling them in his shop. His proceedings, however, received an unexpected check, for having stolen 2 oxen from a Mr. Giles at Plaistow, he drove them straight home; but 2 of Giles's servants having obtained sufficient evidence of the robbery, a warrant was obtained for his apprehension, and he only evaded the officers who were in search of him by making his escape from the back window of his house at the very moment when they were entering at the door. Having retreated to a place of security, he found means to inform his wife where he was concealed, and she furnished him with money, with which he travelled into the hundreds of Essex, where he joined a gang of smugglers, with whom he was for some time successful. A body of the custom house officers, however, by one fortunate stroke, deprived him of all his ill-acquired gains. Thrown out of this kind of business, he connected himself with a gang of deer stealers, the principal part of whose depredations were committed on Epping Forest and the parks in its neighbourhood; but their efforts not succeeding to the expectation of the robbers, they determined to commence housebreakers. Their plan was to fix on those houses which they presumed contained any valuable property, and while one of them knocked at the door, the others rushed in and seized whatever they might deem worthy of their notice. The first attack of this kind was at the house of a Mr. Stripe, an old man who kept a chandler's shop at Watford, whom they robbed of all the money in his possession, but did not offer him any personal violence. The well-known story of placing the old woman on the fire at Loughton is thus related by the original historian of the life of our hero. Turpin now acquainted his associates that there was an old woman at Loughton who was in possession of £700 or £800, whereupon they agreed to rob her; and when they came to the door, one of them knocked, and the rest, forcing their way into the house, tied handkerchiefs over the eyes of the old woman and her maid. This being done, Turpin demanded what money was in the house, and the owner hesitating to tell him, he threatened to set her on the fire if she did not make an immediate discovery. Still, however, she refused to give the desired information, on which the villains actually placed her on the fire, where she sat till the tormenting pains compelled her to discover her hidden treasure, so that the robbers possessed themselves of above £400, and decamped with the booty. The gang appears to have proceeded with some success, for soon afterwards they robbed the house of a farmer at Barking of above £700, in a most daring manner, and then they determined to attack the house of Mr. Mason, the keeper of Epping Forest. Turpin, it appears, was absent from this expedition, for he was unable to remain with so much money in his pocket as he possessed, and he therefore started to London to spend it in riot and intoxication. His companions, however, were true to their faith, and having obtained a considerable booty, they sought him in town, and shared the produce of the robbery with him. On the 11th of January 1735, Turpin and 5 of his companions went to the house of Mr. Saunders, a rich farmer at Charlton in Kent, between 7 and 8 in the evening, and having knocked at the door, asked if Mr. Saunders was at home. Being answered in the affirmative, they rushed into the house, and found Mr. Saunders and his wife and friends playing at cards in the parlour. They told the company that they should remain uninjured if they made no disturbance, and having made a prize of a silver snuff box which lay on the table, part of the gang stood guard over the company, while the others attended Mr. Saunders through the house, and, breaking open his escritoires and closets, stole above £100, exclusive of plate. During these transactions, the servant maid ran upstairs, barred the door of her room, and called out "thieves," with a view of alarming the neighbourhood; but the robbers broke open the door, secured her, and then robbed the house of all the valuable property they had not before taken. Finding some mince pies and some bottles of wine, they sat down to regale themselves, and meeting with a bottle of brandy, they compelled each of the company to drink a glass of it. Mrs. Saunders fainted through terror, but the gallantry of the thieves would not permit her to remain in this condition, and they therefore administered some drops in water to her, and recovered her to the use of her senses. Having stayed in the house a considerable time, they packed up their booty and departed, declaring that if any of the family gave the least alarm within 2 hours, or advertised the marks of the stolen plate, they would return and murder them at a future time. Retiring to a public house at Woolwich, where they had concerted the robbery, they crossed the Thames to an empty house in Ratcliffe Highway, and there deposited the stolen effects till they found a purchaser for them. Their next attack was upon the house of Mr. Sheldon, near Croydon, in Surrey, where they obtained a considerable booty in money and jewels. They then concerted the robbery of Mr. Lawrence, of Edgware in Middlesex, to the commission of which they proceeded on the 4th of February. They arrived at Edgware at about 5 in the evening, and, after obtaining some refreshment, they went to the scene of their intended outrage at about 7 o'clock, when Mr. Lawrence had just discharged his workmen. Quitting their horses at the outer gate, they seized a sheep boy, whom they compelled to conduct them to the house door, under fear of death, and there they obliged him to procure the opening of the door by knocking and calling to his fellow servants. As soon as the door was open, they all rushed in, and presenting pistols, they seized Mr. Lawrence and his servant, threw a cloth over their faces, and taking the boy into another room, demanded what firearms were in the house. He replied that there was only an old gun, which they broke in pieces. They then bound Mr. Lawrence and his man, and made them sit by the boy, and Turpin, searching the gentleman, took from him a guinea, a Portugal piece, and some silver, but not being satisfied with this booty, they forced him to conduct them upstairs, where they broke open a closet, and stole some money and plate. Being dissatisfied, they swore that they would murder Mr. Lawrence if some further booty was not produced, and one of them took a kettle of water from the fire and threw it over him, but it providentially happened not to be hot enough to scald him. In the interim, the maidservant, who was churning butter in the dairy, hearing a noise in the house, apprehended some mischief, on which she blew out her candle to screen herself, but being found in the course of their search, one of the miscreants compelled her to go upstairs, where he gratified his brutal passion by force. They then robbed the house of all the valuable effects they could find, locked the family into the parlour, threw the key into the garden, and took their ill-gotten plunder to London. The particulars of this atrocious robbery being represented to the king, a proclamation was issued, offering a reward of 50 guineas for the apprehension of the offenders, and a pardon to any one of the parties who should impeach his associates. This, however, was unsuccessful, and the robbers continued their depredations as before. On the 7th of February, 6 of them assembled at the White Bear in Drury Lane, and they agreed to rob Mr. Francis, a farmer, at Marylebone. They accordingly proceeded to his house forthwith, and having bound all the servants and Mr. Francis in the stable, they rushed into the house, tied Mrs. Francis, her daughter, and the maidservant, and beat them in a most cruel manner. One of the thieves then stood sentry while the rest rifled the house, in which they found a silver tankard, a medal of Charles I, a gold watch, several gold rings, a considerable sum of money, and a variety of valuable linen and other effects, which they conveyed to London. Hereupon a reward of £100 was offered for the apprehension of the offenders, in consequence of which 2 of them were taken into custody, tried, convicted on the evidence of an accomplice, and hanged in chains; and the whole gang being dispersed, Turpin went into the country to renew his depredations on the public, in any new line of business which might strike his fancy. On his way toward Cambridge, he fell in with a young man of gentlemanly appearance, who was well mounted, and expecting a tolerable booty, he presented a pistol to his breast and demanded his money. The only answer which he received, however, was a hearty peal of laughter; and when the highwaymen, enraged at the supposed insult cast upon him, threatened instant destruction to the stranger in case of any further refusal, the latter exclaimed, "What, dog eat dog? Come, brother Turpin, if you don't know me, I know you, and I shall be glad of your company." The mystery was soon solved, and the stranger was no other than King, a gentleman highwayman, and a bargain of partnership was struck between them, which terminated only in the death of our hero's new associate by the hand of his companion in iniquity. Joined now in a common cause against the public, they committed a great number of robberies, until at length they were so well known that no public house would receive them as guests. Thus situated, they fixed on a spot between the King's Oak and the Lawton Road, on Epping Forest, where they made a cave which was large enough to receive them and their horses. The cave was enclosed within a sort of thicket of bushes and brambles, through which they could look and see passengers on the road, while they remained unobserved, and from this station they used to issue, and robbed such a number of persons, that at length the very pedlars who travelled the road carried firearms for their defence. While thus situated, they were frequently visited by Turpin's wife, who used to supply them with necessaries, and who often remained with her husband in the cave during King's absence for the night. Having taken a ride as far as Bungay in Suffolk, the robbers observed 2 young countrywomen received £14 for corn, on which Turpin resolved to rob them of their money. King objected, saying it was a pity to rob such pretty girls, but Turpin was obstinate, and obtained the booty. Upon their return home on the following day, they stopped a Mr. Bradle of London, who was riding in his chariot with his children. The gentleman, seeing only one robber, was preparing to make resistance, when King called to Turpin to hold the horses, and they took from him his watch, money, and an old mourning ring, but returned the latter, as he declared that its intrinsic value was trifling, and that he was very unwilling to part with it. Finding that they readily parted with the ring, he asked them what he must give for the watch, on which King said to Turpin, "What say you, Jack?" by which name he always called him. "He seems to be a good honest fellow. Shall we let him have his watch?" Turpin answered, "Do as you please." Whereupon King said, "You must pay 6 guineas for it. We never sell for more, though the watch should be worth 36. The gentleman therefore received the watch, and said that the money should be left at the Dial in Birchin Lane, where they might receive it. The greatest crime of which Turpin appears to have been guilty was committed soon after this. It was that of murder. The active inquiries which the police of the day were making after him and his companion obliged them to separate; but Turpin, being less wary than King, continued to inhabit their old dwelling in the forest. The tempting offer of £100 reward induced the servant of a gentleman named Thompson, and a higgler, to go out in the hope of capturing the highwayman; and Turpin, being unaware of their object, and seeing them approach his cave with a gun, mistook them for poachers. He called to them, telling them that there were no hares in that thicket, upon which the servant exclaimed, "No, but I have found a Turpin," and instantly presenting his gun, he called upon him to surrender. Turpin spoke to him in a friendly way, but retreating from him at the same time, he seized his own gun and shot him dead on the spot, the higgler running off with the greatest precipitation. The consequence of this most detestable act was, that a great outcry was raised against the highwayman, and he was compelled to quit the place on which he had hitherto relied for his concealment. It was afterwards examined, and there were found in it 2 shirts, 2 pairs of stockings, a piece of ham, and a part of a bottle of wine. His place of refuge was in Hertfordshire, and he sent a letter to his wife to meet him at a public house in the town of Hertford; but going to keep his appointment, he met a butcher with whom he owed a sum of money. The latter demanded payment, and Dick promised to get money of his wife, who was in the next room; but while the butcher was hinting to some of his acquaintance that the person present was Turpin, and that they might take him into custody after he had received his debt, the highwayman made his escape through a window, and rode off with great expedition. He soon found King, but their meeting was unfortunate for the latter, for it ended in his death. Proceeding together towards London in the dusk of the evening, when they came near the Green Man on Epping Forest, they overtook a Mr. Major, who, being mounted on a very fine horse, while Turpin's beast was jaded, the latter obliged him to dismount and exchange. The robbers now pursued their journey towards London, and Mr. Major, going to the Green Man, gave an account of the affair, on which it was conjectured that Turpin had been the robber. It was on a Sunday evening that this robbery was committed, but Mr. Major being advised to print handbills immediately, notice was given to the landlord of the Green Man that such a horse as had been lost had been left at the Red Lion in Whitechapel. The landlord, going thither, determined to wait till some person came for it, and at about 11 at night King's brother came to pay for the horse and take him away, on which he was immediately seized and conducted into the house. Being asked what right he had to the horse, he said he had brought it; but the landlord, examining the whip which he had in his hand, found a button at the end of the handle half broken off, and the name of Major on the remaining half. Upon this he was given into custody of a constable, but as it was not supposed that he was the actual robber, he was told that he should have his liberty if he would discover his employer. Hereupon he said that a stout man in a white duffle coat was waiting for the horse in Red Lion Street, on which the company, going thither, saw King, who drew a pistol and attempted to fire it, but it flashed in the pan. He then endeavoured to pull out another pistol, but he could not, as it got entangled in his pocket. Turpin was at this time watching at a short distance off, and riding towards the spot he saw his companion seized by some officers who had arrived. King immediately cried out, "Shoot him, or we are taken," on which Turpin fired, but his shot penetrated the breast of his companion. King called out, "Dick, you've killed me," and Turpin then rode off at full speed. King lived a week after this affair, and gave information that Turpin might be found at a house near Hackney Marsh, and on inquiry it was discovered that Turpin had been there on the night that he rode off, lamenting that he had killed King, who was his most faithful associate. For a considerable time our hero skulked about the forest, having been deprived of his retreat in the cave since he shot the servant of Mr. Thompson, and a more active search for him having commenced, he determined to make good his retreat into Yorkshire, where he thought he would be unknown, and might more readily evade justice. The circumstance which induced him to take this step appears to have been an attempt made by a gentleman's huntsman to secure him by hunting him down with bloodhounds, whose mouths he escaped only by mounting an oak, when he had the satisfaction to see them pass by without noticing him. Going first, therefore, to Long Sutton in Lincolnshire, he stole some horses, for which he was taken into custody, but he escaped from the constable as he was conducting him before a magistrate, and hastened to Welton in Yorkshire, where he went by the name of John Palmer, and assumed the character of a gentleman. He now frequently went into Lincolnshire, where he stole horses, which he brought into Yorkshire, and there he sold or exchanged them. From his being apparently a dealer of horses, he became acquainted with many of the surrounding gentry and farmers, and he frequently accompanied them on hunting and shooting expeditions. On one of these occasions he was returning home, when he wantonly shot a cock belonging to his landlord. Mr. Hall, a neighbour who witnessed the act, said, "You have done wrong in shooting your landlord's cock," on which Turpin answered, that if he would stay while he loaded his gun, he would shoot him too. Irritated by the insult, Mr. Hall communicated what had occurred to the owner of the cock, whereupon, complaint being made to the magistrates, a warrant was granted for the apprehension of the offender, and on his being taken into custody he was examined before the magistrates at Beverley, and committed for want of sureties. Inquiries being made, the good opinions which had been formed of his mode of life were soon dissipated, and it was conjectured that instead of being a horse dealer he was a horse stealer. The magistrates therefore proceeded to him and demanded to know what his business was, and he answered that about 2 years before he had carried on business at Long Sutton as a butcher, but that having contracted some debts for sheep that proved rotten, he had been compelled to abscond, and go into Yorkshire to live. The clerk of the peace, being commissioned to ascertain the truth of this story, learned that he had never been in business, and that he was suspected to be a horse stealer, and had been in custody but had escaped, and that there were many informations against him for various offences. He was then committed to York Castle, and soon afterwards some persons coming from Lincolnshire claimed a mare and a foal which were in his possession, and stated that they had been stolen recently before. The real name and character of the prisoner was soon afterwards discovered by means of a letter which he wrote to his brother in Essex. York, February 6, 1739. Dear Brother, I am sorry to inform you that I am now under confinement in York Castle for horse stealing. If I could procure an evidence from London to give me character, that would go a great way towards my being acquitted. I had not been long in this county before my apprehension, so it would pass off the readier. For heaven's sake, dear brother, do not neglect me. You know well what I mean when I say I am yours, John Palmer. The letter was returned to the post office unopened, because the postage was not paid, and Mr. Smith, the schoolmaster, by whom Turpin had been taught to write, knowing the hand, carried the letter to a magistrate, by whom it was broken open, and it was thus discovered that the supposed John Palmer was Dick Turpin. Mr. Smith was in consequence dispatched to Yorkshire, and he immediately selected his former pupil from the other prisoners, and subsequently gave evidence at the trial as to his identity. On the rumour that the noted Turpin was a prisoner in York Castle, persons flocked from all parts of the country to take a view of him, and debates ran high whether he was the real person or not. Among others who visited him was a young fellow who pretended to know the famous Turpin, and having regarded him a considerable time with looks of great attention, he told the keeper he would bet him half a guinea that he was not Turpin, on which the prisoner, whispering the keeper, said, "Lay him the wager, and I'll go your halves." When this notorious malefactor was brought to trial, he was convicted on 2 indictments, and received sentence of death. After conviction he wrote to his father, imploring him to intercede with a gentleman and lady of rank to make interest that his sentence might be remitted, and that he might be transported. But although the father did what was in his power, the notoriety of his son's character was such that no persons would exert themselves in his favour. The prisoner meanwhile lived in the most gay and thoughtless manner, regardless of all considerations of futurity, and affecting to make a jest of the dreadful fate that awaited him. Not many days before his execution he bought a new fustian frock and pair of pumps in order to wear them at the time of his death, and on the day before that appointed for the termination of his life, he hired 5 poor men, at 5 shillings each, to follow the cart as mourners. He gave hatbands and gloves to several persons, and left a ring and other articles of property to a married woman with whom he had been acquainted in Lincolnshire. On the morning of his death he was put into a cart, and being followed by the mourners, he was drawn to the place of execution, in his way to which he bowed to the spectators with an air of the most astonishing indifference and intrepidity. When he came to the fatal tree, he ascended the ladder, and, on his right leg trembling, he stamped it down with an air of assumed courage, as if he was ashamed to be observed to discover any signs of fear. Having conversed with the executioner about half an hour, he threw himself off the ladder, and expired in a few minutes. Turpin suffered at York, April 10th, 1739. The spectators of the execution seemed to be much affected at the fate of this man, who was distinguished by the comeliness of his appearance. The corpse was brought to the Blue Boar, in Castlegate, York, where it remained till the next morning. Then it was interred in the churchyard of St. George's parish, with an inscription on the coffin bearing the initials of his name and his age. The grave was made remarkably deep, and the people who acted as mourners took such measures as they thought would secure the body. But about 3 o'clock on the following morning some persons were observed in the churchyard, who carried it off, and the populace, having an intimation whither it was conveyed, found it in a garden belonging to one of the surgeons of the city. Hereupon they took the body, laid it on a board, and having carried it through the streets in a kind of triumphal manner, and then filled the coffin with unslaked lime, buried it in the grave where it had been before deposited. It is difficult to conceive the reason of all this concern and sympathy among the people, for a more depraved heartless villain never suffered the penalty of the law. The fashion, however, which was then set appears to have continued in existence up to the present day, and fancy has done more to secure the reputation of Turpin as a hero and a man of courage and generosity than any pains he ever took to obtain for himself a good name as an honest man. It is needless to add that the story of the ride to York, and of the wondrous deeds of the highwayman's steed, Black Bess, are, like many other tales of this fellow, the fabrications of some poetical brain. End of Part 12. Part 13 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 13. Mary Young, alias Jenny Diver, executed for a street robbery. The name of this woman will long be celebrated in the annals of crime, as being that of a person who was the most ingenious of her class. Mary Young was the daughter of poor parents in the north of Ireland, and at the age of 10 years entered the service of a gentlewoman, by whose directions she was instructed in reading, writing, and needlework, in the latter of which she attained a proficiency unusual in girls of her age. Soon after she arrived at her 15th year, a young man who lived in the vicinity made strong pretensions of love to her, and having formed a desire to visit London, she determined to quit her benefactress and make the passion of her lover, for whom she cared little, subservient to her purpose. She therefore promised to marry him on condition of his taking her to London, and he joyfully accepted her proposal and immediately took a passage to Liverpool. In order, however, to enable him to undertake the journey, he robbed his master of a gold watch and 80 guineas, and then he joined his intended wife on board the ship. Arrived at Liverpool, they determined to remain a short time to get over the effects of the voyage, and they lived together as man and wife. But when they were on the point of starting to London by the waggon, the bridegroom was seized by a messenger dispatched in search of him from Ireland, and conveyed before the mayor, whither his companion accompanied him. He there confessed the crime of which he had been guilty, but did not implicate Young, and she in consequence was permitted to take her departure for London, having 10 guineas in her pocket, which she had recently received from her paramour. In a short time the latter was sent to Ireland, where he was tried and condemned to suffer death, but his sentence was eventually changed to that of transportation. Upon her arrival in London, our heroine contracted an acquaintance with one of her countrywomen, named Anne Murphy, by whom she was invited to partake of a lodging in Long Acre. She endeavoured for a while to obtain a livelihood by her needle, but not being able to procure sufficient employment, her situation became truly deplorable. Murphy then intimated to her that she could introduce her to a mode of life that would prove exceedingly lucrative, adding that the most profound secrecy was required; and the other, expressing an anxious desire to learn the means of extracting herself from the difficulties under which she laboured, made a solemn declaration that she would never divulge what Murphy should communicate. In the evening Murphy introduced her to a number of men and women, assembled in a kind of club near St. Giles's, who gain their living by cutting off women's pockets and stealing watches, etc., from men in the avenues of the theatres, and at other places of public resort; and, on the recommendation of Murphy, they admitted Mary a member of the society. After her installation they dispersed, in order to pursue their illegal occupation, and the booty obtained that night consisted of £80 in cash and a valuable gold watch. As Mary was not yet acquainted with the art of thieving, she was not admitted to an equal share of the night's produce, but it was agreed that she should have 2 guineas. She now regularly applied 2 hours every day in qualifying herself for an expert thief, by attending to the instructions of experienced practitioners, and in a short time she was distinguished as the most ingenious and successful adventurer of the whole gang. A young fellow of genteel appearance, who was a member of the club, was singled out by her as the partner of her bed, and they cohabited for a considerable time as husband and wife. In a few months our heroine became so expert in her profession as to acquire great consequence among her associates, who distinguished her by the appellation of Jenny Diver, on account of her remarkable dexterity, and as that is the name by which she is more generally recognised in the anecdotes of her life which follow, we shall so designate her. Accompanied by one of her female accomplices, Jenny joined the crowd at the entrance of a place of worship in the Old Jewry, where a popular divine was to preach, and observing a young gentleman with a diamond ring on his finger, she held out her hand, which he kindly received in order to assist her. At this juncture she contrived to get possession of the ring without the knowledge of the owner, after which she slipped behind her companion, and heard the gentleman say that, as there was no probability of gaining admittance, he would return. Upon his leaving the meeting he missed his ring, and mentioned his loss to the persons who were near him, adding that he suspected it to be stolen by a woman whom he had endeavoured to assist in the crowd, but as the thief was unknown she escaped. This proof of her dexterity was considered so remarkable that her associates determined to allow her an equal share of all their booties, even though she could not be present when they were obtained. In a short time after this exploit she procured a pair of false hands and arms to be made, and concealing her real ones under her clothes, she put something beneath her stays so as to make herself appear as if in a state of pregnancy, and repaired on a Sunday evening to the place of worship above mentioned in a sedan chair, one of the gang going before to procure a seat for her among the genteeler part of the congregation, and another attending in the character of a footman. Jenny being seated between 2 elderly ladies, each of whom had a gold watch by her side, she conducted herself with great seeming devotion, but the service being nearly concluded, she seized the opportunity, when the ladies were standing up, of stealing their watches, which she delivered to an accomplice in an adjoining pew. The devotions being ended, the congregation were preparing to depart, when the ladies discovered their loss, and a violent clamour ensued. One of the parties exclaimed that her watch must have been taken either by the devil or the pregnant woman, on which the other said she could vindicate the pregnant lady, whose hands she was sure had not been removed from her lap during the whole time of her being in the pew. Flushed with the success of the adventure, our heroine determined to pursue her good fortune, and, as another sermon was to be preached the same evening, she adjourned to an adjacent public house, where, without pain or difficulty, she soon reduced the protuberance of her waist, and having entirely changed her dress, she returned to the meeting, where she had not remained long before she picked a gentleman's pocket of a gold watch, with which she escaped unsuspected. Her accomplices were also industrious and successful, for on a division of the booty obtained this evening they each received 30 guineas. These acts procured for her universal respect among her fellows, and in all their future transactions they yielded an exact obedience to her wishes. The game which she had played having been found so successful, Jenny again assumed the appearance of a pregnant woman, and, attended by an accomplice as a footman, went towards St. James's Park on a day when the King was going to the House of Lords, and there being a great number of persons between the park and Spring Gardens, she purposely slipped down, and was instantly surrounded by many of both sexes, who were emulous to afford her assistance; but affecting to be in violent pain, she intimated to them that she was desirous of remaining on the ground till she should be somewhat recovered. As she expected, the crowd increased, and her pretended footman and female accomplice were so industrious as to obtain 2 diamond girdle buckles, a gold watch, a gold snuff box, and 2 purses, containing together upwards of 40 guineas. The girdle buckles, watch, and snuff box were the following day advertised, a considerable reward was offered, and a promise given that no question should be asked of the party who should return them. But our heroine declaring that their restoration would entirely break down the principles upon which their association was conducted, they were sold to the Jews in Duke's Place. Ever fertile in inventions, she proceeded with her supposed servant to the east end of the town, and observing a genteel house, the latter knocked and begged that his mistress, who had been taken suddenly ill, might be permitted to enter to rest herself a few minutes. The request was complied with, and while the mistress of the house and the servant were up the stairs seeking such things as might be supposed to afford relief to their visitor, she opened a drawer and stole 60 guineas, and afterwards, while the lady was holding a smelling bottle to her nose, she picked her pocket of a purse, containing, however, only a small sum. Her supposed servant, in the meanwhile, was not idle, and, having been ordered into the kitchen, he pocketed 6 silver tablespoons, a pepper box, and a salt cellar. All the available booty having now been secured, the servant was sent for a coach, and Jenny, pretending to be somewhat recovered, went away, saying that she was the wife of a respectable merchant in Thames Street, and pressing her entertainer to dine with her on a certain day which she appointed. The impudence of these frauds, however, soon attracted public attention, and it was found that some new plan must be determined upon by which the public might be gulled. Until some novel method of robbing should be devised, however, it was determined that the gang should go to Bristol to seek adventures and profit during the fair, and in order to render their proceedings the more likely to be successful, they admitted into their society a man who had long subsisted there as a thief. Jenny and Murphy now assumed the character of merchants' wives, while the new member and another of the gang appeared as country farmers, and the footman was continued in the same character. They took lodgings in different parts of the city, and they agreed that in the case of any of them being apprehended, the rest should appear to speak to the character of the prisoners, and representing them to be persons of reputation in London, endeavour to procure their release. Being one day in the fair, they observed a West Country clothier giving a sum of money to his servant, and heard him direct the man to deposit it in a bureau. They followed the servant, and one of them fell down before him, expecting that he would also fall, and that, as there was a great crowd, the money might be easily secured; but though the man fell into the snare, they were not able to obtain their expected booty, and therefore had recourse to the following stratagem. One of the gang asked the man whether his master had not lately ordered him to carry home a sum of money, to which the other replied in the affirmative, and the sharper then told him that he must return to his master, who had purchased some goods and waited to pay for them. The countryman followed him to Jenny's lodgings, and being introduced to her, she desired him to be seated, saying his master was gone on some business in the neighbourhood, but had left orders for him to wait till his return. She urged him to drink a glass of wine, but the poor fellow declined her offers with awkward simplicity, the pretended footman having taught him to believe her a woman of great wealth and consequence. Her encouraging solicitations, however, conquered his bashfulness, and he drank till he became intoxicated. Being conducted into another apartment, he soon fell fast asleep, and while in that situation he was robbed of the money he had received from his master, which proved to be £100. They were no sooner in possession of the cash than they discharged the demand of the innkeeper, and set out in the first stage for London. Soon after their return to town, Jenny and her associates went to London Bridge in the dusk of the evening, and observing a lady standing at a door to avoid the carriages, a number of which were passing, one of the men went up to her, and under pretence of giving her assistance, seized both her hands, which he held till his accomplices had rifled her pockets of a gold snuff box, a silver case containing a set of instruments, and 30 guineas in cash. On the following day, as Jenny and an accomplice, in the character of a footman, were walking through Change Alley, she picked a gentleman's pocket of a bank note for £200, for which she received 130 from a Jew, with whom the gang had very extensive connections. Our heroine now hired a real footman, and her favourite, who had long acted in that character, assumed the appearance of a gentleman, and they hired lodgings in the neighbourhood of Covent Garden, that they might more conveniently attend the theatres. She dressed herself in an elegant manner, and went to the theatre one evening when the king was to be present, and during the performance she attracted the particular attention of a young gentleman of fortune from Yorkshire, who declared in the most passionate terms that she had made an absolute conquest, and earnestly solicited that he might be permitted to attend her home. She at first refused to comply with his request, saying that she was newly married, but she at length yielded to his entreaties, and he accompanied her to her door in a hackney coach, and quitted her only on her promising to admit him on a future evening, when she said her husband would be out of town. The day of the appointment being arrived, 2 of the gang were equipped in elegant liveries, and Anne Murphy appeared as waiting maid. The gentleman soon made his appearance, having a gold-headed cane in his hand, a sword by his side with a gold hilt, and wearing a gold watch and a diamond ring. Being introduced to the bedchamber, he was soon deprived of his ring, and he had not undressed many minutes before the lady's maid knocked violently at the door, exclaiming that her master was suddenly returned. Jenny affected to be labouring under the most violent agitation, and begged that the gentleman would cover himself with the bedclothes, saying that she would convey his apparel into the other room, so that, if her husband came there, nothing would appear to awaken his suspicion, and adding that, under pretence of indisposition, she would prevail upon her husband to sleep in another bed, and then return to the arms of her lover. The gull acquiesced, and the clothes being removed, a short consultation was held among the thieves, the result of which was that they immediately decamped, carrying their booty with them, which, exclusive of the cane, etc., was worth 100 guineas. The amorous youth meanwhile waited with anxious impatience for the coming of his dulcinea, but morning having arrived, he rang the bell, and the people of the house coming to him, found he was locked in, the fair fugitive having carried off the key with her. The door was, however, burst open, and an éclaircissement ensued, when the gentleman explained the manner in which he had been treated, but the people of the house, deaf to his expostulations, threatened to publish the adventure through the town, unless he would make up the loss which they had sustained. Rather than risk the safety of his reputation, he sent for money and some clothes, and discharged the debt which Jenny had contracted, quitting the house, bitterly repenting that his amorous qualities should have led him into such a scrape. The continuance of the system under which this gang pursued its labours became now impossible, and they found it necessary to leave the metropolis, but having committed numerous depredations in the country, they returned, and Jenny was unfortunately apprehended on a charge of picking a gentleman's pocket, for which she was sentenced to be transported. She remained nearly 4 months in Newgate, during which time she employed a considerable sum in the purchase of stolen effects, and when she went on board the transport vessel, she shipped a quantity of goods nearly sufficient to load a waggon. The property she possessed ensured her great respect, and every possible convenience and accommodation during the voyage, and on her arrival in Virginia she disposed of her goods, and for some time lived in great splendour and elegance. She soon found, however, that America was a country where she could expect but little emolument from the practices she had so successfully followed in England, and she therefore employed every art she was mistress of to ingratiate herself with a young gentleman who was preparing to embark on board a vessel bound for the port of London. He became much enamoured of her, and brought her to England, but while the ship lay at Gravesend, she robbed him of all the property she could get into her possession, and pretending indisposition, intimated a desire of going on shore, in which her admirer acquiesced, but she was no sooner on land than she made a precipitate retreat. She now travelled through various parts of the country, and having by her usual wicked practices obtained many considerable sums, she at length returned to London, but was not able to find her former accomplices. She frequented the Royal Exchange, the theatres, London Bridge, and other places of public resort, and committed innumerable depredations on the public, but being again detected in picking a gentleman's pocket on London Bridge, she was taken before a magistrate, to whom she declared that her name was Jane Webb, and by that appellation she was committed to Newgate. On her trial, a gentleman who had detected her in the very act of picking the prosecutor's pocket deposed that a person had applied to him offering £50 on condition that he should not appear in support of the prosecution, and a lady swore that on the day the prisoner committed the offence for which she stood indicted, she saw her pick the pockets of more than 20 different people. The record of her former conviction was not produced in court, and therefore she was arraigned for privately stealing only, and on the clearest evidence the jury pronounced her guilty. The property being valued at less than 1 shilling, she was sentenced to transportation. 12 months had not elapsed before she returned from exile a second time, and on her arrival in London she renewed her former practices. A lady going from Sherborne Lane to Walbrook was accosted by a man, who took her hand, seemingly as if to assist her in crossing some planks which were placed over the gutter for the convenience of passengers, but he squeezed her fingers with so much force as to give her great pain, and in the meantime Jenny picked her pocket of 13 shillings and a penny. The gentlewoman, conscious of being robbed, seized the thief by the gown, and she was immediately conducted to the Compter. She was examined the next day by the Lord Mayor, who committed her to Newgate for trial. At the ensuing sessions at the Old Bailey she was tried on an indictment charging her with privately stealing, and the verdict of guilty having been brought in, she was sentenced to death. After conviction she appeared to have a due sense of the awful situation in which she was placed, and employing a great part of her time in devotion, she repented sincerely of the course of iniquity in which she had so long persisted. On the day preceding that of her execution, she sent for the woman who nursed her child, which was then about 3 years old, and saying that there was a person who would pay for its maintenance, she earnestly entreated that it might be carefully instructed in the duties of religion. On the following morning she appeared to be in a serene state of mind. The preparations in the press yard for a moment shook her fortitude, but her spirits were soon again tolerably composed. She was conveyed to Tyburn in a mourning coach, being attended by a clergyman, to whom she declared her firm belief in the principles of the Protestant Church. Her remains were, at her own desire, buried in St. Pancras churchyard. Her execution took place on the 18th of March, 1740. Charles Drew, executed for the murder of his father. The only circumstance of peculiarity attending this case, and it is one indeed, we are happy to say not a little singular, is that the malefactor was the son of the man whom he murdered. The father, being possessed of good property at Long Melford in Suffolk, discarded his son, who appears to have been brought up without any education being imparted to him, on account of his connection with a woman named Elizabeth Boyer. The latter, angered at the contempt exhibited for her, urged her paramour, as well for revenge as for the accession to their means, which would be produced by the old man's death, to commit the foul deed which cost him his life. He was apprehended at the instance of a relation of Mr. Timothy Drew, and being convicted was executed on the 9th of April 1740 at St. Edmund's Bury, being in the 25th year of his age. This case so nearly resembles the celebrated story of George Barnwell, that the following anecdote in reference to the tragedy of that name will not be misplaced here. It is related in reference to Mr. Ross, formerly a tragedian of considerable celebrity. A gentleman, much dejected in his looks, called one day on Ross, when stricken with years, and told him that his father, a wealthy citizen in London, lay at the point of death, and begged that he might see him, or he could not die in peace of mind. Curious as this request appeared from a stranger, and in such extremity, the actor hesitated, but being much pressed by his visitor, he agreed to accompany him. Arrived at the house of the sick man, Mr. Ross was announced, and soon admitted into his chamber, but observing the family to retire, and being left alone with the patient, his wonder was again aroused. The dying penitent, now 80 years and 10, casting his languid eyes upon Ross, said, "Can it be you who raised my fortune, who saved my life? Then were you young like myself, I, and amiable amid the direst misfortunes. I determined to amend my life, and avoid your fate." Here nature in a struggle with death became overpowered, and as the sick man's head fell upon his pillow, he faintly ejaculated, "Oh, Barnwell, Barnwell!" We may conceive the astonishment of the player, whom age had long incapacitated from representing the unfortunate London apprentice.
The feeble man, renewing his efforts to gratify a dying desire, again opened his eyes, and continued: "Mr. Ross, some 40 years ago, like George Barnwell, I wronged my master to supply the unbound extravagance of a Millwood. I took her to see your performance, which so shocked me that I silently vowed to break the connection then by my side, and return to the path of virtue. I kept my resolution, and replaced the money I had stolen before my villainy was detected. I bore up against the upbraidings of my deluder, and found a Maria in my master's daughter. We married. I soon succeeded to her father's business, and the young man who brought you here was the first pledge of our love. I have more children, or I would have shown my gratitude to you by a larger sum than I have bequeathed you, but take £1,000 affixed to your name." At the dying man's signal, old Ross left the room, overwhelmed by his feelings.
End of Part 13. Part 14 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 14. Captain Samuel Goodyear, Matthew Mahoney, and Charles White. Executed for the murder of Sir John D. Goodyear, Baronet. This atrocious murder was committed through the instrumentality of Captain Samuel Goodyear upon his brother Sir John Dinley Goodyear, on board a man of war, of which the former was captain. Sir John, it appears, was possessed of an estate of £3,000 per annum, situated at Evesham in Worcestershire, which he derived from his father Sir Edward, and his brother, who is the subject of this sketch, having been bred to the sea, was advanced to the rank of captain of one of his Majesty's vessels of war. Sir John, having no children, very sanguine expectations were entertained by his brother that he should inherit his property, but upon his discovering that he had made a will in favour of their sister's children, his rage knew no bounds, and he determined upon a most diabolical revenge for the supposed injury which he had received. The vessel of which Captain Goodyear had the command, it appears, was employed as one of the Channel cruisers, and in the month of January 1741 it was lying at Bristol. At this period it happened that Sir John Goodyear was in that city, transacting some business with Mr. Smith, an attorney, and his brother, having been made acquainted with the circumstance, fixed upon this as a proper time to put his plan into execution. Throwing himself into Mr. Smith's way, he assured him that a perfect reconciliation had taken place between them, notwithstanding a misunderstanding which was known to have existed, and after some conversation, learning that his brother was going to dine with that gentleman on a certain day, he procured himself to be invited to meet him. Having determined upon this as a favourable opportunity to carry his design into execution, on his going ashore he carried with him some of his seamen, to whom he gave instructions that Sir John, being insane, he desired to procure him to be carried on board his ship, in order that he might be conveyed to a place of safety. The men, therefore, having been regaled during the evening at a neighbouring public house, as night approached placed themselves in readiness to obey the orders which they had received, and Sir John making his appearance, they seized him and forcibly put him into a boat, in which they directly rowed him to the vessel. The protestations made by the captain that it was only a deserter whom they were apprehending silenced all inquiry from the crowd which had assembled on their perceiving this outrage, and the unfortunate baronet was secured without an effort being made to procure his release, or to save him from the bloody fate which awaited him. As soon as the devoted victim was in the boat, he said to his brother, "I know you have an intention to murder me, and if you are ready to do it, let me beg that it may be done here, without giving yourself the trouble to take me on board." To which the captain said, "No, brother, I am going to prevent your rotting on land, but however, I would have you make your peace with God this night." Sir John having reached the vessel, he called to the seamen for help, but they having learned their captain's commands from their fellows, did not offer to render the slightest aid, and the wretched gentleman was immediately conveyed to the purser's cabin. White and Maloney were selected by their captain as the performers in the dreadful scene which was now to be enacted. While Goodyear stood at the entrance of the cabin guarding it with a drawn sword, his two assistants entered it and approached their victim. He cried aloud for mercy, offering all he possessed as a return if they would spare his life. but regardless of his prayers, they deliberately proceeded to the completion of their sanguinary intentions. Seizing him by the shoulders, they threw him on the deck, and there, with a handkerchief which they took from his pocket, they attempted to strangle him. Finding that their efforts were unavailing, they procured a cord from their guilty commander, with which they speedily dispatched him, White kneeling on his breast and holding his hands, while Mahony fixed the cord round his throat and tightened it until strangulation had taken place. They then accompanied their captain to his cabin, who gave them the sum agreed upon for their services, and bid them seek their safety in flight. The murder was soon made known on shore, through the instrumentality of the crew of the vessel, and the circumstance having come to the knowledge of a Mr. Smith, the attorney, he procured a warrant to be issued, upon which the officers of the city proceeded on board the ship. They found that the captain had there been already put under arrest by the lieutenant and sailing master, and he was immediately conveyed in custody to the prison of the town. It was not long before Mahony and White were also secured, and the prisoners being brought to trial at Bristol on the 26th of March 1741, they were convicted on the clearest evidence, and sentenced to death. Captain Goodere's time after conviction was spent chiefly in writing letters to persons of rank, to make interest to save his life, and his wife and daughter presented a petition to the king, but all endeavours of this kind proving ineffectual, he employed a man to hire some colliers to rescue him on his way to the fatal tree. His efforts in this respect, however, were as unavailing as those which he had made to procure a mitigation of his punishment, for, the circumstance having been made known to the sheriff, he took such steps as were deemed expedient and necessary to prevent the success of the project. The wretched companions, in guilt of the captain, exhibited the greatest hardihood, and when the jailers were employed in putting on their irons, they declared that they had no fear of death. Captain Goodere's wife and daughter, dressed in deep mourning, took a solemn leave of him on the day before his death, and he went in a mourning coach to the place of execution, to which his accomplices were conveyed in a cart. They were hanged near the Hot Wells, Bristol, on the 20th of April 1741, within view of the place where the ship lay when the murder was committed. John Bodkin, Dominic Bodkin, and others, executed for murder. Oliver Bodkin, Esquire, was a gentleman who possessed a good estate near Tuam in Ireland. He had 2 sons by 2 wives. The elder son, named John, to whom this narrative chiefly relates, was sent to Dublin to study the law, and the younger, who was about 7 years of age, remained at home with his parents. The young student lived in a very dissipated manner in Dublin, and soon quitting his studies, came and resided near his father's place of abode. The father allowed him a certain annual sum for his support, but as he lived beyond his allowance, he demanded farther assistance. The father, however, refusing to accede to his wishes, he determined upon a horrible revenge, and included his mother-in-law in his proposed scheme of vengeance, as he imagined that she had induced his father to refuse him any further aid. Having engaged his cousin Dominic Bodkin, his father's shepherd John Hogan, and another ruffian of the name of Burke, to assist him in the intended murders, they went to the house of Mr. Bodkin, senior, whose household consisted of 4 men and 3 women servants, exclusive of Mrs. Bodkin and the younger son, and a gentleman named Lynch, who was at that time on a visit there. They found all the members of the family at supper on their arrival, and having murdered them, they went into the kitchen, where they killed 3 servant maids, and finding the men in different parts of the house, they also sacrificed them to their brutal and unprovoked rage. The murder of 11 persons being thus perpetrated, they quitted the fatal spot, and when some persons from Tuam came the next morning to speak with Mr. Bodkin on business, they found the house open, and beheld the dead body of Mr. Lynch, near which lay that of Mrs. Bodkin, hacked and mangled in a shocking manner, and at a small distance her husband with his throat cut, and the child lying dead across his breast. The throats of the maid servants in the kitchen were all cut, and the men servants in another room were also found murdered. The assassins had even been so wanton in their cruelties as to kill all the dogs and cats in the house. The neighbours being alarmed by such a singular instance of barbarity, a suspicion fell on John Bodkin, who, being taken into custody, confessed all the tragical circumstances above mentioned, and impeached his accomplices, on which the other offenders were taken into custody, and all of them were committed to the jail of Tuam. The shepherd then confessed that he had murdered 2, but that thinking to preserve the boy, to whom he had been foster father, he besmeared him with blood, and laid him near his father. Dominic, perceiving him alive, killed him, and he afterwards murdered 5 more. John Bodkin owned that he and Burke killed the remainder, that he had formerly attempted to poison his mother-in-law, and that he was concerned with his first cousins, John Bodkin, then living, and Frank Bodkin, then lately dead, in strangling Dominic Bodkin, their brother, heir of the late Councillor John Bodkin of Carrowbeg, to an estate of £900 a year. When they were brought to trial, John Bodkin, the parricide, Dominic Bodkin, and John Hogan pleaded guilty, and they were all condemned and executed at Tuam on the 26th of March 1742. The head of the shepherd was fixed on Tuam market house, and the bodies of the others gibbeted within sight of the house where the murders had been committed. Upon the confession of John, the cousin of the same name was apprehended for the murder of his elder brother, Dominic Bodkin, and accused of sitting on his mouth and breast till he was suffocated. He was taken in a moss or turf bog near Tuam, covered over with straw, and disguised in an old hat and peasant's clothes, for which he had given his own laced coat and hat. Being examined before Lord Athenry, he said that he had fled for fear of being loaded with irons in a jail, and denied having any hand in his brother Dominic's death, affirming that he had died of a surfeit, as had been reported. He was present at the execution of his relations, but confessed nothing, and thus, there being no positive proof against him, he escaped justice. A case in which more cold-blooded cruelty has been displayed than in this has seldom fallen under our notice. The murder of an indulgent parent must be insufferably shocking to every humane mind, but when we consider, as in the present instance, what a variety of unprovoked murders were added to the first, the mind is lost in astonishment at the baseness, the barbarity, the worse than savage degeneracy of those beings who could perpetrate such horrid deeds. Jonathan Bradford, executed for murder. The details of this case reach us in a very abridged form, and we have been unable to collect any information on which any reliance can be placed beyond that which is afforded us by the ordinary channels. It would appear that Jonathan Bradford kept an inn in the city of Oxford. A gentleman, Mr. Hayes, attended by a manservant, put up one evening at Bradford's house, and in the night, the former being found murdered in his bed, the landlord was apprehended on suspicion of having committed the barbarous and inhospitable crime. The evidence given against him was to the following effect. 2 gentlemen who had supped with Mr. Hayes, and who retired at the same time to their respective chambers, being alarmed in the night with a noise in his room, and soon hearing groans as of a wounded man, got up in order to discover the cause, and found their landlord with a dark lantern and a knife in his hand, standing in a state of astonishment and horror over his dying guest, who almost instantly expired. On this evidence, apparently conclusive, the jury convicted Bradford, and he was executed. But the fate of this man may serve as a lesson to jurymen to be extremely guarded in receiving circumstantial evidence. The facts attending the above dreadful tragedy were not fully brought to light until the deathbed confession of the real murderer, a time when we must all endeavour to make our peace with God. Mr. Hayes was a man of considerable property, and greatly respected. He had about him, when his sad destiny led him under the roof of Bradford, a considerable sum of money, and the landlord, knowing this, determined to murder and rob him. For this horrid purpose he proceeded with a dark lantern and carving knife, intending to cut the throat of his guest while yet sleeping, but what must have been his astonishment and confusion to find his intended victim already murdered and weltering in his blood. The wicked and unworthy servant had also determined on the murder of his master, and had committed the bloody deed, and secured his treasure a moment before the landlord entered for the same purpose. End of Part 14. Part 15 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 15. The Earl of Kilmarnock and Lord Balmerino, beheaded for high treason. A short account of the circumstances attending the rebellion of 1715 having been given in this work, some notice will, doubtless, be expected of the second transaction of the same character, and with the same object, which occurred in the year 1745. It appears that the Pretender having gained the protection of France, and the French also having their own interests to serve, it was determined that a second attempt to restore the Stuarts to the throne of England should be made by the descent of a body of men upon Scotland, where it was conjectured numbers would render assistance, which was eventually to march forward towards London and expel the reigning monarch. The design was evidently known to the government, from an allusion made to the circumstance by the king in his speech from the throne on the 2nd of May 1745. But the first notice which the British public had of the proceedings of the Pretender was from a paragraph in the General Evening Post, which said, "The Pretender's eldest son put to sea, July 14th, from France, in an armed ship of 60 guns, provided with a large quantity of warlike stores, together with a frigate of 30 guns, and a number of smaller armed vessels, in order to land in Scotland, where he expected to find 20,000 men in arms to make good his father's pretensions to the crown of Great Britain. He was to be joined by 5 ships of the line from Brest, and 4,500 Spaniards were embarking at Ferrol." The government, it appears, was not inactive on this occasion, and proper instructions were given to such of the king's vessels as were cruising in the Channel to prevent the approach of any ships which might be supposed to carry the leader of this rebellious attempt. The young Pretender, followed by about 50 Scotch and Irish adventurers, meanwhile came incognito through Normandy, and embarked on board a ship of war of 18 guns, which was joined off Belleisle by the Elizabeth and other ships. They intended to have sailed northwards and to have landed in Scotland, but on the 20th they came up with an English fleet of merchant vessels under convoy of the Lion man of war of 58 guns, commanded by Captain Brett, who immediately bore down upon the French line of battle ship, which he engaged within pistol shot 5 hours, being constantly annoyed by the smaller ships of the enemy. The rigging of the Lion was cut to pieces, her mizzenmast, mizzen topmast, main yard and fore topsail were shot away, all her lower masts and topmast shot through in many places, so that she lay muzzled on the sea, and could do nothing with her sails. Thus situated, the French ships sheered off, and the Lion could make no effort to follow them. Captain Brett had 45 men killed, himself, all his lieutenants, the master, several midshipmen, and 107 foremast men wounded. His principal antagonist, the Elizabeth, with difficulty got back to Brest, quite disabled, and had 64 men killed, 139 dangerously wounded, and a number more slightly injured. She had on board £400,000 sterling, and arms and ammunition for several thousand men. The friends of the Stuart cause in Scotland were in the meantime as active as their opponents, and committed many irregularities for the purpose of supplying their ranks with a sufficient number of soldiers, and being thus prepared, anxiously expected the arrival of their prince. The latter found means to join his supporters by a small vessel, in which he quitted the French coast, and eluding the vigilance of the English cruisers, he landed on the Isle of Skye, opposite to Lochaber, in the county of Inverness. After a lapse of about 3 weeks, he appeared at the head of a body of 2,000 men, under a standard bearing the motto Tandem Triumphans, at length triumphant, and marching his army to Fort William, he there published a manifesto signed by his father at Rome, containing many promises to those who would adhere to his cause, among which were undertakings that he would procure the dissolution of the union of the two kingdoms, and the payment of the national debt. The country people flocked in great numbers to his standard, and the mob, by which he was followed, soon assumed the appearance, in numbers at least, of an army. Their first attempt in arms, in opposition to 2 companies of foot of the St. Clair and Murray's regiments, was successful, the soldiers being far inferior in numbers, and the rebels immediately marched upon Perth, and having taken possession of that place, the Pretender issued his orders for all persons who held public money to pay it into the hands of his secretary. Dundee and Dunblane were successively seized by his soldiers, and at length on the 14th of September the Pretender proceeded through the Royal Park and took possession of Holyrood House. The money in the Bank of Edinburgh and the records in the public offices were now removed to the castle for security, and the gates of the city were kept fast during the whole day, but 500 of the rebels, having concealed themselves in the suburbs, took an opportunity, at 4 o'clock in the morning, to follow a coach which was going in, and seizing the gate called the Netherbow, they maintained their ground while the main body reached the centre of the city and formed themselves in the Parliament Close. Thus possessed of the Scottish capital, they seized 2,000 stand of arms, and on the following day marched to oppose the royal army under the command of General Cope. The two armies coming in sight of each other near Preston Pans on the evening of the 20th, Colonel Gardiner earnestly recommended it to the general to attack his opponents during the night, but, deaf to this advice, he kept the men under arms till morning, though they were already greatly harassed. At 5 in the morning the rebels made a furious attack on the royal army, which was thrown into unspeakable confusion by 2 regiments of dragoons falling back on the foot. Colonel Gardiner, with 500 foot, behaved with uncommon valour, and covered the retreat of those who fled, but the colonel receiving a mortal wound, the rebels made prisoners of nearly all the rest of the king's troops. The loss thus sustained by the royal army was 300 killed, 450 wounded, 520 taken prisoners, total 1,270, while the rebels only lost 50 men in all. Flushed with this partial victory, the rebels returned to Edinburgh to make an attack upon the castle, and attempted to throw up an entrenchment upon the hill, but notice having been given to the inhabitants to retire, the battery was attacked by the guns from above, the works destroyed, and 30 of the assailants killed, besides 3 of the inhabitants who rashly ventured near the spot. The rebel army remained during 7 weeks in this city, and many noblemen and gentlemen with their followers having joined it, a force of more than 10,000 men was at length mustered. In November they marched upon Carlisle, and after some resistance had been shown, it was surrendered, and the insurgents then forced their way into Manchester, where a regiment, chiefly formed of Roman Catholics, was raised. But now such decisive measures were taken as put an end very shortly to the insurrection. The Duke of Cumberland was at the time in Flanders with the army, but being sent for thence, he soon arrived to take the command of the royal forces. About the time he reached London, the rebels had advanced as far as Derby, but his Royal Highness lost no time in travelling into Staffordshire, where he collected all the force he could to stop their farther inroads into the kingdom. Liverpool had not been behind London in spirit and loyalty. The inhabitants contributed largely in assisting the royal army at this inclement season with warm clothing, and raised several companies of armed men, which were called the Royal Liverpool Blues. Some of the advance parties of rebels having appeared in sight of the town, every preparation was made to resist them, but finding at length that the Pretender bent his march by another route for Manchester, the Liverpool Blues marched in order to destroy the bridges, and thereby impede their progress. Notwithstanding these impediments, the rebels crossed the Mersey at different fords, through which the Pretender waded breast high in water. Their numbers could not be accurately ascertained, their march being straggling and unequal, but about 9,000 appeared to be the aggregate. Their train of artillery consisted of 16 field pieces of 3 and 4 pound shot, 2 carriages of gunpowder, a number of covered waggons, and about 100 horses laden with ammunition. Their vanguard consisted of about 200 cavalry, badly mounted, the horses appearing poor and jaded. The Pretender himself constantly marched on foot, at the head of the 2 regiments, one of which was appropriated as his bodyguard. His dress was a light plaid, belted about with a sash of blue silk. He wore a grey wig with a blue bonnet and a white rose in it, and appeared very dejected at this time. His followers were ordinary, except the 2 regiments mentioned, which appeared to have been picked out of the whole. The arms of the others were very indifferent, some had guns, others only pistols, the remainder broadswords and targets. In order to deceive the Duke of Cumberland, all sorts of reports as to the future route of the rebels were sent abroad, but the king's troops were concentrated at Northampton, a spot well suited for the purpose, as it was the road which it was most probable would be taken in the event of the Pretender advancing upon London, which was known to be his real intention. Meanwhile the rebels appeared unconscious of the danger they were bringing upon themselves by delay, and they remained during a considerable time endeavouring to raise recruits. They at length, however, set forward on their march southward, but they had not advanced more than a mile before they halted, held a consultation, wheeled around, and retraced their steps to Derby. Having there seized all the plunder they could lay their hands upon, they passed on, seeking to regain Scotland, where they had learned that their friends had been joined by some French troops. The Duke of Cumberland, in the meantime, being aware of their flight, followed them with all speed, and learning that they had been compelled to halt at Preston from excessive weariness, he redoubled his efforts to come up with them. By forced marches, travelling through ice and snow, he succeeded in reaching Preston in 3 days, but he found that his game had retired about 4 hours before him. The Pretender soon learned that the excesses of which his men had been guilty in their southward march were not to go unpunished, and wherever he went he found himself opposed and harassed by the enraged country people, who lost no opportunity of annoying him in his retreat and of seizing the stragglers from his army. At length, however, after repeated forced marches, the Duke of Cumberland came up with his antagonists at Lowther Hall, and the latter, dreading his approach, immediately threw themselves into the village of Clifton, 3 miles from Penrith. They were there attacked most vigorously and successfully by the dragoons, who had dismounted, and in about an hour's time they were driven away from the post which they occupied. They retreated forthwith to Carlisle, which was still in their possession, but the continued advance of the royal troops induced them again to retire, leaving only a garrison to oppose the entry of the Duke into that city. The besieged fired upon their assailants with great fury, but did little execution, and at length, a battery having been raised against them, they sent out a flag of truce, and surrendered upon terms that they should not be put to the sword, but reserved for the King's pleasure, and thus Carlisle was once more taken possession by the troops of his Majesty. The army of rebels made the best of their way now to Glasgow, where they levied contributions, and thence to Stirling, which was in possession of the English, and was commanded by the gallant General Blakeney. The gates could not be defended, and they therefore marched on, and summoned the garrison to surrender, but the veteran commander answered that he would perish in its ruins rather than make terms with rebels. In the river of the town were 2 English men of war, and the rebels, in order to prevent their going farther up, erected a battery, but the ships soon destroyed it, and caused them to retreat a mile, where they erected another, but did little execution. They now prepared for a vigorous attack upon the castle, got some heavy pieces of ordnance across the Forth, erected a battery against it, and called in all their forces. General Blakeney fired upon them, and repeatedly drove them from their works. General Hawley, in aid of his brother general, at the head of such troops as he could form in order of battle, marched to attempt to raise the siege, but the rebels made a desperate attack, and, aided by accident, obtained the advantage. Repeated skirmishes subsequently took place, but at length this system of warfare, so destructive to the general state of the country, was terminated by the decisive victory gained by the Duke of Cumberland at the head of the royal forces at the Battle of Culloden. The Pretender at the head of his army opposed the Duke, and the following, taken from the London Gazette, is the Conqueror's account of the battle. On Tuesday the 15th of April the rebels burnt Fort Augustus, which convinced us of their resolution to stand an engagement with the King's troops. We gave our men a day's halt at Nairn, and on the 16th marched from thence, between 4 and 5, in 4 columns. The 3 lines of foot, reckoning the reserve for 1, were broken into 3 from the right, which made the 3 columns equal, and each of 5 battalions. The artillery and baggage followed the first column upon the right, and the cavalry made the 4th column on the left. After we had marched about 8 miles, our advance guard, composed of about 40 of Kingston's, and the Highlanders, led by the quartermaster general, perceived the rebels at some distance, making a motion towards us on the left, upon which we immediately formed, but finding the rebels were still a good way from us, we put ourselves again upon our march in our former posture, and continued it to within a mile of them, where we formed in the same order as before. After reconnoitring their situation, we found them posted behind some old walls and huts, in a line with Culloden House. As we thought our right was entirely secure, General Hawley and General Bland went to the left with 2 regiments of dragoons, to endeavour to fall upon the right flank of the rebels, and Kingston's horse was ordered to the reserve. The 10 pieces of cannon were disposed, 2 in each of the intervals of the first line, and all our Highlanders, except 140 which were upon the left with General Hawley, and who behaved extremely well, were left to guard the baggage. When we were advanced within 500 yards of the rebels, we found the morass upon our right was ended, which left our right flank quite uncovered to them. His Royal Highness thereupon immediately ordered Kingston's horse from the reserve, and a little squadron of about 60 of Cobham's, which had been patrolling, to cover our flank. We spent about half an hour after that trying which should gain the flank of the other. and his Royal Highness having sent Lord Berry forward within 100 yards of the rebels to reconnoitre something that appeared like a battery to us, they thereupon began firing their cannon, which was extremely ill pointed and ill served. Ours answered them, which began their confusion. They then came running on in their wild manner, and upon the right, where his Royal Highness had placed himself, imagining the greatest push would be there, they came down 3 several times within a yard of our men, firing their pistols and brandishing their swords, but the Royals and Pulteney's hardly took their firelocks from their shoulders, so that after those first attempts they made off, and the little squadrons on our right were sent to pursue them. General Hawley had, by the help of our Highlanders, beat down 2 little stone walls, and came in upon the right flank of their second line. As their whole body came down to attack at once, their right somewhat outflanked Burrell's regiment, which was our left, and the greatest part of the little loss we sustained was there. But Bligh's and Simple's, giving a fire upon those who had outflanked Burrell's, soon repulsed them, and the Burrell's regiment, and the left of Monro's, fairly beat them with their bayonets. There was scarce a soldier or officer of Burrell's, and of that part of Monro's which engaged, who did not kill 1 or 2 men each with their bayonets and spontoons. The officers' half-pikes. The cavalry which had charged from the right and left met in the centre, except 2 squadrons of dragoons which we missed, and they were gone in pursuit of the runaways. Lord Ancram was ordered to pursue with the horse as far as he could, and did it with so good effect that a very considerable number was killed in the pursuit. As we were on our march to Inverness, and were nearly arrived there, Major General Bland sent the annexed papers which he received from the French officers and soldiers, surrendering themselves prisoners to his Royal Highness. Major General Bland had also made great slaughter, and took about 50 French officers and soldiers prisoner in his pursuit. By the best calculation that can be made, it is thought the rebels lost 2,000 men upon the field of battle and in the pursuit. We have here 122 French and 326 rebel prisoners. Lieutenant Colonel Howard killed an officer, who appeared to be Lord Strathallan, by the seal and different commissions from the Pretender found in his pocket. It is said that Lord Perth, Lords Nairn, Lochiel, Keppoch, and Appin Stewart are also killed. All their artillery and ammunition were taken, as well as the Pretenders, and all their baggage. There were also 12 colours taken. All the generals, officers, and soldiers did their utmost duty in his Majesty's service, and showed the greatest zeal and bravery on this occasion. The Pretender's son, it is said, lay at Lord Lovat's house at Aird the night after the action. Brigadier Mordaunt is detached with 900 volunteers this morning into the Fraser's country, to attack all the rebels he may find there. Lord Sutherland's and Lord Ree's people continue to exert themselves, and have taken upwards of 100 rebels, who were sent for, and there is a great reason to believe Lord Cromarty and his son are also taken. The Monros have killed 50 of the rebels in their flight. As it is not known where the greatest bodies of them are, or which way they have taken in their flight, his Royal Highness has not yet determined which way to march. On the 17th, as his Royal Highness was at dinner, 3 officers and about 16 of Fitzjames' regiment, who were mounted, came and surrendered themselves prisoners. The killed, wounded, and missing of the King's troops amounted to above 300. The French officers will all be sent to Carlisle till his Majesty's pleasure shall be known. The rebels, by their own accounts, made their loss greater by 2,000 men that we have stated it. 4 of their principal ladies are in custody, viz. Lady Ogilvy, Lady Kinloch, Lady Gordon, and the Laird of Mackintosh's wife. Major Grant, the Governor of Inverness, is retaken, and the Generals Hawley, Lord Albemarle, Husk, and Bland have orders to inquire into the reasons for his surrendering of Fort George. Lord Cromarty, Lord Macleod, his son, with other prisoners, are just brought in from Sutherland by the Hound sloop, which his Royal Highness has sent for them, and they are just now landing. Soon after this affair, several other rebel chiefs were taken into custody, and on the 28th of July 1746, at about 8 o'clock in the morning, the rebel lords were taken from the Tower to Westminster Hall to be tried by their peers. The Earl of Kilmarnock and the Earl of Cromarty pleaded guilty, but Lord Balmerino having denied the offence imputed to him, 6 witnesses were called, by whom his guilt was clearly established, and a verdict was returned accordingly. On the 1st of August the peers were brought up for judgment, when the Lord High Steward pronounced sentence of death, in terms very like those used in the case of Earl Cowper after the former rebellion. Great interest being exerted to save the earls, it was hinted to Balmerino that his friends ought to exert themselves on his behalf, to which, with great magnanimity, he only replied, "I am very indifferent about my own fate, but had the two noble earls been my friends, they would have squeezed my name in among theirs." The Countess of Cromarty, who had a very large family of young children, was incessant in her applications for the pardon of her husband, to obtain which she took a very plausible method. She procured herself to be introduced to the late Princess of Wales, attended by her children in mourning, and urged her suit in the most suppliant terms. The Princess had at that time several children. Such an argument could scarcely fail to move, and a pardon was granted to Lord Cromarty on the condition that he should never reside north of the river Trent. This condition was literally complied with, and his lordship died in Soho Square in the year 1766. On the 18th of August 1746, at 6 o'clock in the morning, a troop of Life Guards, one of Horse Grenadiers, and 1,000 of the Foot Guards marched from the parade in St. James's Park through the city to Tower Hill to attend the execution of the Earl of Kilmarnock and Lord Balmerino, and being arrived there were posted in lines from the Tower to the scaffold and all round it. About 8 o'clock the sheriffs of London, with their under sheriffs and officers, met at the Mitre Tavern in Fenchurch Street, where they breakfasted, and went from thence to the house lately the Transport Office, Tower Hill, where they remained until the necessary preparations for the execution were made. At 11 o'clock they demanded the bodies of the peers of the Constable of the Tower, and they were directly brought forth in procession, followed by mourning coaches and 2 hearses. The lords were conducted into separate apartments in the house, facing the steps of the scaffold, their friends being admitted to see them. The Earl of Kilmarnock was attended by the Reverend Mr. Foster, a dissenting minister, and the Reverend Mr. Hume, a near relation of the Earl of Hume. The chaplain of the Tower and another clergyman of the Church of England accompanied the Lord Balmerino. The latter, on entering the door of the house, hearing several of the spectators ask eagerly, "Which is Lord Balmerino?" answered, smiling, "I am Lord Balmerino, gentlemen, at your service." The parlour and passage of the house, the rails enclosing the way from thence to the scaffold, and the rails about it, were all hung with black at the sheriff's expense. Lord Kilmarnock, in the apartment allotted to him, spent about an hour in his devotions with Mr. Foster, who assisted him with prayer and exhortation; after which Lord Balmerino, pursuant to his request, was admitted to confer with the Earl. After a short conversation relating to some report as to the Pretender's orders at the Battle of Culloden, they separated, the Lord Balmerino saluting the noble Earl with the same high-minded courtesy which had been before remarked in him. The Earl of Kilmarnock then joined in prayer with those around him, and afterwards he took some refreshment. He expressed a wish that Lord Balmerino should go to the scaffold first, but being informed that this was impossible, as he was named first in the warrant, he immediately acquiesced in the arrangement which had been made, and with his friends proceeded to the place of execution. There was an immense crowd collected, and on their seeing him they exhibited the greatest commiseration and pity. The Earl, being struck with a variety of dreadful objects which presented themselves to him at once, exclaimed to Mr. Hume, "This is terrible!" but he exhibited no sign of fear, nor did he even change countenance or tremble in his voice. After putting up a short prayer, concluding with a petition for His Majesty King George and the royal family, his lordship embraced and took leave of his friends. The executioner was so affected by the awfulness of the scene, that on his asking pardon of the prisoner he burst into tears. The noble Earl, however, bid him take courage, and presenting him with 5 guineas, told him that he would drop his handkerchief as a signal to him to strike. He then proceeded, with the help of his gentlemen, to make ready for the block, by taking off his coat and the bag from his hair, which was then tucked up under a napkin cap. His neck being laid bare, tucking down the collar of his shirt and waistcoat, he kneeled down on a black cushion at the block, and drew his cap over his eyes, and in doing this, as well as in putting up his hair, his hands were observed to shake. Either to support himself, or for a more convenient posture of devotion, he happened to lay both his hands upon the block,
which the executioner observing, prayed his lordship to let them fall, lest they should be mangled or break the blow. He was then told that the neck of his waistcoat was in the way, upon which he rose, and with the help of a friend took it off, and the neck being made bare to the shoulders, he kneeled down as before. In the meantime, when all things were ready for the execution, and the black baize which hung over the rails of the scaffold had, by direction of the colonel of the guard, or the sheriffs, been turned up, that the people might see all the circumstances of the execution, in about 2 minutes after he kneeled down, his lordship dropped his handkerchief, and the executioner at once severed his head from his body, except only a small part of the skin, which was immediately divided by a gentle stroke. His head was received in a piece of red baize, and with the body immediately put into the coffin. The scaffold was then cleared from the blood, fresh sawdust strewed, and that no appearance of a former execution might remain, the executioner changed such of his clothes as appeared bloody. While this was doing, the Lord Balmerino, after having solemnly recommended himself to the mercy of the Almighty, conversed cheerfully with his friends, refreshed himself twice with a bit of bread and a glass of wine, and desired the company to drink to him, acquainting them that he had prepared a speech which he should read on the scaffold, and therefore should now say nothing of its contents. The under sheriff coming into his lordship's apartment to let him know the stage was ready, he prevented him by immediately asking if the affair was over with the Lord Kilmarnock, and being answered, "It is," he inquired how the executioner had performed his office. Upon receiving the account, he said it was well done, and then addressing himself to the company, said, "Gentlemen, I shall detain you no longer," and with an easy, unaffected cheerfulness, saluted his friends and hastened to the scaffold, which he mounted with so unconstrained an air as astonished the spectators. His lordship was dressed in his regimentals, a blue coat, turned up with red, trimmed with brass buttons, the same which he wore at the Battle of Culloden. No circumstance in his whole deportment showed the least sign of fear or regret, and he frequently reproved his friends for discovering either upon his account. He walked several times round the scaffold, bowed to the people, went to his coffin, read the inscription, and with a nod said, "It is right." He then examined the block, which he called his pillow of rest. His lordship, putting on his spectacles and taking a paper out of his pocket, read it with an audible voice, but so far from its being filled with passionate invectives, it mentioned his majesty as a prince of the greatest magnanimity and mercy, at the same time that, through erroneous political principles, it denied him a right to the allegiance of his people. Having delivered this paper to the sheriff, he called for the executioner, and on his being about to ask his lordship's pardon, he said, "Friend, you need not ask me forgiveness. The execution of your duty is commendable." Upon this his lordship gave him 3 guineas, saying, "I never was rich. This is all the money I have now. I wish it was more, and I am sorry I can add nothing to it but my coat and waistcoat," which he then took off, together with his neckcloth, and threw them on his coffin, putting on a flannel waistcoat which had been provided for the purpose, and then taking a plaid cap out of his pocket, he put it on his head, saying he died a Scotchman. After kneeling down at the block to adjust his posture and show the executioner the signal for the stroke, which was dropping his arms, he once more gave a farewell look to his friends, and turning round on the crowd, he said, "Perhaps some may think my behaviour too bold, but remember, sir," to a gentleman who stood near him, "that I now declare it is the effect of a confidence in God and a good conscience, and I should dissemble if I showed any signs of fear." Having observed the axe in the executioner's hand as he passed him, he now took it from him, felt the edge, and returning it, clapped the executioner on the shoulder to encourage him. He even took down the collar of his shirt and waistcoat, and showed him where to strike, desiring him to do it resolutely, "for in that," says his lordship, "will consist your kindness." He afterwards went to the side of the stage, and called upon the warder, of whom he inquired which was his hearse, and ordered the man to drive near, which was instantly done. Immediately, without trembling or changing countenance, he again kneeled down at the block, and having with his arms stretched out, said, "O Lord, reward my friends, forgive my enemies, and receive my soul." He gave the signal by letting them fall, but his uncommon firmness and intrepidity, with the unexpected suddenness of the signal, so surprised the executioner, that though he struck the part directed, the blow was not given with strength enough to wound him very deeply. It was observed that he moved as if he made an effort to turn his head towards the executioner, and the under jaw fell, and returned very quick, like anger and gnashing the teeth, but this arose from the parts being convulsed, and a second blow immediately succeeding the first rendered him quite insensible, and a third finished the work. His head was received in a piece of red baize, and with his body put into a coffin, which, at his particular request, together with that of the Earl of Kilmarnock, was placed on that of the late Marquis of Tullibardine, who died during his imprisonment, in St. Peter's Church, in the Tower, all three lords lying in one grave.
End of part 15. Part 16 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 16. Matthew Henderson, executed for the murder of his mistress, Lady Dalrymple. This offender was the son of honest parents, and was born at North Berwick in Scotland, where he was educated in the liberal manner customary in that country. At the age of 14 years he was taken into the employment of Sir Hugh Dalrymple, a member of the British Parliament, whom he accompanied to London, and it was while in his service that he was guilty of the murder of his mistress. It appears that at the time at which he committed this offence he was in his 20th year, and having accidentally given offence to his lady by treading on her toe, she rebuked him in no very gentle manner. Offended by the insult which he conceived he had received, he determined to obtain a deep revenge, and seeking an opportunity, during the absence of his master from London, he proceeded to put his intention into execution by murdering his mistress. For this offence he was brought to trial at the Old Bailey on the 22nd of April 1746, when he pleaded guilty, and was sentenced to be hanged on the following Monday, the 25th of the same month. On the night before his execution he made a confession of his crime, from which the following particulars are taken. Having called the Almighty to witness the truth of his assertion, he proceeded to enter into a history of his early life, alleging that he had always been well treated by his master and mistress, for whom he entertained the most sincere respect. On the evening of the 25th of March, 1746, all the other servants having quitted the house, he proceeded to bed in the apartment which was appropriated to his use. He had pulled off his shoes, and had tied up his hair with his garter, when suddenly the thought came into his head that he would kill his mistress. He directly went into the kitchen in search of an instrument to effect his object, and he took a small iron cleaver; but, returning to his chamber, he sat during a period of 20 minutes, considering whether he should commit the murder or not. His heart relented when he remembered that his mistress had been so kind to him, but then he thought that there was no one in the house who could hear him, and he determined upon perpetrating the deed. Impelled by a feeling which he could not control, he rushed up the stairs as far as the first landing place, but there he tarried, and in his alarm returned to his bedroom. Again he felt determined upon the course which he had originally proposed, and again he had ascended the stairs on his way to his mistress's room, but once more he felt irresolute. To use his own expression, he had now determined not to commit the murder, but "the devil was so busy within him," that, in an agony of emotion, he was unable to prevail against an inward feeling which drove him again towards his lady's room. Once he retired, but once again he advanced, and he had now reached the door by which only he was separated from the object upon which he was about to commit the foul crime, of which in the sequel he was guilty. Had that door been locked, all would have been well, but no, the latch turned easily in his hand, and he stood within a yard of his victim. Still he could not kill her, and in trepidation and alarm he crept back as far as the stairhead. Again he felt the devil at work, and once more he was driven onwards to his fate. He entered the room a second time, and could distinctly hear the respirations of the unfortunate lady. He opened the curtains softly, and fancied he could see the outline of her figure. Had he had a light, he was convinced he could never have killed her. At length, however, urged by an irresistible impulse, he raised the cleaver, and yet hesitating, he made as many as 13 or 14 motions in the air before he could determine to strike her, but then he let the murderous instrument fall with redoubled force upon her head. The unhappy lady attempted to escape, but without effect, for he followed upon the frightful wound which he had first inflicted with others still more dreadful, until at last she sunk exhausted on the floor and died. The only words which he heard her utter were, "O Lord, what is this?" And when she died she rattled very much in the throat. He was so alarmed at this that he ran down the stairs and threw the chopper in the privy, and when he had returned to his own room the thought struck him that he would rob the house. The idea had no sooner entered his head than he resolved to put it into execution, and striking a light, he returned to his mistress's room. He took away some articles of jewellery from the drawers, but while he was occupied in finding them, he fancied that he heard the death rattle still in his lady's throat, and he would have given the world to have been able to recall what had passed. When he had purloined all that he thought was of any value, he ran out of the house, and as he passed through Holborn he heard the watchman cry "past 1 o'clock," from which he knew that it was more than an hour since he had first contemplated the murder. He concealed the articles which he had stolen in the lodgings of a female of his acquaintance, and returned home, but on his arrival at the door he found that he had shut himself out. He waited until the maidservant came at 6 o'clock in the morning, and then on their entering the house, appearances were perceptible which induced the girl to suppose that there had been some strangers in the house. On her going upstairs she found that her mistress had been murdered, and she directly conveyed information of the circumstance to the police, when, Henderson being at once suspected, he was taken into custody and confessed his guilt. The sentence was carried out in its terms, and the body of the wretched young man, after execution, was hung in chains in the Edgware Road. Charles Ratcliffe, Esquire, executed for high treason. This gentleman was a party to the designs of the Jacobinical lords whose executions we have detailed, and was taken by the Seahorse frigate on his passage to Scotland to join the rebel forces. He had been concerned in the rebellion of 1715, and would then have been pardoned, but with 15 others he escaped out of Newgate and went to France. He afterwards lived in London, but was not molested, but subsequently again joining the design of the Pretender, and being seized, he was tried whether he was the same person who had been before convicted, and was found to be the same. He therefore received sentence of death, and was beheaded on Tower Hill on the 8th of December 1746. The prisoner was one of the brothers of the Earl of Derwentwater, who was executed in 1716, as before detailed, and they were the sons of Sir Francis Ratcliffe, by Lady Mary Tudor, natural daughter of Charles II, by Mrs. Mary Davis. Lord Lovat, beheaded for high treason. This lord, who in 1715 had been a supporter of the House of Hanover, in 1745 changed sides and became a friend of the party which he had before opposed. His career in life began in the year 1692, when he was appointed a captain in Lord Tullybardine's regiment, but he resigned his commission in order to prosecute his claim to be the chief of the Frasers, in order to effect which he laid a scheme to get possession of the heiress of Lovat, who was about to be married to a son of Lord Salton. He raised a clan, who violently seized the young lord, and, erecting a gibbet, showed it to him and his father, threatening their instant death unless they relinquished the contract made for the heiress of Lovat. To this, fearing for their lives, they consented, but still unable to get possession of the young lady, he seized the Dowager Lady Lovat in her own house, caused a priest to marry them against her consent, cut her stays open with his dirk, and, assisted by his ruffians, tore off her clothes, forced her into bed, to which he followed her, and then called his companions to witness the consummation of the outrageous marriage. For this breach of the peace he was indicted, but fled from justice, but he was nevertheless tried for rape, and for treason, in opposing the laws with an armed force, and sentence of outlawry was pronounced against him. Having fled to France, he turned papist, ingratiated himself with the Pretender, and was rewarded by him with a commission. But he was apprehended on the remonstrance of the English ambassador in Paris, and lodged in the Bastille, where, having remained some years, he procured his liberty by taking priest's orders under colour of which he became a Jesuit in the College of St. Omer's. In the first rebellion of 1715 he returned to Scotland, and joining the king's troops, assisted them in seizing Inverness from the rebels, for which service he got the title of Lovat, was appointed to command, and had other favours conferred upon him. In the rebellion of which we are now treating, he turned sides, and joined the Pretender, a step treacherous in the extreme. When taken, he was old, unwieldy, and almost helpless, although in that condition he had been possessed of infinite resources to assist the rebellion. He petitioned the Duke of Cumberland for mercy, and hoping to work upon his feelings, recapitulated his former services, the favours that he had received from the Duke's grandfather, King George I, and dwelt much upon his access to court, saying, "He had carried him to whom he now sued for life in his arms, and when a baby held him up while his grandsire fondled upon him." On the 9th of March 1747, however, he was taken from the Tower to Westminster Hall for trial, and the evidence adduced clearly proving his guilt to be of no ordinary character, he was convicted. He was next day brought up for judgment, and sentence of death was pronounced. That this sentence was not ill deserved appears from a speech of Lord Belhaven, delivered in the last Parliament held in Edinburgh in 1706, in which his lordship, speaking of this nobleman, then Captain Fraser, on occasion of the Scots plot, commonly called Fraser's plot, says, "that he deserved, if practicable, to have been hanged 5 several times, in 5 different places, and upon 5 different accounts at least, as having been notoriously a traitor to the court of St. James's, a traitor to the court of St. Germain's, a traitor to the court of Versailles, and a traitor to his own country of Scotland, in being not only an avowed and restless enemy to the peace and quiet of its established government and constitution, both in church and state, but likewise a vile Proteus-like apostate, and a seducer of others in point of religion, as the tide or wind changed, and moreover that, abstracted from all those, his multiplied acts of treason abroad and at home, he deserved to be hanged as a condemned criminal, outlaw, and fugitive, for the barbarous, cruel, and most flagitious rape he had, with the assistance of some of his vile and abominable band of ruffians, violently committed on the body of a right honourable and virtuous lady, the widow of the late Lord Lovat, and sister of his Grace the late Duke of Athol. Nay, so hardened was Captain Fraser, that he audaciously erected a gallows, and threatened to hang thereon one of the said lady's brothers, and some other gentlemen of quality who accompanied him in going to rescue him out of that criminal's cruel hand. On the morning fixed for his execution, 9th of April 1747, Lord Lovat, who was now in his 80th year, and very large and unwieldy in his person, awoke at about 3 o'clock, and was heard to pray with great devotion. At 5 o'clock he arose and asked for a glass of wine and water, and at 8 o'clock he desired that his wig might be sent, that the barber might have time to comb it out genteelly, and then he provided himself with a purse to hold the money which he intended for the executioner. At about 9:30 o'clock he ate heartily of minced veal, and ordered that his friends might be provided with coffee and chocolate, and at 11 o'clock the sheriffs came to demand his body. He then requested his friends to retire while he said a short prayer, but he soon called them back, and said that he was ready. At the bottom of the first pair of stairs, General Williamson invited him into his room to rest himself, which he did, and on his entrance paid his respects to the company politely, and talked freely. He desired of the general, in French, that he might take leave of his lady, and thank her for her civilities, but the general told his lordship in the same language that she was too much affected with his lordship's misfortunes to bear the shock of seeing him, and therefore hoped his lordship would excuse her. He then took his leave and proceeded. At the door he bowed to the spectators, and was conveyed from thence to the outer gate in the governor's coach, where he was delivered to the sheriffs, who conducted him in another coach to the house near the scaffold, in which was a room lined with black cloth, and hung with sconces, for his reception. His friends were at first denied entrance, but upon application made by his lordship to the sheriffs for their admittance, it was granted. Soon after, his lordship, addressing himself to the sheriffs, thanked them for the favour, and taking a paper out of his pocket, delivered it to one of them, saying he should make no speech, and that they might give the word of command when they pleased. A gentleman present beginning to read a prayer to his lordship while he was sitting, he called one of the warders to help him up,
that he might kneel. Then he prayed silently a short time, and afterwards sat again in his chair. Being asked by one of the sheriffs if he would refresh himself with a glass of wine, he declined it, because no warm water could be had to mix with it, and took a little burnt brandy and bitters in its stead. He requested that his clothes might be delivered to his friends with his corpse, and said for that reason he should give the executioner 10 guineas. He also desired of the sheriffs that his head might be received in a cloth and put into the coffin, which the sheriffs, after conferring with some gentlemen present, promised should be done, as also that the holding up the head at the corners of the scaffold should be dispensed with, as it had been of late years at the execution of lords. When his lordship was going up the stairs to the scaffold, assisted by 2 warders, he looked round, and seeing so great a concourse of people, "God save us," says he, "why should there be such a bustle about taking off an old grey head that cannot get up 3 steps without 3 bodies to support it?" Turning about, and observing one of his friends much dejected, he clapped him on the shoulder, saying, "Cheer up thy heart, man. I am not afraid. Why should you be so?" As soon as he came upon the scaffold, he asked for the executioner, and presented him with 10 guineas in a purse, and then, desiring to see the axe, he felt the edge, and said he believed it would do. Soon after he rose from the chair which was placed for him, and looked at the inscription on his coffin, and on sitting down again, he repeated from Horace, "Dulce et decorum est pro patria mori," and afterwards from Ovid, "Nam genus et proavos et quae non fecimus ipsi vix ea nostra voco." He then desired all the people to stand off except his 2 warders, who supported his lordship while he said a prayer, after which he called his solicitor and agent in Scotland, Mr. W. Fraser, and presenting his gold-headed cane, said, "I deliver you this cane in token of my sense of your faithful services, and of my committing to you all the power I have upon earth," and then embraced him. He also called for Mr. James Fraser, and said, "My dear James, I am going to heaven, but you must continue to crawl a little longer in this evil world." And taking leave of both, he delivered his hat, wig, and clothes to Mr. William Fraser, desiring him to see that the executioner did not touch them. He ordered his cap to be put on, and unloosing his neckcloth and the collar of his shirt, kneeled down at the block and pulled the cloth which was to receive his head close to him. But being placed too near the block, the executioner desired him to remove a little further back, which, with the warder's assistance, was immediately done, and his neck being properly placed, he told the executioner he would say a short prayer, and then give the signal by dropping his handkerchief. In this posture he remained about half a minute, and then throwing his handkerchief on the floor, the executioner at one blow cut off his head, which was received in the cloth, and with his body was put into the coffin, and carried in a hearse back to the Tower, where it was interred near the bodies of the other lords. His lordship professed himself a papist, and at his request was attended by Mr. Baker, attached to the chapel of the Sardinian ambassador, and though he insisted much on the services he had done the royal family in 1715, yet he declared but a few days before his death that he had been concerned in all the schemes formed for restoring the house of Stuart since he was 15 years old. This nobleman's intellectual powers seem to have been considerable, and his learning extensive. He spoke Latin, French, and English fluently, and other modern languages intelligibly. He studied at Aberdeen, and disputed his philosophy in Greek, and, though he was educated a Protestant, yet after 3 years' study of divinity and controversy he turned papist. He maintained an appearance of that facetious disposition for which he was remarkable to the last, and seems to have taken great pains to quit the stage, not only with decency, but with that dignity which is thought to distinguish the good conscience and noble mind. The following lines upon the execution of these noblemen are said to have been repeated with great energy by Dr. Johnson, although there appears to be no ground for supposing that they were the doctor's own composition. They first appeared in the Gentleman's Magazine. Pitied by gentle minds, Kilmarnock died. The brave Balmerino were on thy side. Ratcliffe, unhappy in his crimes of youth, steady in what he still mistook for truth, beheld his death so decently unmoved. The soft lamented, and the brave approved. But Lovat's end indifferently we view. True to no king, to no religion true. No fair forgets the ruin he has done. No child laments the tyrant of his son, no Tory pities, thinking what he was, no Whig compassions, for he left the cause. The brave regret not, for he was not brave, the honest mourn not, knowing him a knave. End of part 16.
Part 17 of the Chronicles of Crime, Volume 1, by Camden Pelham. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 17. Francis Townley, James Dawson, and others. Executed for high treason. These prisoners were parties to the same plot, and all of them held ranks in the Pretender's army. Dawson had paid addresses to a young lady, to whom he was to have been married immediately after his enlargement, if the solicitations that were made for his pardon had been attended with the desired effect. The circumstance of his love, and the melancholy that was produced by his death, are so admirably treated in the following ballad of Shenstone, that Dawson's story will probably be remembered and regretted when that of the rest of the rebels will be forgotten. Jemmy Dawson, a Ballad. Come listen to my mournful tale, ye tender hearts and lovers dear, nor will you scorn to heave a sigh, nor will you blush to shed a tear. And thou, dear Kitty, peerless maid, do thou a pensive ear incline, for canst thou weep at every woe, and pity every plaint but mine? Young Dawson was a gallant youth, a lighter never trod the plain, and well he loved one charming maid, and dearly was he loved again. One tender maid, she loved him dear, of gentle blood the damsel came, and faultless was her beauteous form, and spotless was her virgin frame. But curse on parties' hateful strife, that led the faithful youth astray. The day the rebel clans appeared, oh, had he never seen that day! Their colours and their sash he wore, and in their fatal dress was found, and now he must that death endure, which gives the brave the keenest wound. How pale was then his true love's cheek when Jemmy's sentence reached her ear, for never yet did Alpine snows so pale nor yet so chill appear. Yet might sweet mercy find a place, and bring relief to Jemmy's woes. O George, without a prayer for thee, my orisons should never close. Thy gracious prince that gives him life would crown a never-dying flame, and every tender babe I bore should learn to lisp the giver's name. But though, dear youth, thou shouldst be dragged to yonder ignominious tree, thou shalt not want a faithful friend to share thy bitter fate with thee. Oh, then her mourning coach was called, the sledge moved slowly on before, though borne in a triumphal car, she had not loved her favourite more. She followed him, prepared to view the terrible behests of the law, and the last scene of Jemmy's woes with calm and steadfast eyes she saw. Distorted was that blooming face, which she had fondly loved so long, and stifled was that tuneful breath, which in her praise had sweetly sung. And severed was that beauteous neck, round which her arms had fondly closed, and mangled was that beauteous breast, on which her lovesick head reposed. And ravished was that constant heart, she did to every heart prefer, for though it could his king forget, 'twas true and loyal still to her. Amidst those unrelenting flames she bore this constant heart to see, but when 'twas mouldered into dust, yet she cried, I'll follow thee. My death, can only show the pure and lasting love I bore. Accept, O heaven, of woes like ours, and let us weep no more. The dismal scene was o'er and past, the lover's mournful hearse retired, the maid drew back her languid head, and sighing forth his name expired. Though justice ever must prevail, the tear my Kitty sheds is due, for seldom shall we hear a tale so sad, so tender, and so true. These offenders were hanged on Kennington Common. They had not hung above 5 minutes when Townley was cut down, being yet alive, and his body being placed on the block, the executioner chopped off his head with a cleaver. His heart and bowels were then taken out and thrown into the fire, and the other parties being separately treated in the same manner, the executioner cried out, God save King George. The bodies were quartered and delivered to the keepers of the new gaol, who buried them. The heads of some of the parties were sent to Carlisle and Manchester, where they were exposed, but those of Townley and another were fixed on Temple Bar, and after remaining some time fell down. It would be useless to attempt to enumerate the other persons whose crimes and misfortunes at this time consigned them to the gibbet, but some account of the escape of the Pretender may not be uninteresting. It would appear that the Battle of Culloden having decided the fate of his cause, where the Pretender had his horse shot under him by one of the King's troopers as he was endeavouring to rally his soldiers, he retired to the house of a factor of Lord Lovat, at about 10 miles from Inverness, where he met with that lord and supped with him. After supper he started on his journey to Fort Augustus, and next day went to Invergarry. A boy whom he found there caught him a salmon, and he dined, and afterwards waited for some of his troops, who had promised to meet him there. Being disappointed, however, in his object, he proceeded to Lochharciage, and he arrived there on the 18th of April, at about 2 in the morning, and slept, but at 5 he set out on foot and travelled through the glen of Morar, where he arrived at 4 the next morning. He reached Arrashag in 12 hours after, and was there joined by Captain O'Neil on the 27th, who informed him that his cause was hopeless, and recommended him therefore to sail at once for France. One Donald Macleod was engaged to hire a ship, and on the 28th the Chevalier went on board an 8-oared boat in company with Sullivan and O'Neil, ordering the people who belonged to that boat to make the best haste they could to Stornoway, where it was proposed they should take a ship. The night proving very tempestuous, they all begged him to go back, which he would not do, but to keep up the spirits of the people he sang them a Highland song. The weather growing worse and worse, about 7 in the morning of the 29th they were driven on shore on a point of land called Rushness, in the island of Benbecula, where, when they got on shore, the Pretender helped to make a fire to warm the crew, who were almost starved to death with cold. On the 30th, at 6 in the evening, they set sail again for Stornoway, but meeting with another storm, were obliged to put into the island of Scalpa in the Harris, where they all went on shore to a farmer's house, passing for merchants that were shipwrecked in their voyage to the Orkneys, the Pretender and Sullivan going by the name of Sinclair, the latter passing for the father and the former for his son. They thought proper to send from thence to Stornoway with instructions to freight a ship for the Orkneys, and on the 3rd of May they received a message that a ship was ready. On the 4th they set out for that place, where they arrived on the 5th about noon, but meeting with their messenger Donald Macleod, they found that he had got into company and told a friend of his for whom he had hired the ship, upon which there were 200 people in arms at Stornoway, upon a report that the Pretender was landed with 500 men and was coming to burn the town, so that they were obliged to lie all night upon the moor, with no other refreshment than biscuit and brandy. On the 6th they resolved to go in the 8-oared boat to the Orkneys, but the crew refused to venture, so that they were obliged to steer south along the coast side, where they met with 2 English ships, and this compelled them to put into a desert island, where they remained till the 10th, without any provision but some salt fish they found upon the place. About 10 in the morning of that day they embarked for the Harris, and at break of day on the 11th they were chased by an English vessel, but made their escape among the rocks. About 4 in the afternoon they arrived on the island of Benbecula, where they remained till the 14th, and then they set out for the mountain of Currada in South Uist, where they stayed till the militia of the Isle of Skye came to the island of Iraski. They now sailed for the island of Uia, where they remained 3 nights, till having intelligence that the militia were coming toward Benbecula, they immediately got into their boat and sailed for Lochbusdale. Being met, however, by some ships of war, they were obliged to return to Loch Nagar, and at night sailed for Lochbusdale, upon arriving at which place they stayed 8 days on a rock, making a tent of the sail of the boat. They found themselves here in a most dreadful situation, for having intelligence that Captain Scott had landed in Kirlbride, they were obliged to separate, and the Pretender and O'Neil went to the mountains, where they remained all night, and soon after were informed that General Campbell was at Benary, so that now they had forces very near on both sides of them, and were absolutely at a loss which way to move. In their road they met with a young lady, one Miss Macdonald, to whom Captain O'Neil proposed assisting the Pretender to make his escape, which at first she refused, but upon his offering to put on women's clothes, she consented, and desired them to go to the mountain of Carrada till she sent for them. They accordingly there stayed 2 days, but hearing nothing from the young lady, the Pretender concluded she would not keep her word, and therefore resolved to send Captain O'Neil to General Campbell, to let him know he was willing to surrender to him. But about 5 o'clock in the evening a message came from the young lady, desiring them to meet her at Rushness. Being afraid to pass by the ford because of the militia, they luckily found a boat which carried them to the other side of Uia, where they remained part of the next day, afraid of being seen by the country people. In the evening they set out for Rushness, and arrived there at 12 at night, but not finding the young lady, and being alarmed by a boat full of militia, were obliged to retire 2 miles back, where the Pretender remained on a moor till O'Neil went to the young lady, and prevailed upon her to come to the place appointed at nightfall of the next day. About an hour after, they had an account of General Campbell's arrival at Benbecula, which obliged them to move to another part of the island, where, as the day broke, they discovered 4 sail close on the shore, making directly up to the place where they were, so that there was nothing left for them but to throw themselves among the heath. When the wherries were gone, they resolved to go to Clanronald's house, but when they were within a mile of it, they heard General Campbell was there, which forced them to retreat again. The young Pretender, having at length, with the assistance of Captain O'Neil, found Miss Macdonald in a cottage near the place appointed, it was there determined that he should put on women's clothes and pass for her waiting maid. This being done, he took leave of Sullivan and O'Neil with great regret, who departed to shift for themselves, leaving him and his new mistress at the cottage, where they continued some days, during which she cured him of the itch. Upon intelligence that General Campbell was gone further into the country, they removed to her cousin's, and spent the night in preparing for the departure to the Isle of Skye, and they set out the next morning for that place with only 1 manservant named Maclean and 2 rowers. During their voyage they were pursued by a small vessel, but a thick fog rising, they arrived safe at midnight in that island, and landed at the foot of a rock, where the lady and her maid waited, while her man Maclean went to see if Sir Alexander Macdonald was at home. Maclean found his way thither, but lost it in returning, and his mistress and her maid, after in vain expecting him the whole night, were obliged in the morning to leave the rock, and to go in the boat up the creek to some distance to avoid the militia, which guarded the coast. They went on shore again about 10 o'clock, and, attended by the rowers, inquired the way to Sir Alexander's. When they had gone about 2 miles, they met Maclean, and he told his lady that Sir Alexander was with the Duke of Cumberland, but his lady was at home, and would do them all the service she could. They then immediately discharged their boat, and went directly to the house, where they remained 2 days, being always in her ladyship's chamber, except at night, to prevent a discovery. But a party of the Macleods, having intelligence that some strangers were arrived at Sir Alexander's, and knowing his lady to be well affected to the Pretender, came thither, and demanding to see the newcomers, were introduced to Mrs. Chambers, where she sat with her new maid. The latter, hearing the militia were at the door, had the presence of mind to get up and open it, which occasioned his being the less noticed, and after they had narrowly searched the chests they withdrew. The inquiry, however, alarmed the young lady, and the next day she sent her apparent maid to a steward of Sir Alexander's, but hearing that his being in the island was known, he removed to Macdonald's at Kingsborough, 10 miles distant, where he remained but 1 day. For, on receiving intelligence that it was rumoured that he was disguised in a woman's habit, Macdonald furnished him with a suit of his own clothes, and he went in a boat to Macleod's at Raza. No prospect of escaping to France, however, presented itself there, and he returned to the Isle of Skye, being 30 miles, with no attendant but a ferryman, Macleod assuring him that the elder Laird of Mackinnon would there render him all the service in his power. On his reaching Mackinnon's, the old man instantly knew him, and advised him to go to Lochaber, and he accordingly proceeded thither in a vessel procured for that purpose. Macdonald, at the head of 100 resolute Highlanders, then appeared to assist him, and after roving about with them from place to place, he at length removed to Badenoch. He was there very much harassed by the king's troops, and losing many of his men in the skirmishes which daily took place, they were at length obliged to disperse, and the Pretender, with Lochiel of Barrisdale and some others, skulked about in Moydart. Here they received information that 2 French privateers were at anchor in Loch Nanoch, in one of which, L'Heureux, This unfortunate prince eventually embarked, with 23 gentlemen and 107 soldiers, and soon after arrived safely in France. William York, aged 10 years, convicted of murdering Susan Mayhew, aged 5 years. This unhappy child was but 10 years of age when he committed the dreadful crime of which he was convicted. He was a pauper in the poorhouse belonging to the parish of Eye in Suffolk, and was committed on the coroner's inquest to Ipswich jail for the murder of Susan Mayhew, another child of 5 years of age who had been his bedfellow. The following is his confession, taken by a justice of the peace, and which was in part proved on the trial, with many corroborating circumstances of his guilt. He said that a trifling quarrel happening between them on the 13th of May 1748, about 10 in the morning, he struck her with his open hand, and made her cry. That she going out of the house to the dunghill opposite to the door, he followed her, with a hook in his hand, with an intent to kill her, but before he came up to her, he set down the hook, and went into the house for a knife. He then came out again, took hold of the girl's left hand, and cut her wrist all round to the bone, and then threw her down, and cut her to the bone just above the elbow of the same arm. That, after this, he had set his foot upon her stomach, and cut her right arm about, and to the bone, both on the wrist and above the elbow. That he still thought she would not die, and therefore took the hook, and cut her left thigh to the bone. His next care was to conceal the murder, for which purpose he filled a pail with water at a ditch, and washing the blood off the child's body, buried it in the dunghill, together with the blood that was spilled upon the child's clothes, and then went and got his breakfast. When he was examined he showed very little concern, and appeared easy and cheerful. All he alleged was that the child fouled the bed in which they lay together, that she was sulky, and that he did not like her. The boy was found guilty and sentenced to death, but he was respited from time to time on account of his tender years, and at length pardoned. End of Part 17.